Election Commission, assured its voter that it will be a free and fair election. We were told that several incidents of violence erupted in several parts of Tripura, as you rightly mentioned, that one that is in Bishalgarh area of Tripura, where several incidents of bombing were reported, and several other places in and around Agartala. In fact, there were also violence erupted, and which led to mobilize a huge police forces. They conducted search operations in this area, and several people were reportedly detained by the police officials, and several top cop of Tripura and Agartala, they were also rushed. But as of now, since the wee hour of this morning or the very poll day, situation remained calm. But what we are given to understand that still there, police forces have been deployed. Let me tell you that this time around in this state of Tripura, total 400 companies of central forces have been deployed for this election. And let me take you through and show you that what are the preparations. This is the time then where at Agartala now we can see the people and the voters of Agartala, they have arrived for voting in the polling booths here in Agartala.
All right, so that's good to see that there is some sort of security as well. This is amid a bomb thrown that is being reported with an attempt to intimidate voters. It's a triangular contest, remember, but it will be about security to ensure free and fair. And Ritvik is on the ground. Ritvik will be getting all the latest from Agartala in Tripura. So this, remember, is also going to be very crucial of what has happened. Bombing that could be low quality, but there's clearly an attempt there that could be alleging for intimidation of voters. Let's listen in to one of the eyewitnesses of the bombing here in Tripura.
আমি তো জীবনে আমার মানে কোনোদিন বুম দেখছি না আমার 28 বছর হয়ে যাইতাছে গা তো তারপর আমি আমার শাশুড়ি কইছি মা আগুন আগুন কই তোমার 5 সেকেন্ড দেরি হইছে ঠাস করে বুমটা ফুটে গেছে গা ঠাস করে আমার ছেলে আমার শাশুড়ি আমরা কিচেনে আমার গিয়া দেখেন কিচেনের মধ্যে থাল ফইরা দিছে এই দিক কাছে মানুষ করে যারা এত নবদি আমার জামাইর পিছনে দম কাইছে যে আমার জামাই রাজনীতি করে কি লিগা হ্যাঁ আমার ছেলে হলো মাত্র 5 প্লাস বুঝছেননি এই এরিয়ার কয়েকজন আমার জামাইয়ের দমকা ফাইলে মাইরে নেব কুবাইলে নেব আমার জামাইয়ের অস্তিত্ব রাখতো না আমার জামাই জাস্ট সিপিএম করে দেখা তোরা বিজেপি কর আমার জামাই সিপিএম করে দুই পার্টি না করে ফাটিয়েইব
So this is a high voltage elections clearly. Tripura is set to face its election, and this, remember, is year's first election battle for assembly and of course the road to 2024. Preparations have been made. Of course, the hope for a fair and free election to the 60-member Tripura assembly. 259 candidates are in the fray. There are checks that are being done before the ballots are officially open to the voters. Voting will be held under tight security, and the counting for this election will be done on 2nd March. What you're looking at are the candidates and the parties in the fray. A triangular contest, ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, anti-incumbency that it is facing. It faces off with the left parties, the Congress, as well as you can see regional player Tripura Mota on the other hand, which comes from the erstwhile royal family of Tripura. So let's go on the ground quickly, because in Agartala is my colleague Milan Sharma, who's from Delhi, now in Tripura for the elections this time. Milan, how are you looking at the checks that have been done of the ballots? Is there queue already? It's so exciting because always who is the first to cast vote clearly shows their own enthusiasm to participate too. What are you picking up?
Well, good morning, Pooja. And isn't it amazing that, this is the start to the year and we are here in Agartala, in Tripura, where elections are taking place. And of course, as you mentioned, this is not just the start to 2024. We are quite some time away from that, but a start to 2023 as well. That's going to witness a lot of high battle elections this year. But I want to show you that voter lines have already queued. Voters are already queued outside the polling stations. And there are women voters as well who've come out in the morning to vote. Of course, we've been talking about the high-stake battle for BJP. Will BJP be able to thwart the anti-incumbency? But I want to talk to women about what their issues are in Agartala. Ma'am, what is your voters' issue? Don't tell me the party's name, don't tell me the candidate's name, but what do women want to vote for this time?
First of all, I want to say issue is development.
Okay.
and we follow at the same time anti-corruption.
Anti-corruption.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
These are the main issues.
Development is a major issue for women. आपसे पूछ सकते हैं आपके लिए क्या मुद्दा है चुनाव का, वोट देने का?
वही हम लोग ये चाहते हैं डेवलपमेंट
एजुकेशन अच्छा होना चाहिए,
एजुकेशन
हाँ, अच्छा होना चाहिए और
सेफ्टी, लॉ एंड ऑर्डर,
यस यस ये ऑफ कोर्स एंड शांति का वातावरण भी रहना चाहिए।
शांति का वातावरण,
हाँ हाँ, महिला की तरफ, महिला की ओर से एक्स्ट्रा ज्यादा ध्यान देना।
तो आप लोग सुबह सुबह आ गए हैं वोट करने के लिए, सबसे पहला काम ये करेंगे, आज वोट करेंगे?
एक्चुअली एक हर कोई का खुद का एक रूटीन होता है ना, एक ही हम सोच लिया कि सुबह सुबह वोट देंगे तो बाद में निश्चित हो जाएगा, हम विल बी श्योर and then after then another part of our family work.
All right. Pooja, of course, women want to make sure that they come out to vote first. And of course, it's wee hours of the morning here. Polling is already witnessing queues of men and women who are ready and in line to vote right now. But of course, you heard these women, you know, women's safety, law and order, development in the state of Tripura is very important to women. Of course, we know that it's a battle between many parties in this state. It's
Milan,
not
try
just
and get more
the
voices.
BJP,
Go ahead, because women, as we heard, have a lot of multitasking schedule. You do the vote, then you have to do the ghar ka kaam also and other things. What do the men, for example, have to say? Do you see any young faces, perhaps in the early 20s? Go look around if someone's willing to speak. Of course, we don't want to know who they're voting for, but why?
No, absolutely. Yes. Yes, of course. I'll also try to get in a word with some of the men here who have also queued up this morning for the poll battle, and I'm going to speak to a few. Sir, आप लोग भी सुबह अर्ली मॉर्निंग वोट करने के लिए आए हैं। मुझे पार्टी का नाम और कैंडिडेट का नाम नहीं बताइएगा, लेकिन आप लोगों के लिए मुद्दा क्या है इस चुनाव में त्रिपुरा में?
त्रिपुरा में चुनाव पहले सब जनगण त्रिपुरा जन शांति चाहते हैं।
अच्छा, शांति
के लिए वोट देना यहाँ पर आज सब लोग यहाँ पर आया है। शांति होगा सब ठीक होगा।
अच्छा,
शांति
और
शांति होगा तो सब एजुकेशन को, नारी सुरक्षा, जो भी काज शांति होना चाहिए सब काज हो जाएगा।
नारी सुरक्षा भी होना चाहिए,
सब चाहिए,
शांति में चाहिए,
शांति चाहिए।
हाँ,
हम लोग शांति चाहिए वोट देने के लिए, वो शांति ठीक ठाक होने चाहिए वोट देने के लिए। फिर भी वोट देने के बाद जो भी आएगा और हमारे लिए, देश के लिए शांति मिल जाएगा।
So, Pooja, getting a sense that people are very serious about peace and law and order within the state of Tripura, and especially after last night's incident, of course, we are looking at a peaceful polling that should happen, but in Bishalgarh area, there was already attempts to create panic among the voters with bombings that have taken place, and the incident that has been taken into cognizance by the state police as well. And as I was mentioning, that Congress and left this time have allied together in the state of Tripura. Of course, you know, not losing out big last time as well, as the BJP was able to bag 36 seats, the overall electorate of 60 seats, which kind of talks about the voter sentiment in Tripura, Agartala also, and in adjoining areas of the state as well, because people here want to understand what BJP can bring now in terms of development. Of course, the Tripta Motha party and its chief Pradyot Deb Barma could be a kingmaker when it comes to talking about the issues of the
keep tracking the latest.
Here,
what you said is very interesting, because we want to keep getting the voices of some of the parties as well. But and keep talking, and when I come to you in a short while, what Milan is getting us is very interesting. People in the cities may think it's very unusual to hear of peace, but for a state like Tripura, and when you have a bombing on the day of the voting, peace, security is on top of the mind for any voter. So it remains to be seen who they vote for. But one of the candidates and one of the parties that interestingly had cropped up this time specifically for elections as well from the erstwhile royal family. India Today spoke to the Tripura Motha party chairperson Pradyot Deb Barma, who's from the erstwhile royal family of Tripura. Here's what he had said.
Pradyot, let's start with the big question. Are you in this election
as kingmaker, to be king, or simply to be a vote cutter? What is the role of the Tripura Mota in this election?
I don't think that in a democracy it's good to use words like king and kingmaker. I think kings are made by God and kingmakers are also appointed by God. I think in this election we are basically trying to prove a point that the indigenous people of Tripura, who are actually the original inhabitants of the land, need their rights to be restored.
So are you calling for a separate state within a state? Are you calling under Article 2 and 3 of the Constitution, do you want a separate state within Tripura?
I have a point of view which has been over the years that we should have a separate state under Article 2 and 3. We are also open to an idea of a solution, a constitutional solution. But that solution has to be given to us in writing so that we can go and show to the people if that is enough or not. This is a make and break movement for all of us, the entire community, because there will be delimitation in 2025-26 and then the real irony will be seen.
But you are a dynast in a way.
Yes,
and the Congress party has often been accused of being a party of dynasts. You were close to the Gandhis, and one of the reasons why the Gandhis are seen to have lost out in the Modi era is they are perceived as dynasts. The Namdar versus Kamdar. So are you a Kamdar or a Namdar?
मैं राजनीति करता हूँ, मैं राजनीति नहीं करता हूँ.
राजनीति करते हो.
So if you see that whatever I've done, I probably was a politician till I decided to start my party, and now we are heading a movement. Much like you keep on saying after every elections that you will quit. I also don't want to continue in politics for the rest of my life. I would rather do things which are my passion, like music, sports, cooking, gardening. I'm very fond of animals, traveling, get married. And the fact is that these are the things which I would rather do, but this is a commitment that I've given to my people and my community, and till the time I don't take it to a logical conclusion, I cannot desert them. That's why I have not compromised till now, and I don't intend to dilute the people's aspirations. I'm being very honest about that. I have better things to do in life, but this is my commitment which I had given to my people, and also I owe it to my ancestors in a certain way.
One final time I'm going to ask you, if on this very dinner table, we have Amit Shah and Hemanta Biswa sitting with you one day, and the next day Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, whom you know well, also sitting on the same table. Whom will you say, I'm coming along with you if Tripura throws up a hung assembly?
The fact is that deals or negotiations are never done over a dining table. It is done in the public knowledge. And all I want is transparency in a negotiation with anyone, whether it is the Congress, the Communists, Yechuri Saab, or the Government of India.
So let's get you other parties' reactions as well. CPM leader, former Chief Minister Manik Sarkar spoke to India today about the possibility of BJP and whether it can return to power, or what does its prospects look like, and what about the left itself. Here's what he had to say. Very interesting.
We have appealed to all democratic-minded people, organizations, parties, and secular-minded people, organization, parties, because this secular fabric which was there during left-front government, that has been actually under severe attack, and because of which the minorities communities are suffering from mental pressure because of BJP government's onslaught.
Well, getting you now the big story, which is on for the third day, and it is the Income Tax Department searches or survey at the BBC office. It's been over 40 hours, counting. Survey at the premises of the BBC in Delhi and Mumbai are still ongoing. There is no official statement on the reasons behind this search. Now, the company has asked the employees in the country to be ready for questioning and cooperate if required. But also, sources have told us that employees at the BBC have been asked to work from home since further notice. This, remember, with the searches that are on at the premises too. Security has meanwhile been tightened outside the BBC office after a Hindu Sena approached the office and started to chant BBC Leave India. The political showdown also meanwhile continues. So apart from the survey or the search as it is, it's the political upheaval. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has hit out at the Bharatiya Janata Party brazenly and saying that it's the hounding of those who speak the truth. And this is just in addition to all the united opposition attacks against the BJP.
देखिए, हमारे देश में कोई भी बाहर की विदेशी ताकतें आकर हमारे देश की अपना शांति को खराब करने की कोशिश करेंगी तो ये अपना किसी के लिए भी सेहत के लिए ठीक नहीं है। और अभी जो अपना बीबीसी के कार्यालयों पर सारी एजेंसीज वहाँ पे अपना सर्च कर रही हैं, अब इसके बाद में कोई भी टिप्पणी उनके बाद ही अपना दे पाएंगे कि उसमें अपना सर्च में क्या निकलता है।
उन्होंने एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई मोदी साहब के बारे में और उनको यह एहसास दिलाया जा रहा है कि आपने डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई है इसलिए आपको सज़ा दी जाएगी। आज भारत के अंदर जो भी प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ, भारत सरकार के खिलाफ, बीजेपी की सरकार के खिलाफ बोलेगा उसकी ज़बान काट दी जाएगी, उसकी आवाज़ बंद कर दी जाएगी। ये एक मैसेज है जो दिया जा रहा है।
एडिटर्स गिल्ड ने, प्रेस काउंसिल ने इसका कंडेम किया है, मजम्मत की है इसकी, और सही उन्होंने डिसीजन लिया है। फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, सहाफ़ी आज़ादी जमहूरियत की बका के लिए, जमहूरियत की जिंदा रहने के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। और इसका टाइमिंग देख लीजिए कि उन्होंने वीडियो निकाला गुजरात में जो 2002 में जेनोसाइड हुआ, उसको बैन लगाया आपने अंग्रेजों के बनाए हुए कानून के तहत, और उसके बाद आपने ये सर्वे या रेड क्या चल रहा है। तो इससे मैसेज क्या जा रहा है कि आप फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस नहीं चाहते हैं।
Under shocker from Tamil Nadu, remember after the hacking of a man to death who was actually a soldier of the Indian Army, DMK councillor Chinnasamy has been arrested finally. Chinnasamy was on the run after his aide killed a soldier over the argument over washing clothes near a water tank in Tamil Nadu's Krishnagiri. The soldier and his brother Prabhakaran were using a water facility in the area. It led to an argument after Chinnasamy intervened, and from a verbal spat became a physical scuffle, a confrontation that occurred leading to the death of the Jawan. And ever since, Chinnasamy had been on the run. Based on Prabhakaran's complaint and that of his brother, the police eventually arrested 6 men, including Chinnasamy and his son Raja Pandey. They had been absconding since the police were looking for them. But this has now become a huge political issue. The opposition is gunning for the Chief Minister M.K. Stalin directly, and very importantly, Stalin has been conspicuous by his silence over this horror.
The absolute lawlessness is there in Tamil Nadu, and law and order is deteriorating. This is because of the carelessness and the attitude, the lackluster attitude of Mr. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We strongly condemn this. A severe action should be taken, but the police department's hands are, being curtailed by the DMK, and this is what is happening, and I don't think Mr. Stalin can stop this.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things. If DMK man is involved, we have already taken action against many men who were involved in criminal activities. The same will apply to anybody. Our CM is very strong that the DMK, whoever it is, whether he belongs to DMK or not, if there is a crime committed, the criminal will be punished.
Time for a quick commercial break, but when I return, I take you to Turkey because it's the survivors over 1 week later still being rescued by some of the personnel. But it's also the death toll that has now crossed 40,000. Let's get you both sides of that story after a very short break.
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political background.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
"250 hours after the devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria, 7.8 magnitude earthquake had struck, leading to the loss of life of over 40,000 people. But there is still hope for survivors. There are people who are still being pulled out alive a week since they were caught under the debris of concrete. This, remember, also thanks to the non-stop efforts to rescue personnel, medical services and the world that stands with Turkey at this point. Take a look.
It's been more than a week, but rescue efforts continue in quake-hit Turkey. From under the rubble in Adıyaman, a 77-year-old woman was rescued 212 hours after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey and Syria. Fatma Gungor had been under the wreckage when the rescue team pulled her out. This 42-year-old woman was rescued 222 hours after being buried in the rubble of a building that collapsed in a devastating earthquake in Kahramanmaraş. After 203 hours, this woman was rescued from the rubble of a building in the southern Turkish city of Hatay. International rescue teams, along with locals, have not given up hope, and they are still on their toes to rescue every life from under the rubble.
We arrived here in Hatay on Saturday, and since then we have not stopped seeing how there are people who are being rescued alive every day. So we think there's still a chance there are people below the rubble, and we should keep looking.
Not only human life, even pets are precious, like this furry best friend of a family that lost its home in the earthquake. The combined death toll in Turkey and Syria has crossed 41,000. UN authorities have said the focus of the aid effort has now shifted to helping people struggling without shelter or enough food in the bitter cold. But rescuers are still pulling survivors out more than a week after the quake hit. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin for now. But don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Have a great day coming up. Thank you very much for watching.
Do you have a sweet tooth that you just can't help? The more you consume, the more you want. And that is how sugar gets us hooked. But for those wanting to break sugar addiction, there is hope. There are ways to do it, and there are several alternatives. First of all, let's tell you all about sugar and how much you'd actually end up consuming. Adults are to consume 5 teaspoons a day. That's how much women should consume. Men should consume 9, kids not more than 3 to 4. Let's now take a look at how much we're ending up consuming. Men and women are consuming about 22 teaspoons a day. Kids are consuming 24. Cut sugar from your diet and do yourself a favor. There are several advantages of sugar reduction. It will reduce your acid reflux. It controls irritable bowel syndrome. It reduces joint pains, brings down anxiety and fatigue, also tackles migraine. How then can you bid goodbye to sugar? Make a decision to do it now. Quit cold turkey. No added sugar in anything whatsoever. Go sugarless in your drinks. Tea and coffee without sugar. Reduce starch. Go for non-starchy vegetables like mushrooms, onions, green beans. Manage your stress. Well, if you do, your cortisol levels will be in check. Hunger, cravings will be in check. Get good sleep for lesser hunger pangs and better management of cravings. Here are the foods to pick and choose from if your cravings won't leave you. Go for a piece of fruit. Berries are rich in fiber and sweet. Sugar-free gum or mint is a great way to control your sugar cravings. Yogurt is a healthy snack that is high in protein and rich in calcium. Dates are the dried fruit of the date palm tree, which are highly nutritious and very sweet. Sweet potatoes are nutritious, sweet, and very filling. If you're craving something sweet, you can go for smoothies as well. Also, prunes, just like dates, are full of fiber and nutrients and are very sweet. Having the odd sweet treat is fine for most people, so you really shouldn't feel guilty if you occasionally indulge. The sugars you must skip are sugars that come from ultra-processed and packaged foods.
Co-powered by Jaguar. Discover the magic of smart lights. Driven by Hyundai Ioniq 5, the all-electric SUV.
Good morning and welcome. Officially, it's the start to the election season of this year, 2023. I'm Pooja Shali. I'll be getting you all the latest. Tripura goes to elections the day of polling today. Let's begin first with the headlines. Tripura kicks off voting for 60 assembly seats. The Bharatiya Janata Party versus Congress and left a triangular fight for Tripura. But it's the day 3 that continues of the Income Tax Department search and survey at the BBC office in Delhi and Mumbai. 42 hours and counting. BBC has meanwhile told its employees to work from home and be ready for questioning if required. Soldier beaten to death by a DMK Neta. Army man thrashed over an argument over washing clothes. BJP has now targeted the Dravida Munetru Karugam, questioning Chief Minister Stalin of Tamil Nadu. It's an alert over the ISI-backed Khalistani plot. Punjab police step up state border vigil. Dressed like Bhindranwale, self-styled Khalistani ideologue preaching secession from India. In sports news, Indian women team beat West Indies in their second match of the T20 World Cup. Clearly, they are on a blazing spree. Now, level on points with England in their group.
Easily feasted on. Out to square leg.
So today is officially a start to the election season of 2023. It's the northeastern state of Tripura that faces polling today. And we're talking about, remember, a triangular contest. So it's not just about the Bharatiya Janata Party, the Congress on the left, but also Pradyut Barman of the erstwhile royal family has also jumped into the fray. So what are we talking about? Look closely on your screen. 60 constituencies, 259 candidates, voting being held under tight security. Counting of this election will be on 2nd March. Ruling BJP in the state is battling anti-incumbency. It faces off Left and Congress alliance as well as a key regional player, Tripura Mota, on the other hand.
अभी जो वोट शांतिपूर्ण हो रहा है हैं 4 बजे से जो होने से त्रिपुरा में बस शांति बस सुकून मिल जाएगा। कुछ दिन पहले वो वोट इलेक्शन हो रहा, बाई इलेक्शन भी हो रहा है, हुआ पुर निगम भी वोट हुआ, शांतिपूर्ण वोट नहीं हुआ। अभी जो वोट हो रहा है ना, जब लाइन देखे कितना लाइन चल रहा है, तभी शांतिपूर्ण होने से पुर निगम में हम वोट नहीं दिया नहीं, बाई इलेक्शन में वोट नहीं दिया। अभी आज असेंबली इलेक्शन में हम वोट दे रहे हैं।
मेरे लिए तो मेन मुद्दा है लॉ एंड ऑर्डर बजाय रहे पीस, क्योंकि अगर हम जब भी निकले, वीमेन जब भी घर से निकले तो कोई परेशानी ना हो कि वो रात का ही दिन हो या बहुत कुछ प्रॉब्लम, मतलब कोई ट्रांसपोर्ट फ्री मिल जाए, सब कुछ मिल जाए। और डेवलपमेंट होना चाहिए त्रिपुरा में, जो डेवलपमेंट और दूसरे स्टेट में हो रहा है वो त्रिपुरा में भी हो जाए।
ज़्यादातर लोग जो उम्र के होते हैं वो लोग सुबह को आके मतदान करते हैं ताकि कोई हालांकि दिक्कत ना हो इसलिए, और पहले मतदान फिर उसके बाद जलपान, वही सब फॉलो करते हैं।
Polling for the Tripura Assembly election is about to start. What we can see, it is 7 in the morning and people have started arriving here at the polling booth. Let me tell you that during this election in the state of Tripura, that at least 400 companies of central forces have been deployed. The security has been beefed up around Agartala and many other places of Tripura. And this time around, this election will see several top parties will be contesting in this election. But we can see that in Agartala, we can say that people are arriving early in the morning. Let's go and talk to them. Good morning, Dada. क्या होता है अगरतला में? क्या आप लोग सुबह सुबह जल्दी आ जाते हैं यहाँ पर? क्या ट्रेन रहता है चुनाव?
यस एकदम सुबह चले आते हैं।
तो क्या मैडम आप भी लग रहे थे कि सुबह मॉर्निंग वॉक के निकले थे, क्या यही अगरतला में होता है सुबह सुबह वोटिंग डालने ज़्यादा आने की?
हाँ, ये एक ट्रेंड है सुबह सुबह आने की वोटिंग। एक्चुअली एक उत्सव का माहौल हम लोग इस सोचते हैं।
यानी आप भी ऐसे ही सोचते होंगे कि पहले मतदान उसके बाद जलपान?
हाँ बिल्कुल, क्योंकि ये हमारा अधिकार है ना, वो अधिकार ये करना चाहिए।
So, आपका भी ऐसा ही कहना है मैडम?
हाँ मैं भी ऐसा ही, जल्दी जल्दी देना बहुत अच्छा है।
So these are the facts that what we are given to understand by the voters here in Agartala.
So remember, it will be very high stakes for the Bharatiya Janata Party specifically. It's a ruling party. It wants to return to power, northeastern state adjacent to Bengal. But will it be able to? But what the BJP did, despite being in the government, was ensured all the big guns, Prime Minister Modi, Home Minister Amit Shah, JP Nadda, BJP chief, were all there during the electioneering as well. Here's a recap of what had happened and what the party has to say.
ये निश्चित रूप से डबल इंजन सरकार के कारण संभव हो रहा है। अगर यहां लेफ्ट की सरकार रहती तो मैं दिल्ली से कितनी भी कोशिश करता, यहां ये काम इतनी तेजी से ही नहीं हो पाता। इसलिए याद रखिएगा, त्रिपुरा को चाहिए डबल इंजन सरकार।
आपने कई साल तक कांग्रेस का शासन देखा है, 27 साल तक कम्युनिस्टों का शासन देखा है। ये दोनों ने त्रिपुरा के विकास के लिए, त्रिपुरा के गरीबों के लिए, त्रिपुरा के आदिवासियों के लिए कुछ नहीं।
नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भारतीय जनता पार्टी मजबूती से आगे बढ़े, इसके लिए हमारा ये सोची समझे तरीके से पार्टी एक्सपैंड करे, उसका बेस एक्सपैंड करे, विचारधारा एक्सपैंड करे। और नॉर्थ ईस्ट एक ऐसा एरिया है जिसमें भारतीय जनता पार्टी के स्कोप एक्सपेंशन का है, उसको हम पूरी ताकत से आगे बढ़ाने का प्रयास कर रहे हैं। हर चुनाव को हम पूरी मजबूती के साथ ही लड़ते हैं और इसलिए नॉर्थ ईस्ट पर पूरी कंसंट्रेशन की है। और इस कंसंट्रेशन का ही नतीजा है कि हम असम में हमने दोबारा सरकार बना ली, हम त्रिपुरा में दोबारा सरकार बनाने जा रहे हैं।
On a day like this, I want to directly toss to the ground because my colleague Milan Sharma has been speaking to voters who've been already queuing up even before 7 a.m. when the voting had just started. Milan, over to you now. What are the numbers looking like? Are we looking at more men, more women, more youngsters? Any sort of demography there? Do tell us about the excitement and security, importantly, because just to tell our viewers, there's been a bombing that took place hours before polling in Tripura. Milan, over to you.
Well, Pooja, a little bit of chaos here at the center of the polling in Agartala as CM face Manik Saha has just arrived to vote over here. And of course, amid tight security, he is here talking to the media as well. The statement that he's given on the CPIM bombing attack in Bishalgarh, he said that that is the culture of CPIM. Of course, the police is investigating the matter, but at the Agartala's polling booth where we were expecting Manik Saha, CM face of the BJP. So I'm just going to try and speak with him and try and get a reaction from him. Sir, okay, he's faced that way, so we're just trying to go through to get a reaction from the Chief Minister's face here, and he's talking to the local media, Pooja, but we'll try and get in a reaction from him. Right, so of course there's a bit of a chaos. You know how these things are during an election.
Go ahead, Milan, show us around.
Media here.
We'll quickly dip into what Manik Saha also has to say. What are you looking at around in that area in the voting? Yes. Have people queued up as well?
No, of course. With the people who are here, there's a line here we are showing you, and Mr. Manik Saha is just standing, just a little bit away from the line here. And
डॉक्टर मानिक साहब हमारे साथ हैं। मानिक साहब, अभी तक आपको क्या लग रहा है इस समय तक का इस बार पूरे चुनाव प्रचार को देखने के बाद क्या लग रहा है?
तो आप देखिए मैडम, आप अभी घर से निकल रहे हैं, अपना अपना वोटाधिकार प्रयोग कर रहे हैं, और आने वाले दिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सरकार यहाँ पर बनेगा।
तो सबसे बड़ी चुनौती के तौर पे आप और हिंसा की जो घटना
चुनौती है, ये लोग हिंसा ना करें। अच्छा, और जो इनका ये हमारे साथ चुनौती है, हिंसा ना करें।
और रात की घटना के बाद आपने कुछ और अलग से इंतजाम किए गए हैं सुरक्षा के?
ये तो अपना इलेक्शन कमीशन की जरूरत करेंगे।
इंडिया टुडे प्लीज थोड़ा साइड कर लीजिए। क्यों साइड कर लेंगे सर? इधर भेजिए
थोड़ा यार, ये कहाँ से?
हेलो हेलो सर, थोड़ा इस साइड। अरे उसको हटवा दो।
क्यों हटाएंगे?
So that is Manik Saha, the Chief Minister. Till now, whether he'll be able to return remains to be seen. Milan Sharma, still on the ground. Milan Sharma continues to get us the latest about the situation that's unfolding. Remember, there is security because there was a bombing, but people are still queuing up. They want to vote. And Milan Sharma has been speaking to them. Milan, what are the voters voting on? What are their issues? And do tell us also about the security after the bombing. What exactly had happened last night?
Pooja, there was an attempt to create panic among the voters in Bishalgarh. This area happens to be very volatile when it comes to the voter sentiment as well. And of course, it is being said that it was perpetrated by one of the parties, but of course, it's a matter of investigation. The BJP there saying that this is the culture of the CPIM, blazing guns at the left parties. And, as the Chief Minister's face is also standing by to cast his vote. So I just want to show you from here. He's in a queue and there are people who are wanting to speak with him because he's standing in the queue. But I'll also take in a word from the voters who have gathered here to vote early this morning. And I just want to ask what the voters feel like. आप बताइए, यहाँ पे CM फेस वोट करने के लिए आए हैं मानिक साहब, बहुत केओस हो रहा है पोलिंग बूथ में। आप लोग कितने वक्त से यहाँ पर खड़े हैं?
बहुत 1 घंटे से खड़ा है।
हाँ। अच्छा, आपके लिए वोटिंग का मुद्दा क्या रहेगा? सीएम फेस भी यहीं पे है मानिक साहब, लेकिन पार्टी का नाम मत लीजिएगा, वोटिंग का मुद्दा बताइएगा। विकास के लिए वोट करेंगे। विकास।
Standing for 1 hour. Ask them what is the reason. It shouldn't take so long for a voter to go ahead and wait for 1 hour to vote in early morning.
No, that is because, Pooja, the lines have continued even before 7 a.m., even before the voting began. People had started queuing up, and some of them are waiting because there's heavy rush in the morning time. I'm speaking to people who are talking about development being one of the prime issues for them to vote. I also want to ask, sir, त्रिपुरा में अक्सर लोग ऐसा कहते हैं कि शांति चाहिए, माहौल पहले से खराब रहता था, क्या भारतीय जनता पार्टी के आने के बाद माहौल कुछ बदला है त्रिपुरा में?
Some increased, some development.
Some development, but you want to vote for development. Okay, so just trying to get in a reaction from voters, Pooja, because of course it's not just about the BJP, it's also about the left and Congress coming in together. And since the narrative that has been spun in Tripura is right now BJP versus the others, so that also includes Tripura Mota, the party that is heavily banking on the tribal votes. There are 19 tribal communities that form part of Tripura's
in fact,
voter
Milan,
population.
what you've said is also very crucial, because then I want to also apprise my viewers of these other parties, the third player that is coming. Keep tracking all the latest on that. Good to see there are voters queuing up. That the delay is primarily because there are so many people. But so there is on one side the Bharatiya Janata Party, which is the ruling party, will want to return. There is an alliance of the Congress and the left parties. But there are also third player, which is a very local player and therefore very crucial. From the erstwhile royal family, it is the Tripura Mota, Pradyut Dev Burman. Many are calling him whether he will be, as has been a king, to a kingmaker. What did he tell India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai on a campaign trail? Check this out.
Pradyut, let's start with the big question. Are you in this election as kingmaker, to be king, or simply to be a vote cutter? What is the role of the Tripura Mota in this election?
I don't think that in a democracy it's good to use words like king and kingmaker. I think kings are made by God, and kingmakers are also appointed by God. I think in this election we are basically trying to prove a point that the indigenous people of Tripura, who are actually the original inhabitants of the land, need their rights to be restored.
So are you calling for a separate state within a state? Are you calling under Article 2 and 3 of the Constitution, do you want a separate state within Tripura?
I have a point of view which has been over the years, that we should have a separate state under Article 2 and 3. We are also open to an idea of a solution, a constitutional solution. But that solution has to be given to us in writing so that we can go and show to the people if that is enough or not. This is a make and break movement for all of us, the entire community, because there will be delimitation in 2025-26, and then the real irony will be seen.
But you are a dynast in a way,
Yes,
and the Congress party has often been accused of being a party of dynasts. You were close to the Gandhis, and one of the reasons why the Gandhis are seen to have lost out in the Modi era is they are perceived as dynasts. The Namdar versus Kamdar. So are you a Kamdar or a Namdar?
मैं राजनीति करता हूँ, मैं राजनीति नहीं करता हूँ.
राजनीति करते हो?
So if you see that whatever I've done, I probably was a politician till I decided to start my party, and now we are heading a movement, much like you keep on saying after every elections that you will quit. I also don't want to continue in politics for the rest of my life. I would rather do things which are my passion, like music, sports, cooking, gardening. I'm very fond of animals, traveling, get married. And the fact is that these are the things which I would rather do, but this is a commitment that I've given to my people and my community, and till the time I don't take it to a logical conclusion, I cannot desert them. That's why I have not compromised till now, and I don't intend to dilute the people's aspirations. I'm being very honest about that. I have better things to do in life, but this is my commitment which I had given to my people, and also I owe it to my ancestors in a certain way.
One final time I'm going to ask you, if on this very dinner table, we have Amit Shah and Hemanta Biswa sitting with you one day, and the next day Rahul Gandhi and Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, whom you know well, also sitting on the same table. Whom will you say, I'm coming along with you if Tripura throws up a hung assembly?
The fact is that deals or negotiations are never done over a dining table. It is done in the public knowledge. And all I want is transparency in a negotiation with anyone, whether it is the Congress, the Communists, Yechuri Saab, or the government of India.
Let's now bring you the third player, which is the Left Congress Alliance. Now, it's the left parties. For example, senior leader of the CPM, Manik Sarkar, charging at the BJP, which has been in the government. Here's what he has to say and what are the chances of Communist Party taking to the government in Tripura. Take a look at this.
And with me is one of the most influential leaders of the politics of Tripura, Manik Sarkar. Sir, you have been a veteran of the politics of Tripura. You have been the longest serving chief minister of Tripura. One simple question: why are you not contesting in this particular election?
You see, I have been contesting elections since 1979. 5 years I discharged the responsibilities of Chief Whip, then 20 years Chief Minister, then 5 years Leader of the Opposition. It's a long time actually I have already passed. So in this situation, what I thought, new people are coming, younger, they shall have to provide space. They have to grow, they have to develop. Gradually, they shall have to take up the responsibilities of leadership. So if we don't provide any space to them, how they would develop? Keeping that in mind, I have taken this decision, and my party leadership, right from the party Politburo to the Tripura State Committee, ultimately they have convinced they could not actually oppose or deny my argument.
News coming in from Maharashtra that the NCP leader has been booked for assault and attempt to murder. This is big news coming in. A senior leader of the NCP, Jitendra Awad, is now facing a case of attempt to murder. NCP Neta has been had attacked, allegedly Thane civic body's official. The workers were angry because the Thane Municipal Corporation official had filed a police complaint against Vikram Khankar and raised unauthorized constructions in the constituency of Jitendra Awad. But before fleeing from the spot, after security guards had come to the official rescue, the assailants, some of whom were carrying weapons, allegedly threatened that the next time they will, and I quote them here, finish the job. So clearly a scary situation there in Maharashtra. These are the visuals on your screen. So there was, as it appeared, a municipal corporation initiative to remove some encroachments or properties in the constituency. And because this was Jitendra Awad's constituency, some of his men landed up. There's been an attempt to murder case that has been filed against him. Eventually, the official who was being attacked and targeted, allegedly by NCP's men, was rescued by the security guards who landed up just in time. But by then, the situation had turned precarious, specifically for the official of the municipal corporation. The men are also being threatened with that next time we will finish the job. Sounds clearly like a threat. Listen in first to what Jitendra Awad said.
मैं 40 लाख रुपया कमाता हूँ, दिन का 20 लाख रुपया बांटता हूँ। ऐसी बातें हो रही है।
40 लाख रुपया दिन का कमाने का
अभी ये 40 लाख रुपया म्यूनसिपैलिटी में एक अधिकारी कमाता है, तो उसको आयुक्त ने देखना चाहिए, मैं क्या देखूंगा?
All right, so that's what Jitendra Awad is saying in his defense, and we'll quickly try to get our reporter on the ground as well. But you're looking at the visuals coming in from Thane in Maharashtra, where the municipal corporation was removing some property in an area which was the constituency of Jitendra Awad and led to a full-blown scuffle as well. All right, news coming in that the DMK councillor Chinnasamy has been finally taken into arrest by the Tamil Nadu police. This, remember, in the case of the death of an army man over a small dispute over washing clothes that then turned to a verbal spat and literally to murder. You're looking at the visuals coming in of the deceased, and after he was attacked in that dispute that had taken place. Remember, Chinnasamy was absconding with his aide after killing a soldier over the issue of washing clothes near a water tank in Tamil Nadu's Krishnagiri. The soldier and his brother Prabhakaran were using a facility when this verbal spat started, following with a confrontation that occurred, eventually leading to the Jawan losing his life due to the injuries. Based on this complaint, 6 men, including Chinnasamy and his son Raja Pandey, have now been arrested. But the opposition has escalated this matter. They are saying that this is also about Chief Minister M.K. Stalin's silence over this grave issue.
The absolute lawlessness is there in Tamil Nadu, and law and order is deteriorating. This is because of the carelessness and the attitude, the lackluster attitude of Mr. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We strongly condemn this. A severe action should be taken, but the police department's hands are, being curtailed by the DMK, and this is what is happening. And I don't think Mr. Stalin can stop this.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things. If DMK man is involved, we have already taken action against many men who were involved in criminal activities. The same will apply to anybody. Our CM is very strong that the DMK, whoever it is, whether he belongs to DMK or not, if there is a crime committed, the criminal will be punished.
Starting from abusing governor, starting from abusing women, and going to the extent of killing an army jawan, clearly shows that the police are mute spectators in the hands of DMK leader M.K. Stalin. They are puppets, and they are being used only to avenge vendetta against us, AIDMK and leaders. Mr. Stalin, under your regime, Tamil Nadu has to hang its head in shame because we couldn't protect an army jawan under your rule, and you as a head of the state and you as a chief minister don't have time to send out a message to the people of Tamil Nadu or to your own party men.
Let's get an update now from India Today's Shilpa Nair for the latest. Shilpa, any word from the Chief Minister or senior leaders of the DMK, because they're clearly conspicuous by his silence of such a grave issue leading to literally a murder of a man over a small verbal issue?
Well, that's right, Pooja. In fact, so far no statement has come in from the Chief Minister's side, or for that matter from any other DMK leader. But what all of them say is that let law take its course. These men who've been accused of this, serious issue, the murder of an army jawan, they have been arrested, is what the DMK leaders are also saying. So, this has nothing to do with politics. This has nothing to do with the DMK, is what many of these leaders are saying. The police, of course, arrested all 9 accused in the case, including the DMK councillor Chinnasamy last evening. Chinnasamy, along with 2 others, were absconding for a while, but they were, of course, nabbed by the police, and all of them who were involved in the murder of Army Jawan Prabhu has been arrested by the police. And the politics, of course, there's a lot of opposition coming in from, the parties here in Tamil Nadu. In fact,
yes,
the BJP has today announced a statewide protest against the DMK government, one against the silence of the Chief Minister, and also against the law and order situation in Tamil Nadu. They say, DMK party functionaries behave in a very arrogant manner. They behave in a very high-handed manner, and that is the reason why they are staging this protest. So clearly there's a lot of pressure mounting on the DMK government, but as far as they're concerned, they say that the police department has taken action. All the 9 accused in the case have been arrested.
All right, Shilpa, please keep tracking the latest on that. I'm heading across to more news coming in from Karnataka, but stay tuned for what is now developing. And if M.K. Stalin will give out a statement, Shilpa will be tracking the latest. Shilpa. Election bout Karnataka is more about Tipu Sultan than issues on the ground. And now Siddaramaiah, senior leader of the Congress party and former chief minister, has responded to Minister Ashwath Narayan. Remember the allegations that had come forth over Tipu Sultan, Ram and Hanuman. Now Siddaramaiah has reacted to Ashwath Narayan's statement of thrashing Siddaramaiah like how Tipu Sultan was thrashed. Siddaramaiah compares the minister to a demon. Here's what Siddaramaiah said.
ಅವರು ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ರಾಕ್ಷಸರು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೀವು. ಮಾಜಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರನ್ನು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ರೀತಿ ಒಡೆದು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಹೊಡೆದಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹೊಡೆದಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಜಾಗಕ್ಕೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಬಂದಾಗೆ.
Eventually, remember, people who have to vote will decide which party will suit their issues better. I'm heading to a very short break, but when I return, it is day 3 of the Income Tax Department searches at the BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai. 42 hours and counting. Employees have been told to work from home temporarily and also be ready to cooperate with the agencies if required for questioning. We get you the latest after a break.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other, chronicling India Inc.'s journey through time. Now, at 31 years, Business Today presents the future. Mission 2047, Road to India at 100. With Indian industry's biggest stalwarts and an exclusive interview with Google CEO Sundar Pichai.
How old are you? You know, I'm just wearing my dead boyfriend's shirt and texting his old number.
Rob, wanted to make sure you got one of these.
I have a phone.
You have a personal phone. This is a work phone.
I miss you so much. There's an aching inside of me. Do you have a question for me?
Yes, Mr. Yon. Do you really believe in all these things you sing?
Trailer of the much-anticipated film Love Again is out, and it features our very own Desi girl Priyanka Chopra along with Sam Hugan and Celine Dion.
Know nothing about it.
What?
Love.
Priyanka's husband Nick Jonas also makes a hilarious cameo appearance.
Take it a little slower. Yeah.
They're never gonna hold me down.
The film will showcase the story of Meera Chopra, who is grieving the death of her fiancé by texting love notes to his old number, which now belongs to Rob, who is a journalist, and a romantic connection begins to form.
I'm gonna go see her. These are from a literal stranger. I just need to put a face to these texts.
Do I know you?
The more I get to know her, the better I like her.
Things like this don't just happen. Love is a plan for each and every one of us.
Love Again is the film adaptation of Sophie Kramer's 2009 novel SMS Verditch, translating to Text for You, and will release in theatres on 12th May.
Sure. And I'm Mariah Carey.
Love comes to those who believe it, and this is really me.
Oh my gosh, hi.
Many who understand sustainability understand slow fashion is the way to go. So what's the problem? Slow fashion can be more expensive, and more often than not is expensive compared to fast fashion. But there is a solution. Reuse, repurpose. Alternatively, go for something called as a closet detox. You can sell a big label on a pre-loved fashion platform to make the planet a better one so that all of that does not go into the landfill. What's more, you can even buy pre-loved clothing. Celebrities have now caught on to the pre-loved trend. Recently, Alia Bhatt, Deepika Padukone, Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma indulged in a closet detox, setting off a pre-loved revolution in India. While you give your closet a second life, remember you are also giving your planet another life. And with that, don't forget to reuse, repurpose, or alternatively, join the pre-loved revolution in India. In New Delhi with Vaishnavi Kaharwar, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
"42 hours and counting for the Income Tax Department searches or survey, as they're calling it, at the BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai. This, remember, has been 42 hours of non-stop searches that continue. Meanwhile, some of the employees have been told to work from home temporarily and cooperate with the agency if and when required. This, meanwhile, is no official statement on the reasons behind the survey by the IT department yet. These are the latest developments that are coming in. Sources have revealed to India Today that employees have been told that until further notice they can work from home. But security has been tightened outside the BBC office after one outfit, Hindu Sena, approached at the office and started to chant BBC Leave India. But beyond all this is a political showdown that also has escalated. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has jumped in and has attacked the BJP, calling it brazenly hounding those who speak the truth. This, remember, is only addition of another political party after united opposition is targeting government at the centre and Prime Minister Modi specifically.
देखिए, हमारे देश में कोई भी बाहर की विदेशी ताकतें आकर हमारे देश की अपना शांति को खराब करने की कोशिश करेंगी तो ये अपना किसी के लिए भी सेहत के लिए ठीक नहीं है। और अभी जो अपना बीबीसी के कार्यालयों पर सारी एजेंसीज वहाँ पे अपना सर्च कर रही हैं। अब इसके बाद में कोई भी टिप्पणी उनके बाद ही अपना दे पाएंगे कि उसमें अपना सर्च में क्या निकलता है।
उन्होंने एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई मोदी साहब के बारे में और उनको यह एहसास दिलाया जा रहा है कि आपने डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई है इसलिए आपको सज़ा दी जाएगी। आज भारत के अंदर जो भी प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ, भारत सरकार के खिलाफ, बीजेपी की सरकार के खिलाफ बोलेगा उसकी ज़बान काट दी जाएगी, उसकी आवाज़ बंद कर दी जाएगी। ये एक मैसेज है जो दिया जा रहा है।
एडिटर्स गिल्ड ने, प्रेस काउंसिल ने इसका कंडेम किया है, मजम्मत की है इसकी, और सही उन्होंने डिसीजन लिया है। फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, सहाफ़ी आज़ादी जमहूरियत की बका के लिए, जमहूरियत की जिंदा रहने के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। और इसका टाइमिंग देख लीजिए कि उन्होंने वीडियो निकाला गुजरात में जो 2002 में जेनोसाइड हुआ, उसको बैन लगाया आपने अंग्रेजों के बनाए हुए कानून के तहत, और उसके बाद आपने ये सर्वे या रेड क्या चल रहा है। तो इससे मैसेज क्या जा रहा है कि आप फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस नहीं चाहते हैं।
नेशनली बोल रहे हैं, बीबीसी में जो आईसी की को लेकर सीएम ने नाराजगी जताई है, बोली कि उनका कहना ये है कि लीगल अगर कुछ होता है तो अच्छी बात है, बट इसके लिए पहले से नोटिस दे देनी चाहिए।
उनको वेट करना चाहिए ना, तो जब इंक्वायरी हो रही है, इंक्वायरी हो जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद वो बात कहें।
After the recent communal clashes in Jharkhand, politics has erupted with Asaduddin Owaisi jumping in and attacking the government at the centre and the Sangh Parivar. Owaisi is blaming the state government for the Palamu ruckus, and what he said, I quote him here, he's calling this a conspiracy of the Sangh Parivar. The Jharkhand government is fully responsible for this commotion and it's their failure. The rioters and the Sangh Parivar won in creating ruckus and the government failed in keeping the peace. So he's aiming for the state government of Jharkhand and basically saying it's the Sangh Parivar that initiated and that wanted this disturbance. But it is importantly the state government of Jharkhand. Why could they not ensure that there was peace just in time? Remember, just about a few hours ago, yesterday, there were these massive communal clashes that broke out ahead of Mahashivratri. There was a decorative gate that was being set up close to a mosque. And between the two communities, it suddenly flared into stone pelting, arson and targeting. And as you can see that this is what happened on the ground. It was absolute chaos and mayhem because the Hindu group wanted to set up a decorative gate. So listen in now to what Owaisi has said, how this was a deliberate conspiracy and a government failure.
देखिए, झारखंड में पांकी में जामा मस्जिद के सामने कभी भी शिवरात्रि के दौरान में वहां पर गेट नहीं लगाई गई थी और मुकामी लोकल पुलिस स्टेशन में बैठकर ये बात कही दी गई, तय हो गया कि जामा मस्जिद के सामने द्वार या गेट नहीं लगाएगी। अचानक फिर आप स्टोन पेल्टिंग करते हैं मस्जिद के ऊपर, दो घर को जला देते हैं, टू व्हीलर को जलाते हैं और फोर व्हीलर को जलाते हैं। ये तो संघ परिवार की बहुत बड़ी साजिश थी, वो कामयाब हो गए और वहां की सरकार नाकाम हो गई। उनको तो चाहिए था कि आपकी ये सब चीजें हो रही हैं, तो सरासर इसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी वहां की लोकल रूलिंग पार्टी के ऊपर आती है, जीएमएम के ऊपर, जो नाकाम साबित हुई है, रोकने में नाकाम। इससे पहले फायरिंग हुई आपके ब्रांची में, वहां पर लोग मर गए और यहां पर आपको मालूम कि ये चीजें हो रही हैं, तो आपको रोकना चाहिए था उसको। ये नाकामी है उनकी सरासर ये।
So here's a background to how this has become a political showdown. What happened in Jharkhand? How can, ahead of Mahashivratri, just the decorative gate lead to literally communal clashes? Here's what had happened.
Stone pelting. Houses attacked. And vehicles vandalized. Communal clashes erupted in Jharkhand's Palamu over Mahashivratri preparations. Violence took place after a group allegedly vandalized Toran Gate, a traditional decorative hanging built for the Shivratri festival.
सन्नाटा पसरा है पूरे इलाके में, सिर्फ और सिर्फ सुरक्षा कर्मी आपको दिखेंगे, लेकिन इस बात का प्रमाण भी दिखेगा कि उस वक्त किस तरह से ये पूरा इलाका जो है अशांति में तब्दील हो गया था। यहाँ देखिए ग्लासेस, विंडो पैन जो है उसको स्मैश कर दिया गया है, वो टूटे हुए हैं। इस गाड़ी का वही हाल है, इधर आप देखें, इस गाड़ी का भी वही हाल है।
The argument between the two communities escalated into a scuffle and soon both indulged in stone pelting, prompting intervention by police.
बड़ी मुश्किल से स्थिति को नियंत्रण में किया गया, जिसमें हमारे लेफ्टिनेंट एसडीपीओ, अफसर इंचार्ज और इंस्पेक्टर को चोटें आई है, 4 जवानों को भी चोट आई है, लेकिन हम लोग कंट्रोल किए, संयम बरतते हुए कंट्रोल करते।
Prohibitory orders are imposed in Panki and more than 100 personnel deployed to maintain peace. The police have managed to ensure peace, but the situation remains tense. Bureau Report, India Today.
But this political showdown is only escalating over what unfolded in Jharkhand. This, remember, is also about parties who are jumping in, attacking each other, and specifically after what Asaduddin Owaisi had said. Now, after those clashes over the installation of a gate, BJP Member of Parliament has levelled an anti-Hindu mindset claim. BJP has said the Chief Minister did not allow Shivratri Yatra in Deoghar. Nishikant Dubey, the BJP Member of Parliament, has said Deoghar is the city of Shiva, but the Yatra was not being permitted, and has called this an anti-Hindu mindset of the Jharkhand government in the state. Here's what Nishikant Dubey said.
ये जो झारखंड सरकार का हिंदू विरोधी मानसिकता है वो देवघर में दिखाई दे रहा है। देवघर में मुख्यमंत्री शिव बारात नहीं निकालने देना चाह रहे हैं, जबकि ये शिव की नगरी है। देवघर यदि शिव है तभी देवघर है, और इसके खिलाफ जो है मैंने माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का दरवाज़ा खटखटाया है, और कल माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का जो भी फैसला आएगा, उम्मीद है कि कुछ आना चाहिए, उसके हिसाब से फिर हम आगे कैसे शिव बारात निकलेगा उसके बारे में शिव बारात कमेटी के साथ बातचीत करके हम निर्णय लेंगे। ये मुख्यमंत्री के इशारे पर जिला प्रशासन यहाँ काम कर।
Let me now bring you a positive story that not all heroes wear capes. A female veterinary doctor landed into a well in a cage and dared a 2-hour-long rescue to safely get a baby leopard out who had got stuck in a well. This happened in Mangaluru, and it is worth acknowledging the effort of this doctor too. Take a look of what happened.
Armed with a gun and darts, positioning herself inside a cage, veterinarian Dr. Meghna Pemaya led a daredevil mission, all to rescue a baby leopard trapped in 25-foot deep well for over 36 hours. Fearlessly, Dr. Meghna lowered herself into the well, sedated the leopard, pulled the animal into the cage and brought it up to safety with herself.
I volunteered to get in first, so it was like an okay thing. The whole time it was, that little fear was there, but at that point I was only thinking about, just going down, finishing the rescue operation as smoothly as possible and get the leopard back to safety.
Yeah.
And the locals and the forest department were extremely supportive.
The dramatic rescue operation took the brave vet all of 2 hours to execute safely, and the baby leopard is now back in its natural habitat, the forest. Bureau Report, India Today.
After a very short break, I want to take you to Turkey and Syria, because with 250 hours on, there are still hope of survivors. People are still being pulled out alive week after those devastating earthquakes. So yes, there is the despair of 40,000 people dead, but there is hope of survivors still. Let's bring you that story after a break.
Tragedies can either break you or make you. And this story from Naxal hit Gadchiroli will inspire you in many ways. Bharati Bogami was just 17 when her father, the Sarpanch of Lahiri village, was shot dead by Naxals in 2002. A brain tumor survivor, she faced several financial problems and yet continued her struggle to become a doctor. She now serves in the same area where her father was killed.
मैं सोच रही थी अब तो पापा चले गए, आज ये सब होने के बाद अगर यही मेरा फ्यूचर, अगर मैं पेपर ना दूं तो आगे कैसे बढ़ूं। मेरे पापा की एक ख्वाहिश थी कि मुझे बचपन से मुझे बोलते थे, नर्स बोलते थे, डॉक्टर बोलते थे, ऐसे मुझे अच्छा लगता था। पढ़ाई पूरी होने के बाद मैंने सोच लिया या तो सब सिटी में रहकर सब लोगों को तो डॉक्टर है, लेकिन मेरे गाँव को मेरे लोगों की बहुत ज़रूरत है। मेरे दिल में ऐसे कुछ तो भी चुभन जैसी लग रही थी कि अपने गाँव जाके मैं सेवा दूँ, इसीलिए फिर मैं रिटर्न आ गई।
Bogami found a life and work partner in Satish, who moved from Bid to the tribal area only to support her dream of serving her village.
मेरी जो बीवी है उसने मुझे मोटिवेट किया कि उन्होंने मुझे ये बताया कि डॉक्टर प्रकाश आमटे, डॉक्टर मंदाकिनी आमटे, डॉक्टर दिगांत आमटे और डॉक्टर अंदाकिनी आमटे वो जो कार्य वहाँ करते उनसे कुछ मैं इंस्पायर होके मुझे भी ऐसा कुछ लगा दिल को कि अपन जाके आरोग्य में थोड़ी तो सेवा देना। मेरे अंतर्गत जो 52 गाँव है वहाँ जाना इम्पॉसिबल है। कई बाइक पे जाना पड़ता, कई जगह 10-10 किलोमीटर चलते हुए जाना पड़ता, वो आरोग्य सेवा देना पड़ता है।
Bharati and her husband have made it an aim to serve people in her village where health facilities are not easily available. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption as India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people. With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
$250 hours now since those devastating earthquakes in Turkey and Syria with the 7.8 magnitude on the Richter scale that has now claimed the lives of over 40,000 people estimated. But I also want to bring you that there are still survivor stories. Even after 250 hours, people are being brought out alive. Take a look at this ground report.
It's been more than a week, but rescue efforts continue in quake-hit Turkey. From under the rubble in Adıyaman, a 77-year-old woman was rescued 212 hours after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey and Syria. Fatma Gungor had been under the wreckage when the rescue team pulled her out. This 42-year-old woman was rescued 222 hours after being buried in the rubble of a building that collapsed in a devastating earthquake in Kahramanmaraş. After 203 hours, this woman was rescued from the rubble of a building in the southern Turkish city of Hatay. International rescue teams, along with locals, have not given up hope, and they are still on their toes to rescue every life from under the rubble.
We arrived here in Hatay on Saturday, and since then we have not stopped seeing how there are people who are being rescued alive every day. So we think there's still a chance there are people below the rubble, and we should keep looking.
Not only human life, even pets are precious, like this furry best friend of a family that lost its home in the earthquake. The combined death toll in Turkey and Syria has crossed 41,000. UN authorities have said the focus of the aid effort has now shifted to helping people struggling without shelter or enough food in the bitter cold. But rescuers are still pulling survivors out more than a week after the quake hit. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, now a special report coming in all the way from Britain but has a connect to India, and it's about The Crown. Not, of course, the popular show on Netflix, but about the real crown that Queen Consort Camilla will be wearing at the coronation of King Charles III. Camilla, interestingly, has made a choice that the crown that she will be wearing will not have the Kohinoor studded crown, and that, remember, is about the controversies with many demands in India to return the Kohinoor. Is there a connect at all? Take a look at this report. The crown, the most prominent symbol of the British monarchy. Its pride, the Kohinoor diamond. The stunning jewel that was seized by the East India Company in Punjab from Maharaja Ranjit Singh in 1849. Since then, the Kohinoor has played a starring role in British coronations, but not anymore. Queen Consort Camilla will wear a crown without the controversial Kohinoor for the coronation of her husband, King Charles III. Camilla instead has chosen Queen Mary's crown with a replica of one of the world's largest cut diamonds. Reports suggest that diplomatic sensitivities may have prompted Camilla's final choice. After Queen Elizabeth's death, demand to return the Kohinoor back to India reignited. The Indian government also started negotiations on this issue. For years now, the Kohinoor has come to represent the British colonial rule's loot, plunder and deceit. While all eyes are now on King Charles' coronation, all eyes will also be on the crown. Bureau Report, India Today. And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. Take care of yourself. Have a great day coming up, but always stay tuned to India Today through the news. Thank you.
It's been a big year for Indian cinema. Courtesy RRR and all the accolades that S.S. Rajamouli's dream project received worldwide, especially in the West.
And the Golden Globe goes to Natu RRR.
After bagging Golden Globe Awards for Natu Natu in the Best Song category, M.M. Keeravani's composition has been widely loved and grooved upon. RRR not only won the Critics' Choice Award for Natu Natu, but also became the best foreign language film. And now all eyes are on Oscars, as the lyricist Chandra Bose's creation has also been nominated in the Best Original Song category.
Natu Natu from RRR.
Sung by Rahul Sipliganj and Kala Bhairav, this foot-tapping number has given several reasons for the fans to celebrate. Ahead of the actual award ceremony, which will be held on March 12th, a luncheon was organized by the Academy to celebrate all the nominations at the 95th edition of this prestigious award.
M.M. Keeravani, original song Natu Natu from RRR.
Attending the same was M.M. Keeravani, who along with other nominees stood tall on the stage as they clicked for a class photo.
Congratulations to all of our nominees.
Chandra Bose was also present for the get-together. Several images of the two from the awards night, posing with celebrities like Tom Cruise, have been surfacing on social media. As RRR eyes for an Oscar win, speculations are rife that the two leading actors, Junior NTR and Ram Charan, will also be performing the dance number during the awards night. Meanwhile, India has 2 more nods.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people. With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Sorry.
बाबू सोना मैं ना चाहूं, मैं तो चाहूं दर्शन तेरा, तू जो तू दे प्यार से मेरी सेहत बन जाए, आजा गैया बाहों में वैलेंटाइन को न मनाऊं, मैं तेरे प्यार को ही पाऊं। गैया गैया हे मैया मुझको तू इतना हक दे, तेरी सेवा करूं ये अनुभव अलग दे, वैलेंटाइन तेरे चरणों पर अर्पित है, बस एक बार तू मुझको हक दे। आई लव यू गैया मोरी मैया।
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। Samsung Galaxy S23 सीरीज।
Eighth state of war, Tripura, and judgment day when it comes down to Tripura. All of 60 seats of Tripura going to vote this morning. Good morning, I'm Preeti Chaudhary. We're going to get you the front row seats to this political thriller of sorts. The most interesting of elections in the state of Tripura. We're going to break it down over the course of the next 1 hour. But before that, let me quickly take you through the headlines. Multi-cornered fight for Tripura as the road to 2024 officially kicks off. Voting for 60 assembly seats underway. Day 3 of IT department search at BBC office. IT search on for 42 hours and counting. BBC tells employees to work from home, told to be ready for quizzing. NCP leader Jitendra Awad booked for attempt to murder after him along with his aides attack a Thane Municipal Corporation officer over raising of properties. DMK Neta beats soldier to death. Army man thrashed over washing clothes. BJP targets DMK, questions Chief Minister Stalin. There is an alert over ISI-backed Khalistani plot. Punjab police step up state border vigilance. Dressed like Bhindranwale, self-styled Khalistani ideologue preaches Azadi. Indian women's team beat West Indies in their second match of the T20 World Cup. They are now level on point with England in their group.
Easily feasted on.
One would say every election is interesting, but there is something deeply intriguing about the elections in the state of Tripura. Why I say that, viewers? Because, of course, Tripura today with its 60 seats is going to vote. But in 2018, the scenario was very, very different. BJP from 2% went to 44% vote share. From 44% vote share, the Congress fell to 2%. You can understand where that vote share went. But how will it play this time round? State of War Northeast has officially kicked off, and Tripura is the first to hit this year's poll battle. Voting is underway on all 60 constituencies of the state to 59 candidates in the poll fray. Voting is being held under tight security. There have been many counts of violence since late last night, is what we're getting to understand. Incidents of bombing, allegedly to intimidate voters in Tripura's Bishalgarh area before the polls. Chief Minister Saha has blamed the left and the Congress for the incident. The left and the Congress has counter-blamed the BJP, claiming that they were responsible for the attack. He also claimed that his party is coming back to power in what will be a triangular contest in the state. The ruling BJP will battle anti-incumbency this year while it faces off with the left and Congress. The left and Congress, arch rivals when it came down to Tripura, have come together to fight this election as an alliance. However, there are other players as well. The TMC trying to expand its footprint, but the way things are looking like that the TMC, where Tripura is concerned, might just be a non-starter with just about playing for 6 to 10% vote share. On the other hand, there could be one kingmaker, and that is the Tripura Mota of Pradyut. On the other hand, this political outfit could be the kingmaker with Pradyut Dev Burman. Listen in to all the reactions.
मनीष जी क्या कहना चाहिए चुनाव की किस तरीके से माहौल देख रहे हैं सर किस तरीके से माहौल देख रहे हैं
माहौल तो अच्छा है पीसफुल है
ये आप चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं लेकिन इसके बावजूद भी आप लाइन में खड़े हुए हैं
चीफ मिनिस्टर से क्या मैं तो साधारण एक वोटर हूँ चीफ मिनिस्टर से क्या लेना देना
क्या मुझे बताइए कि मैं बाहर से आया हूँ अगरतला में लोग क्या सुबह सुबह वोट डालने आते हैं
एकदम सवेरे आ जाते हैं हम लोग भी अपील किए ये लोग आए सवेरे सवेरे
कल रात कुछ इलाकों में वायलेंस की भी खबरें आई क्या कह रहा है जो सिक्योरिटी अरेंजमेंट से क्या लग रहा है सर
देखिए ये लोग कोशिश करेंगे दोनों संतरास पार्टी है सीपीएम भी संतरास पार्टी है कांग्रेस भी संतरास पार्टी है तो ये लोग दोनों मिले हुए हम लोग को मालूम था ये सब भी करने वाला है और आरोप हम लोग को ऊपर देंगे तो अब हमारे पास तो अभी है नहीं है ये तो इलेक्शन कमीशन देख रहा है अभी और ये लोग करेंगे ये सब चीज ये लोग ही करते हैं
16 तारीख को त्रिपुरा के विधानसभा के चुनाव में मतदान होगा और वहां पर पिछले दिनों में जो हालात बने हैं जिस तरह की अराजकता वहां पर है जिस तरह से एक असुरक्षा का माहौल वहां पर बना है ऐसी तमाम घटनाएं हमने चुनाव आयोग के सामने रखी आज भारतीय राष्ट्रीय कांग्रेस से पवन खेड़ा जी, प्रणव झा साहब, मोहम्मद और मनोज त्यागी जी, हम एक डेलीगेशन लेकर यहाँ पर पहुँचे।
Intimidation the BJP workers are resorting to in Tripura was brought to the notice of the Honorable Chief Election Commissioner. We'd given him several examples of and instances of burning of houses of our workers, and the way the BJP bike Wahini is trying to spread terror amongst the voters of Tripura was brought to the notice of the CEC. The CEC promised to look into all our complaints and has assured us of swift action.
Tripura, viewers, has been one of the few states which has been rife where political violence comes into question. If you just look at the NCRB data of the last year, maximum political violence has taken place in the state of Tripura. But let's get back to the election now. Let me take you on why Tripura is a very, very interesting and intriguing election. Let me take you through the numbers. All right, let's quickly look at what the political chessboard threw up in 2018. In 2018, viewers, this is what it looked like with 60 seats. The BJP 136, the CPM 16 and the IPFT 8. This is what it looked like, but I'll tell you where that 36 came for the BJP. What is interesting to note that before 2018, the BJP stood at just 2% vote share, actually a little less than 2% as well. Something changed dramatically because now we're going to get you what the vote share became for the Bharatiya Janata Party in the year 2018. Astounding 44%. Imagine a party before 2018 was at 2% and then it went all the way up to 44% vote share. The CPM practically held on to its vote share of 42%. What you've got to look at in terms of numbers, viewers, is the Congress, which stands at 2%, and that is where I am going to bring in our guest this morning, because the Congress in 2018 fell from 44% to 2%. It's historic with what went down in Tripura in 2018. And one can well imagine where that vote share went, because if the BJP rose from 2% to 44% and the Congress fell from 44% to 42%, the left held on to its vote share, the entire vote of the Congress defected to the Bharatiya Janata Party. Not just that, the entire possible cadre base also defected to the Bharatiya Janata Party and the top leadership of the Congress. Cutting across to Milan Sharma, who's reporting this morning. Brisk voting going on in Tripura. Milan, joining me in the studio is our National Affairs editor, Rahul Srivastav, as well, who's going to take us through the anomalies that were witnessed in 2018, but why the chessboard looks different. Milan, coming to you, where exactly are you? What are you witnessing? Brisk voting this morning?
Well, good morning, Preeti. Yes, I am in Agartala and brisk voting happening, but people have queued up in huge lines over here outside the polling station in Agartala. And of course, this was also where the CM face Manik Saha came to vote just a short while ago. I'm going to talk to a few women because we have been talking to understand what their issues are. Ma'am, आपसे बात कर रहे थे पहले. आप लोग एक तो सुबह-सुबह सब लोग आप तैयार होके आए हैं वोटिंग करने के लिए. घर का काम वाम भी करके आए हैं आप? हाँ, समझे, काम भी करके आए हैं? हाँ हाँ, अच्छा, थोड़ा करके आया हूँ. अच्छा. और मुद्दा क्या रहेगा आप लोगों के लिए वोट करने के लिए, महिलाओं के लिए त्रिपुरा में? नहीं छोड़ दीजिए. अच्छा, ओके. जस्ट ट्राइंग टू आस्क दिस टू फ्यू अदर वुमेन. आप बता सकते हैं मुद्दा क्या रहेगा महिलाओं के लिए इस वक्त? पार्टी और कैंडिडेट का नाम नहीं लीजिएगा.
महिलाओं के लिए जैसे स्वास्थ्य सुरक्षा और सेविंग्स अकाउंट, अच्छा, जैसे ऐसे सुविधाएं देने से अच्छा होता है. अच्छा, मैं ऐसा मानती हूँ. मानते हैं. आप बता सकती हैं कि महिलाओं के लिए क्या मुद्दा रहेगा वोटिंग का आज? अगर सुविधा अच्छा, सुरक्षा अच्छा. Okay. So Preeti, a bit of shy Bengali women here voting out today, but understanding that a lot of people that we spoke to, they want peace in the state, they want proper law and order in the state, and that is something that the women have also been talking about, the men have also been talking about. But having said that, a lot of people also mentioned that Tripura needs development, and
what is being said about northeastern states usually is that they always see which government is in the center. Will that be one of the factors, or will the kind of mandate that has been floated by Pradyot Debarman of the Tripura Mota party, saying that tribal Asmita or the Tripura land issue will also gain some momentum. But in the urban cities, of course, we spoke to the youth, they're also saying that, of course, job creation is a big concern here, because most of them have to move to bigger cities of Guwahati or Kolkata, or come to Delhi for jobs, and education also happens to be a huge issue for the voters. But certainly everyone we spoke to, peace is one of the words that they used a lot. It resounds a lot with people. If everything is peaceful in the state, it's better because of the law and order situation. Of course, last night only we saw that Bishalgarh has seen a bombing incident near the polling stations, where, of course, voters have been, tried to create. There's been an attempt to create fear in the minds of voters just ahead of the polling day, and all that also boils down for the voters in Tripura, along with the fact that there are 19 tribal communities also which the parties are trying to woo this time around. Preeti.
Okay. All right. Okay. Milan, we're going to continue to come back to you. Let's quickly cut across to Kaushik Dekar, Executive Editor, India Today magazine, who's practically one of the last words that you get when it comes down to politics of the Northeast. I'm going to bring him in also, Rahul Srivastav, in our studio, sitting right next to me this morning. But Kaushik, coming to you, what are you looking out for? Fascinating in terms of just how the dynamics changed in 2018. What would be your biggest takeaways? Do you think the Bharatiya Janata Party would be able to hold on to its 44% newly acquired vote share in 2018? Do you see that transfer of votes possibly from the Congress to the left, keeping the bloody history that they've had?
Preeti, we must remember that in 2019 Lok Sabha elections, that Congress vote share that you mentioned, which dropped to 1%, it rose up to 25%. But that time, Pradyot Debarma was the working president for Congress. But this time, the most crucial part is the Pradyot Debarma's new party, Tripura Mota, which is going to most likely to sweep the tribal votes, the 20 tribal seats that are there. So he may sweep majority of them. And that will actually, to me, will help BJP. In a way, what has happened, as you know, there is an undercurrent in Tripura between the Bengali community, which is around 70%, and the indigenous tribal people, amalgamation of different tribal groups, around 30%. So that conflict, which has come to the fore this time with the emergence of Tripura Mota, that has actually helped BJP to consolidate to a great extent its vote base among the Bengali voters. So that may actually help BJP, because otherwise the current scenario that Tripura had witnessed, say for instance 2 months back when I was there, there was a kind of anti-incumbency, and many people said that what CPIM used to do, that Gundagardi and cadre-based terror, the BJP was actually replicating that. As you mentioned about this Bike Bahini, which used to cause terror over there. So people were unhappy with BJP, though they were very happy with the development work that happened over there, infrastructural development. But unemployment and this Gunda activities of the BJP Youth Brigade, that actually caused a lot of resentment. But now with the emergence of Tripura Mota, I believe the BJP has gained back a lot and probably would be in a striking distance from majority.
Okay, so it seems Kaushik's already calling the election, but if if you look at 2018 and if the tribal vote is going to play such a big factor, Rahul Srivastav, and I'll bring you in on this, of the 36 seats that the BJP won in 2018, 18 of those came from the tribal belt, possibly also with the alliance that it had with its partner. This time, the alliance partner is fighting just about 5 seats, if I'm not wrong. And then you have Pradyot Debarman coming in with Tripura Mota. Kaushik Dekar says it helps the Bharatiya Janata Party. Do you see that happening?
Preeti, see, I think this is the somewhere somebody in Tripura is going to be that first voter of 2023. And very critical, I think, because, 9 elections and the BJP will like to win. This was the first win in 2018 for the BJP, which led to 2019 and others. I think what Kaushik is saying is very right. The rise of Tripura Motha has created a circumstance in which the BJP feels threatened in the tribal areas, but in non-tribal areas, it can have certain amount of reverse polarization. If there is a polarization of tribals happening, the kind of friction there is a history, and Kaushik, I saw both of you put out a very interesting program on the history of Bengalis and tribals in Tripura. It is a fact. See, 1970, the partition and 1971, two demographic strong changes happened, and that has led to a situation where Bengalis are 70% and 31% odd is the tribals. In that scenario, the call by Motha to have either a separate state or some kind of a political demarcation for the tribal areas is not going to go down very well with the Bengalis. The second element is that if you see the vote share, which is, I think, a fantastic story, that from 2% the BJP rises to 44%.
True.
With 7.3% of the IPFT. This is a very interesting phenomena. The Congress voters shifted en masse to the BJP to vote out the left. Now, is 5 years enough for that voter to forget the misrule or whatever the vote they voted against? Now, if that is not going to happen, if that the left rule of 25 years is still a memory, though Manik Sarkar is not contesting, though there is a tribal face this time around as a possible chief minister in Tripura, I think that is going to be the decider. And I think Mamata Banerjee, if the BJP is eyeing for a consolidation of Bengali vote, the 28 seats where Mamata Banerjee is contesting, and could well think about taking away Bengali votes.
You think, because, most of our reporters are going there, Rahul, and I'll bring in Milan as well into this conversation, actually say that the TMC is coming to be a bit of a non-starter in Tripura, possibly looking at about a 6% to a 10% vote share.
Where is it going to come from? That's the key.
True. Where is it going to come?
Where is it going to come? Because Congress has already lost it.
Right.
The Congress has already lost that vote. There is a very interesting thing about the CPM, I say, the left parties, that very small vote changes mean very large swings for the left parties.
Right.
If you see if you see the prior election, 48%, 46 seats, 48.1%, 49 seats. 1.1% means a sharp rise, 3 seats or 4 seats in that area for the left party. So I think it's a very, very interesting contest.
And you've touched upon something very interesting. We're going to go to our election intelligence dashboard, because when you talk about even like a 1% could lead to a massive vote gain for the left. It's interesting because even if you look at the margin in 2018. Actually, Tripura is one of the very few states where over 44 seats were won with a margin of just less than 1,000 votes. Very interesting. But we'll come down to that. Kaushik, I'm going to bring you in, but I want to cut across to Milan. Milan, and Kaushik could also weigh in on this. The sheer fact that Tripura has always seen polarization, but more of a political polarization, less of a religious polarization. And that comes to a point, even though Tripura from 3 sides is touching Bangladesh. This time around, we've seen a huge Hindutva push also. We saw it in 2018. Kaushik says there could be a counter-polarization with what is happening where the Bengali vote could consolidate. Rahul Srivastava says that the TMC is trying to fish in that same pool of that Bengali vote. What are you picking up, Milan, when you've been talking to people, especially the Bangla population?
Well, as Rahul Srivastava and Kaushik Dekar did say that, 70% of Tripura is Bengalis, and what Bengalis want at the moment is as important as what, the other parties that are trying to woo them for their votes are. Now, TMC is also in the fray, of course, but when we spoke to a lot of people and even the political parties here are saying TMC might as well be a vote cutter rather than a vote gainer. and perhaps it would not augur so well for the voters of the BJP. But looking at the fact that, of course, there's been a campaign from the TMC as well this time. There's a left and Congress ally. There's BJP versus the others is what is the bigger agenda in Tripura at the moment. But of course, looking at what the Bengali want to vote for, and when we talk on the ground, I mean, there's a lot of talk, about it there being, Bengalis versus, people in Tripura. But when you come to the ground and you talk to people, there hardly seems to be that kind of a differentiation. This is what, perhaps the chief of Tripta Morta has also been saying, that there's no conflict between the Bengalis and the Tripuraites or, the Jamatiyas or the Tripuria or the tribals here. There's no conflict. But it sort of is created in a political sense and a political posturing more than what is in the minds of the people here. So TMC, I would, want to bring in Rahul as well on this. TMC seems to be a non-starter here at the moment. Okay. But whether or not the Bengali voters are going to vote either for the BJP or going to go with the Cong-aligned left is a question there.
Interesting also, will the TMC be able to dig in there? But what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut across to our election intelligence dashboard and give you the figures. But before I do that, I'll bring you in, Kaushik. For someone who studied the politics of Tripura, with what little bit, I've been reading extensively. Yes, very polarizing, but it's been political polarization, religious less. This time around, with what Rahul Srivastava also said, that even if the TMC is fighting for, let's say, a 6 to 8% vote share, it's actually trying to fish in the same pond which the BJP is trying to consolidate.
See, it's an ethnic polarization, not religious polarization. And second thing, when it comes to TMC, we must not forget that they are contesting only in 28 seats. So their impact is they are not even trying to become a majority party. There are 60 seats and they are contesting in less than half. So I don't know what TMC is actually targeting. When we spoke, I spoke to them, they only said that we are contesting in only places where we can win. Second thing, yes, the polarization part is there, but as rightly mentioned, that the CPIM chief ministerial candidate, that person is Jitendra Chaudhary, and he is from the indigenous tribal groups. So that may actually go against the CPIM when it comes to the polarization part. And the Bengali population, because of this rise of Motha and the aggressive stand that they have taken, they feel a bit scared that things may go haywire. And BJP is the only party which has categorically said that there is no Tripura land, no question of giving Tripura land. And if you notice the last few days campaign, the BJP kept on harping on this point that there can be no division of Tripura. And that's clearly to the Bengali voters. Having said that, we must also remember in Tripura that we cannot analyze everything from a party line. It's a small state. The vote bases are very small. Every constituency, 4,000 votes can change the dynamics. So it also depends on the popularity of individual candidates. For instance, I give you the example of Sudeep Roy Burman from Congress. He is contesting from Agartala. Now, last time he was in BJP. Before that, he was in TMC. And before that, he was in Congress. He has gone back to Congress again. And he has won from Agartala on every ticket, irrespective of the party symbol. So there are many such candidates in Tripura who can win on their own popularity. So the last results, when the March 2 results will come out, we'll have to check whether which party gets the maximum based on the performance of the candidates also. Because if you have seen in last, I forgot the exact number, but around, I believe, 15 members have changed their party. Like from someone have shifted, some candidates have, sitting MLAs have shifted from BJP to Motha, from Motha to IPFT to Motha, Congress to CPIM to Congress or BJP. Like one Muslim candidate of CPIM, when he was denied ticket, he joined BJP and he's contesting as a BJP candidate. Now, whether he wins or not will not depend on BJP or CPIM symbol, but his own performance in last few years. So these things are coming into play. In Northeast, as I had mentioned earlier also, that this whole dynamics depends on the individual performance of the candidates, and that's why we cannot see everything on a party line. But BJP gets an edge based on what I saw on the ground and the ethnic polarization that has happened, and that puts BJP in an advantageous position. But I'm not saying that it will do as good as it did last time. The numbers will come down substantially.
Well, so could there be a kingmaker? Because last time the BJP stood at 36, which is 6 over the halfway mark. I'm going to bring in Rajdeep Sardesai also into this conversation. He's just come back from Tripura after shooting an election on my plate episode. Good morning, Rajdeep. We are talking about the various factors which could come into play. Good morning, Rajdeep. Which could come into play where Tripura going to vote is concerned. Fascinating election. From 2%, the BJP rises to 44%. Congress from 44 falls to 2% in the year 2018. But the political chessboard looks very, very different. There is an ethnic polarization is what most of our reporters who have gone there seem to suggest. You've also been there. Does that mean that, even though the BJP might have an edge, there could be an emergence of a kingmaker? Could it be Pradyut Dev Burman? Could it be the Tripura Mota is the question? Because what the BJP is also doing, Rajdeep, is trying to push that narrative that the Tripura Mota is the team B of the CP, of the left and the Congress.
I think there are 3 or 4 factors that will decide this Tripura election. Factor number 1 is to what extent has the anti-incumbency that was there against the Biplab Dev government, the BJP government till last year, been arrested as a result of changing the chief minister. The BJP took this gamble in May last year, removed Biplab Dev, who was powerful, enjoyed the support particularly of Home Minister Amit Shah, and replaced him with a relatively low-profile, non-controversial Dr. Manik Saha. Now, has that to a large extent arrested anti-incumbency? My sense is yes, that has given the BJP a reprieve, because there was a lot of anger that was building up against the Biplab Dev government. Factor number 2 and critical, will the Congress and the CPM transfer their votes to each other? You see, the CPM has a solid vote bank of 40%, which we saw even in the last election when they lost. The Congress vote declined substantially, but even that small Congress vote, will it shift to the CPM in constituencies where there are CPM candidates? Remember, the Congress is contesting 13 seats. So is the Congress again the Kamzor Kadi in a way in this alliance? I certainly didn't see any significant presence on the ground of the Congress, both in terms of resources, in terms of feet on the ground, which I saw of the left. The left does have a relatively younger tribal face now in Jiten Chaudhary, who could become chief minister should the alliance actually pull off a comeback victory. So I think the transfer of votes between the CPM and Congress becomes critical. And then the third factor is the Tripura Mota. The Tripura Mota, I think like every 5 years, I was told, in Tripura, a tribal grouping comes along. Last time it was the IPKT, basically groupings that hope to sort of spur a tribal identity. The Tripura Mota is clearly damaging the BJP in parts of that tribal belt. But remember, even in the tribal belt, there are about 4 or 5 seats with a large Bengali population.
Kaushik Dekha, who's been there, seems to differ, and he's saying that the Tripura Mota, with the way it's doing, could actually benefit the BJP and result in a counter ethnic polarization of sorts, which is the Bangla vote.
There are two ways of looking at it. Number one, out of the 20 seats last time, the BJP, along with its partner IPKT, had virtually swept these seats. So remember, any decline in the tribal belt, any seats that the Tripura Mota gets comes usually at the cost of the BJP. Yes, the fact that the left, because they are projecting a tribal face in a way without announcing Jiten Chaudhary as the chief minister, would have hoped to make those gains. Those gains possibly will go to the Tripura Mota. So let's assume that the Tripura Mota, which their own sources are saying will get around 10 to 12 seats, is what they are hoping for. They are contesting 42. Right. Most of those seats are coming at the cost of the BJP or its alliance partner. That leaves the remaining 40. In those 40 seats, Bengali dominated. The BJP hopes for a consolidation of the Bengali vote. They are in fact, yes, rightly playing the card that, look, if, at a time when the Tripura Mota is running this aggressive campaign, the Bengalis need to consolidate behind a nationalist party like the BJP, and thereby they are hoping that out of the remaining 40 seats, the non-tribal 40 seats, the BJP will sweep those seats is what the hope is. My own sense is BJP is certainly in pole position because, as I said at the outset, I do believe a substantial amount of the anti-incumbency was arrested by changing the chief minister. The question is whether that pole position is enough to carry them over 30 or whether they fall just short. My own sense is, remember, this is a state which tends to deliver clear, decisive mandates, unlike most other parts of the northeast. That sets Tripura in a way apart from many other states. That Tripura is one of the few states in the northeast which has consistently given a decisive edge to one side or the other. And I'll make one small last point. A lot of people I spoke to said something interesting. They said, look, we gave the left 15 years. In a row. We gave them 20 years, to show what they were all about. We now have given the BJP 5 years. What's the harm in giving them 5 more? So you see, I think the BJP, while there is this anti-incumbency, benefits from the fact that the party still is seen as relatively new, young, and thereby and has pumped in the resources from the center. So the people of Tripura, particularly the Bengali people speaking population, would be more inclined to give the BJP one more chance. So I sensed a lot of people I met saying, let's give the BJP one more chance. And therefore, I do give the BJP the edge in this Tripura election. The Tripura Mota may do well in 8 to 10 seats. The Congress-CPM alliance, can it really gel and ensure a transfer of vote, perfect transfer of vote? Huge question mark on that.
Well, a huge question mark on that. Rahul Srivastava wanted to come in. Those 20 seats, which are the tribal seats practically, the south of Tripura, 2018, 18 of them went to the BJP and its alliance partner, 18 of those. Rahul, do you differ with what Rajdeep says? Because even if there's a dent of 8 to 10 in that, will they be able to make up that, say, in the other Bangla vote section?
Preeti, I think the picture is very complex and you should read Kaushik Dekha on it. I find few elements of his write-ups very interesting. One, I think the TMC factor, I'm not ruling out primarily because remember a few things. In Bengal, when vote happened and Congress and CPM were together, in Bengal what happened that the left vote got transferred to the Congress, but the Congress vote didn't transfer to the left primarily because the Congress was at the receiving end for decades.
Political violence.
The political violence. So they didn't go, the voter didn't go with them. Now, is that going to happen? One. Second, will the TMC like the success of the left Congress alliance in Tripura because it will set a political template even for Bengal. So TMC, which way it will go is one very interesting fact in this. Then what Kaushik has been saying in saying the complexity of this whole tribal element, it's not as clear the picture because he has written that in several unreserved, 10 unreserved seats, you have got Bengali dominance.
Okay.
Then you in 7 tribal area seats, you have got in 7 tribal area seats, you have got Bengalis, and in non-reserved seats, Bengali domination, tribals have a sizable say. Now, what happens with those? I think that's what I'd like to know from Kaushik.
We're going to come back after
already you have 17 seats in confusion.
Right, 17 seats in confusion. We're going to cut across back to our analysts after a quick break. Very, very interesting the way things are playing out, even within the tribal vote. Last time, the tribal vote went with the Bharatiya Janata Party, was essentially of the left before. Is there a lot of reporters going in are also reporting that, yes, while there is, a huge pull by the Tripura Mota, especially when it comes down to identity and land, but there is the La Bharati section as well, where the benefits come into play. So La Bharati versus identity within the tribal vote as well. Lots of subsets to look at. A quick break to stay with us.
I think there's an opportunity for India particularly to work with the United States and others.
India is has the largest vaccine manufacturer in the world.
I thought if it's blowing in the wind, it's best I'm on the motorcycle. And I did 15,000 kilometers in 36 days.
Rich countries have a particular obligation to exercise their investment in innovation.
I believe that global business has the money and the power.
Improvements in the way we understand the importance of education and healthcare.
You have a greater chance of killing yourself than of being killed by any soldier or terrorist or criminal.
Never forget.
Sammy?
You can finally catch Steven Spielberg's latest offering, The Fabelmans, which has been winning hearts all over the world. The film is finally out in theatres in India. It's deeply personal for Spielberg as the film is based on his experience as a child in Arizona. The film presents a universal coming-of-age story about an isolated young man's pursuit of his dreams.
In this family, it's the scientists versus the artists. Sammy's on my team, takes after me. What kind of movie are we gonna make?
The movie features an ensemble cast of Gabrielle Bell, Michelle Williams, Paul Dano, Seth Rogen, and Judd Hirsch. The Fabelmans is written by Steven Spielberg in collaboration with Tony Kushner. The duo has earlier worked on some amazing films like Lincoln and Munich.
She should have been a concert piano player. What she got in her heart is what you got.
You can't just love something, you also have to take care of it. It's more important than your hobby.
Can you stop calling it a hobby?
The film received 5 nominations at the 80th Golden Globe Awards and won the award for Best Motion Picture Drama and Best Director for Spielberg. The Fabelmans has also been nominated for the Oscars in not 1, but 7 categories, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Lead Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Original Screenplay, Best Production Design, and Best Original Score.
I don't know what to do anymore.
You do what your heart says you have to.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
What was your favorite part?
Welcome back. It's a good morning for Tripura. Judgment Day coming in with all 60 seats. Tripura going to elections, going to vote. I'm going to cut across to my colleague Milan, who's joining us right outside a polling booth. We're going to cut across to Rajdeep Sardesai, who was traveling extensively through the state of Tripura. Joining me in the studio is Rahul Srivastav, our national affairs editor, Kaushik Deka, on what I said earlier, practically the last word when it comes down to northeast politics or, the other stuff as well, is also joining us. But Milan, as I cut across to our election dashboard, I'm going to come to you. A very good morning. What are people in Tripura saying? Where exactly are you this morning? I know in Agartala, what are the reactions that you're getting in? Are they willing to give BJP another chance this time around?
Well, Preeti, what I noticed at the polling stations in the morning as well, this is an urban polling station in Agartala where I'm at, and there's been a long queue of voters since morning. And women especially who've come dressed up and ready in saris and all ready to vote, some of them even finishing their work at home. आपसे सिर्फ पूछना चाहूँगी कि पार्टी का नाम और किसी कैंडिडेट का नाम नहीं लीजिएगा, लेकिन महिलाओं के लिए जैसे त्रिपुरा में अगरतला में किस मुद्दे पर आप लोग वोट देना चाहेंगे?
यही कि महिलाएं जब भी घर से बाहर निकले वो बेखौफ घर से बाहर निकले जब भी हो, फिर महिलाओं को कोई मतलब महिलाओं की तरक्की होना ज़रूरी है और क्या, और शांति तो ज़रूर चाहिए, शांति श्रृंखला जो भी है वो बरकरार रहे, बस यही।
अब क्या आप लोगों ने बहुत ज़्यादा यहाँ पर जैसे गुंडागर्दी या फिर ये सब ज़्यादा देखा हुआ है? यहाँ पर त्रिपुरा में कैसा माहौल होता था, अब कैसा है?
अभी तो मतलब अभी बहुत शांति है, पर कभी कभी होता है, बहुत ज़्यादा ये होता है, तो वही नहीं होना चाहिए,
इसलिए आप लोग वोट कर रहे हैं। और भी लोगों से आई जस्ट वांट टू ट्राई एंड स्पीक विद अ फ्यू मोर वुमेन हु आर विलिंग टू स्पीक टू अस। मैम, आप बताएंगी कि महिलाओं के लिए फॉर वुमेन क्या है वोटर्स इशू? पार्टी या कैंडिडेट का नाम नहीं लीजिएगा। सॉरी, नो, आप बात करना चाहेंगी? ओके, मोस्ट ऑफ देम डोंट वांट टू रियली स्पीक, बट द रियल question that you said was whether the people in Tripura want to give BJP another chance, and it does seem like BJP is in a starter position because of the word that people keep uttering here, law and security. Peace is essentially what the citizens of the state of Tripura are looking at. In Agartala as well, that happens to be an urban center, people do talk about opportunities to work, opportunities to learn and education. But for women at least, who I've been speaking to since morning, they did say that yes, they would like a safe environment. And has the current dispensation been able to provide that? Along with the woman I spoke to, she said, savings and security schemes for women, money saving schemes are very important, and that is also a prominent agenda in the minds of the women. But in the minds of the men, as we've been discussing, the pride of Tripura, the Tripura Asmita, the Tripurites, as well as the Bengalis who have lived here, who have been, who were born here, who stay here, they have this sense of pride about Tripura. Of course, with the identity politics that's being played around it, and with Tripa Motha, the party that is talking about the 20 seats that they are contesting, the 42 seats that they are contesting on, and 20 of them happen to have a sizable tribal population as well. But in the urban centers here, I am currently at, people talk about peace and tranquility being one of the prime concerns for voters. viewers.
Well, it's interesting that you bring up that point, Milan, because I was just going across and, looking at the NCRB data when it comes to political violence in the state of Tripura. And what is really interesting in that is that Tripura is #1 in the last 1 year when it came down to political violence across the country. So it isn't quite that the violence has stemmed, but there is a perception. And if there is a perception, then the numbers really doesn't matter. What I'm going to do is cut across to our election dashboard and bring in our 3 top-notch political analysts: Rahul Srivastav, National Affairs Editor; Kaushik Dekar, Executive Editor, India Today Magazine; and Rajdeep Sardesai, our Consulting Editor. But let's take a look. Why was this election so very fascinating? Because first, just look at the seats. In 2018, the BJP out of 60 stood at 44. The left at, actually, this is we're going to try and redo that because the BJP was at 36.
+8.
+8, yes. So, yes, 44 there. The left is 16. And this is what the chessboard looked like. The vote share, we cut across 2. And this is where the anomaly lies with what happened in 2018. Phenomenal rise by the Bharatiya Janata Party when it came down to the vote share, and all of it at the cost of the Congress. The Congress from 44% just went down to just about a 2%. All of that vote went directly to the BJP viewers. And that is interesting, but the political chessboard looks very, very different right now. What is also interesting to see is the swing, because in 2018, it seems practically all of Tripura swung. So there is no stronghold. But I want to cut across to our 3 experts this morning. And Kaushik, I'll bring you in on this. We've been talking about the Bangla pride, ethnic identity, regional identity also being played at, polarization on that count. And I want to ask you this question because the TMC in Bengal was able to galvanize the ethnic Bangla pride, which at least the BJP was seemingly the outsider here. What's the difference in Tripura? Why is the TMC not being able to do that?
See, the first thing is the Tripura was under left governance for a long, long time. And the dominance of the Bangla force in Tripura, it has been there. Means the tribal forces, there was a party called IPFT, which was exactly demanding the same thing that Tripura Motha is demanding now. But even then, IPFT could never win in the seats that were in the tribal belt. If you see, the CPIM used to get almost 18, 19 seats in the tribal areas. So that's why there was no such sentiment, that strong sentiment. As I said, it was an undercurrent. For the first time, the Tripura Motha, in probably last 20 years, it has been able to galvanize the tribal forces, resulting in a sense of insecurity, not exactly insecurity, but sense of resentment among the Bangla voters, which the party, the TMC could not do. Because TMC explicitly, if it does so, that talks about the Bangla pride, it was at the risk of losing the tribal vote shares. And if you analyze the BJP's victory last time, 2018, sweeping victories, you have to understand many factors. First, there was an intent to get rid of the left government by the people of Tripura, but the political opponent was Congress, which was in disarray, and there was no mobilization as such by Congress among the voters. What BJP successfully did, because it has a very good election machinery, it first poached winnable candidates from every party. Every party means mostly Congress and then TMC. Because the TMC, which grew in Tripura, all around 6-7 candidates moved to BJP. Now some of them have gone back to CPIM or the Congress. The point is, then what BJP did, I keep telling this story, that IPFT and BJP alliance happened almost 1 year before the elections happened in 2018. And that was done by the Assam CM, so the current CM.
Right.
So that actually gave BJP a hold, because the BJP understood that if you have to win Tripura, then you have to actually consolidate in the tribal belt. But BJP cannot do it on its own, because if it does, then there could be an anti-Bangla, so the Bangla could be the anti-votes. So that's why what they did, they tied up with the IPFT thing just to consolidate the tribal votes in those tribal seats, and they swept 18 seats, 10 to BJP, 8 to IPFT. And in the 40 seats, BJP won only 26 seats. CPI won 16 seats. So so BJP's victory last time was the desire for change and the poaching. That whole it's an inorganic growth, and that's why BJP this time faces the challenge, and it's trying to position itself as a party which is for every community, but more so for the.
But can that, Kaushik, I know I'm interrupting you, but an inorganic growth, can the BJP sustain it? I'm going to take just two closing comments very quickly before I slip into a break. Rajdeep and Rahul. Rahul, do you want to go first? What is the X factor? It's a cliche question, but what is also the fine print of this election as per you?
See, I think it's the X factor is very critically how the voter is going to vote on these political lines which are now this election has created. Remember that the left was traditionally the tribal party, taken over by the BJP last election. Now in that scenario, you have got Motha coming in claiming for tribal votes. So means there is a possibility that if the BJP manages to consolidate the Bengali vote and stay in, keep its hold, the left can be in trouble in tribal areas, and that is not good news for the left. And that is why I will say that for all the three combinations, I think for Tripura, this is an election which will set the tone for political future. I think Motha is a group to watch out. If Motha rises, definitely I think it could well be BJP versus Motha in future. BJP,
but Pradyut is going all in. He's saying he's not fighting an election after this. He's very clear. He's made that very clear. Maybe it's, it's posturing, it's politics at play. But Rajdeep, I'll bring you in again. Your call, X factor, fine print.
The X factor, of course, because it's a new force, is the Tripura Motha. But I think the X factor is what I said earlier, that I do believe that there is a sense that the voter, while not fully enthused by the BJP, is not disillusioned enough to actually vote against the BJP. So as long as that BJP vote remains around that 40-42% mark and the other vote gets split and there is no direct transfer of votes from the Congress to the CPM, I still believe it is advantage BJP. So unless the anti-incumbency is much greater than what I saw on the ground, I would think that the BJP remains in pole position to be certainly the single largest party, but probably with a majority given Tripura's history of delivering decisive mandates.
All right, well, we'll only know when that last vote is counted on the 2nd of March on Trust India Today to get you the ringside view, or rather the front row seats to this political thriller. Very, very interesting. Appreciate all our panelists and my colleague Milan for joining us from Agartala. Thank you there. And we'll see you on the 2nd March, all of you, as we come down to the elections there. Of course, in the middle, there are two other states that are going to polls, and that's the state of Nagaland and Meghalaya. Meghalaya, also very, very interesting and important. Nagaland usually doesn't quite have an opposition of sorts, but we'll come to it on the 27th. For now, it's Tripura's day, and let's end with that cliche again, tryst with destiny. A quick break to stay with us. Updates continue on the other side.
जब बात फैमिली पे आए तो डिस्कशन नहीं करते, एक्शन करते हैं।
2022 was undoubtedly a great one for Karthik Aaryan, and now 2023 looks like it's going to be even better as he kickstarts the year with his new film Shehzada. A well-timed reference to filmmaker S.S. Rajamouli, to even taking a dig on nepotism. The film has all the ingredients to be a mass entertainer. It's a huge risk to step into the mighty shoes of superstar Allu Arjun, but Karthik Aaryan fits right into this remake of Ala Vaikunthapuramalu, and how. The makers have now released a new track from the film titled Character Dealer 2.0, which is a revamped version of Salman Khan's Character Dealer from his 2011 film Ready. The song at that time featured Salman along with Zareen Khan and was a chartbuster. And Karthik pays homage to the superstar with his take on the popular track. Interestingly, Karthik Aaryan had an incredible
traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Very hungry. No toilet, no shower.
No food, no water, nowhere to stay, and loved ones gone. This is the story of Hatay.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping.
With cameraman Kripal Singh in Hatay, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Voda Jeans Company, Planet Easy. Union Bank of India.
Good morning and welcome. Thank you for tuning in to India Today. We have a special telecast. Remember, Tripura is facing elections right now, but lots more in this bulletin. Let's begin. It's a multi-cornered fight for Tripura as the road to 2024 officially kicks off. Voting is on for 60 assembly seats underway. Tribal votes could hold the key. Day 3 of the Income Tax Department search at the BBC office in Delhi and Mumbai. It's been 42 hours and counting. BBC tells employees to work from home temporarily, but also be ready if required for questioning by the agency. In Maharashtra, NCP leader Jitendra Awad has been booked for attempt to murder after, along with aides, attacked Thane Municipal Corporation officer over the raising of property. After DMK Neta who beat soldier to death with his aides, the man has now been taken into arrest finally. The DMK councillor Chinnasamy now in police custody. Alert over ISI bagged Khalistani plot. Punjab police step up the state border vigil. Dressed like Bhindranwale, the self-styled Khalistani ideologue is preaching secession. Cautioning against what he called the doctored narratives, now seeking to run down India's growth story, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has spoken up. There's a big statement that has come in from the Vice President of the country who said, and I quote him here, "Dumping of information was another way of invasion." Now remember, Dhankar's remarks come even as income tax authorities continue with the survey of the office of the BBC in Delhi and Mumbai for the third day. But it's a big moment because the Vice President of the country, Jagdeep Dhankar, has given out a statement saying there are doctored narratives that seek to run down India's growth story, and that even this dumping of information is another way of invasion. This, remember, is in the backdrop and what has been already unfolding with the searches and the survey at the BBC offices.
Vicious tendency has grown, particularly amongst so-called intelligence in our country, that anything coming from outside is sanctified, elevated, coming from minds that have to be respected. We have to question it.
Let me now bring in my colleague Akshay Dongre for the latest on that. Akshay, because as a Vice President saying that, it's a big statement and he's alleging that these are doctored narratives, but did he name the BBC or was it more of a generic comment? In fact, stay on with me because already more reactions are coming in of our politicians. Majid Memon, who's now with the Trinamool Congress, is joining me. Mr. Memon, when the Vice President says, and they're keeping it generic, there are doctored narratives, this is a way to run down India's growth story, this is another invasion. What do you say to that, sir?
You see, Vice President, with due respect to him, should be an independent person holding a very high constitutional position. He ceases to be a BJP leader, and he must not act or speak or do anything that would show that he has got leaning towards Bharatiya Janata Party or its leaders. Now, in this particular documentary, certainly
on behalf of the BJP,
the topmost leader of BJP is in the dock as far as documentary is concerned, and then the Vice President certifying that it's a doctored documentary. I think it does not lie in his mouth that he should give a certificate of it being doctored when the matter is still sub judice when the inquiry is going on, and BBC can certainly retaliate by saying that what evidence does the Honorable Vice President of India have to call it a doctored documentary. Now, this is thing, but he's speaking as an admirer of Prime Minister Modi, not as the Vice President of India.
What do you say to him saying that this dumping of information is another way of invasion? Of course, all of this is in the background, and simultaneously as we have the tax heat on the BBC.
No, I think, you see, a dignified position, which the highest, second highest position in the country, the Vice President of India, must not involve himself into such controversies by saying that BBC has published something doctored or it is motivated, etc., when there is no evidence till now as to the genuineness or otherwise of the documentary, which is under probe.
All right, Mr. Majid Memon, thank you very much for speaking to India today. And he's here saying that this did not sound like an independent word is what he has said. But we'll listen in again once quickly to what Jagdeep Dhankar, the Vice President of the country, has said about doctored narratives and another way of information invasion.
Vicious tendency has grown, particularly amongst so-called intelligence in our country, that anything coming from outside is sanctified, elevated, coming from minds that have to be respected. We have to question it.
Dongre for the latest on that. Akshay, he doesn't look like that he's taken the direct name of the British broadcaster, but this is a generic statement, but it is in the background of what's already unfolding. Do tell us about the political showdown over these statements that have come in and what's happening at the BBC too. Akshay.
Well, Pooja, not only this statement coming in from the Vice President is significant because the Vice President, he is the Vice President, but
yes,
the other importance is also that the audience was no common people. These were the probationers of the Indian Information Services. These are the people who will, in fact, come out of the institutions and, in fact, run the entire broadcast associations that in fact administer our country. These are people who will be high-ranking officials in the Indian Information Services, and that is why there is a lot of significance to what the Vice President has said as well. Now, while he has not directly named the BBC, but it is clear from the jibe that the Vice President has taken that he has been talking about the raids that have been happening, the documentary that has been published by the BBC that was also blocked by the Indian government on social media websites. Now, the talking point about the statement that has come from the Vice President is about how the West is trying to jeopardize by dumping information India's growth. And this is not just the Vice President who has spoke about it, but we have seen that time and again the Foreign Minister of India, Dr. S. Jaishankar, has also spoken on these lines that while we are on a good trajectory, there are going to be hurdles, there are going to be powers who will not like it, and there are going to be agendas and efforts to stop India's growth and to rather malign the image of the country. However, the opposition has not taken lightly the statement that has come from the Vice President. They have attacked these kind of statements. They have in fact questioned the Vice President, stating that why is the Vice President talking about this documentary that has been published by a foreign broadcaster.
Akshay, also can we say that this time, of course, there are reactions coming from all sides. So Jagdeep Dhankar believes that these are doctored narratives. These are also an information warfare that is happening against India's growth story. But there's this united opposition. So do tell us basically how there has been a political showdown over, and since the BBC is facing the tax heat of the Income Tax Department over tax irregularities.
Well, clearly the opposition has linked these tax raids that are going on right now for the past 3 days to the documentary that was published by the BBC barely a month back. The opposition has charged allegations on the government that this is, in fact, this is the action that has been taken is because that it's directly linked to the documentary that the BBC has made that questioned Prime Minister Narendra Modi's role in the Godhra riots when he was Chief Minister of Gujarat, and that is the reason opposition has in fact rallied to criticize the government over these kind of raids. It's not just the opposition, but there are civil society members as well who are questioning the raids. There are, in fact, the Press Club of India also issued a statement questioning the raids that are going on. So overall, the government is being questioned over these raids that have come immediately after the BBC had in fact put out that documentary.
Keep tracking all the latest, the reactions and what's unfolding at the BBC office also. And remember, he's the Vice President of the country, Jagdeep Dhankar. So his statement, of course, clearly having that hold as well when he says it's also dumping of information, another way of invasion, information warfare that he's alleging. There are doctored narratives that cannot and should not be allowed. This is against India's growth story. It's the third consecutive day, 42 hours and counting, of the Income Tax Department sleuths who are there at the BBC offices in Delhi and Mumbai. The survey of the premises are still ongoing, but there's no official statement, interestingly, about the reasons behind the survey just yet. The company has asked its employees at the office, meanwhile, to be ready for questioning if and when required and cooperate with the ongoing probe. Sources have also told India Today that the company has asked its employees to work from home since they receive a further notice. Security has been tightened outside the BBC office because one outfit, Hindu Sena, approached outside the office chanting BBC Leave India. The political showdown is significant. Apart from other parties, AIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi jumped in, saying those who speak the truth get hounded like this. Listen in to all the reactions.
देखिए, हमारे देश में कोई भी बाहर की विदेशी ताकतें आकर हमारे देश की अपना शांति को खराब करने की कोशिश करेंगी, तो ये अपना किसी के लिए भी सेहत के लिए ठीक नहीं है। और अभी जो अपना बीबीसी के कार्यालयों पर सारी एजेंसीज वहाँ पे अपना सर्च कर रही हैं, अब इसके बाद में कोई भी टिप्पणी उनके बाद ही अपना दे पाएंगे कि उसमें अपना सर्च में क्या निकलता है।
उन्होंने एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई मोदी साहब के बारे में और उनको यह एहसास दिलाया जा रहा है कि आपने डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई है, इसलिए आपको सज़ा दी जाएगी। आज भारत के अंदर जो भी प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ, भारत सरकार के खिलाफ, बीजेपी की सरकार के खिलाफ बोलेगा, उसकी ज़बान काट दी जाएगी, उसकी आवाज़ बंद कर दी जाएगी। ये एक मैसेज है जो दिया जा रहा है।
एडिटर्स गिल्ड ने, प्रेस काउंसिल ने इसका कंडेम किया है, मजम्मत की है इसकी, और सही उन्होंने डिसीजन लिया है। फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, सहाफ़ी आज़ादी जमहूरियत की बका के लिए, जमहूरियत की जिंदा रहने के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। और इसका टाइमिंग देख लीजिए कि उन्होंने वीडियो निकाला गुजरात में जो 2002 में जेनोसाइड हुआ, उसको बैन लगाया आपने अंग्रेजों के बनाए हुए कानून के तहत, और उसके बाद आपने ये सर्वे या रेड क्या चल रहा है। तो इससे मैसेज क्या जा रहा है कि आप फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस नहीं चाहते हैं।
नेशनली बोल रहे हैं, बीबीसी में जो आई थी कि को लेकर सीएम ने नाराजगी जताई है, बोली कि उनका कहना ये है कि लीगल अगर कुछ होता है तो अच्छी बात है, बट इसके लिए पहले से नोटिस दे देनी चाहिए।
उनको वेट करना चाहिए ना, तो जब इंक्वायरी हो रही है, इंक्वायरी हो जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद वो बात कहें।
So let's go on the ground now, right outside the BBC office, about what's unfolding. My colleague Amit Bhardwaj is getting us the latest on that. Amit, over to you now. The sleuth still inside the office. What is their plan of action? Any statement yet? And are the gates still shut?
Right, Pooja. Right now, I am standing right outside the BBC India's biggest office, located in the national capital. Right behind me is the ST office. ST House, and on the 5th and 7th floor of this building are the two offices of BBC India. It is important to note that it is also the center where the head of languages office is located, which means so virtually this is the BBC India's headquarters. In a way, there are other offices in India spread in several states, but majorly it is the Delhi office and the Mumbai office where the action happens, and Delhi being the biggest office, it is also taken as the BBC India's headquarters. Now, for the past 3 days, the investigation by the Income Tax Department, which is being termed as survey by the department, is still going on. The action began on 14th of February around 12 p.m. and since then, on that day, the movement of the BBC employees inside the office, Delhi office, was completely restricted. They were not allowed to use any communication device. Their mobile phones were kept away. And now, even on the third day, the IT department's action at the BBC offices continues. However, Pooja, we are yet to listen any official word from the income tax department.
Watch out for that, Amit, because we don't have an official statement just yet from the income tax department. But that's one of the reasons is because the probe and the search and survey are still on. So likely once that's over, there could be more details. Let's bring you some other stories now coming in from Tamil Nadu. Remember that shocking murder that had happened of an army Jawan who was beaten to death by DMK councillor Chinnasamy. Chinnasamy has been finally arrested after he had been absconding all this while ever since the incident. 6 people also, apart from that, have been detained by the police. This, remember, the issue was over washing clothes. Started as a verbal spat, turned into a physical confrontation, and the man you're looking at, the soldier, then lost his life and succumbed. The soldier and his brother Prabhakaran were using this water facility when Chinnasamy and he got into a verbal spat. Based on the complaint, 6 people, including the son of Chinnasamy, have now been taken into arrest. The opposition, meanwhile, is gunning for Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin, questioning his silence in this matter since the past few days.
Why the DMK, the local body people, or the MLA or the minister, it seems that they are above the law. That is what our concern is. The people think that the state government is not taking proper action against those people who are all been committing these heinous crimes. And because of that, the overall, the situation in the state, as if that others are telling that yes, law and order situation is not in the control of the state government, and the total government machinery is concentrating in Erode by-election.
The absolute lawlessness is there in Tamil Nadu, and law and order is deteriorating. This is because of the carelessness and the attitude, the lackluster attitude of Mr. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We strongly condemn this. A severe action should be taken, but the police department's hands are, being curtailed by the DMK, and this is what is happening. And I don't think Mr. Stalin can stop this.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things. If DMK man is involved, we have already taken action against many men who were involved in criminal activities. The same will apply to anybody. Our CM is very strong that the DMK, whoever it is, whether he belongs to DMK or not, if there is a crime committed, the criminal will be punished.
Starting from abusing governor, starting from abusing women, and going to the extent of killing an army Jawan, clearly shows that the police are mute spectators in the hands of DMK leader M.K. Stalin. They are puppets, and they are being used only to avenge vendetta against us, AIDMK and leaders. Mr. Stalin, under your regime, Tamil Nadu has to hang its head in shame because we couldn't protect an army Jawan under your rule, and you as a head of the state and you as a chief minister don't have time to send out a message to the people of Tamil Nadu or to your own party men.
So it's become a huge political showdown over the death of the soldier as well. Remember, the issue was washing clothes. What's happening politically? Let's go across to my colleague Pramod Madhav. Pramod, why has the Chief Minister, M.K. Stalin, not yet responded? It's absolutely conspicuous by silence, and that's what, of course, the opposition is latching on to.
It absolutely is, and we are also waiting for what kind of action the DMK is going to take against their party men, because this particular person called Chinnasamy is a councillor. He's from DMK. He's been arrested as well, and all 9 accused in the case has been arrested, and the family is completely devastated because Prabhu, who had come there earlier to attend an event, was supposed to join back in duty on 10th of this month, and before that this has occurred, and the family also claims that this is nothing but vendetta. So there are a lot of questions DMK on its own has to explain, especially about their party men being involved in such a crime.
Pramod, please keep tracking all the latest on that. Pramod has been getting us the reactions and the latest on this big horrific story. We have some big news coming in on this. Let's take a look. Absolute shocker that the Dravida Munnetra Karagam continues to support this killer Neta. The DMK brazenly defending the killer of the soldier. DMK Neta says it happens everywhere. Where does it happen everywhere, Mr. Stalin and his party? And why would you at this point want to defend an elected councillor who got into a physical confrontation that has led to the death, murder of a soldier?
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things. If DMK man is involved, we have already taken action against many men who were involved in criminal activities. The same will apply to anybody. Our CM is very strong that the DMK, whoever it is, whether he belongs to DMK or not, if there is a crime committed, the criminal will be punished.
So you heard T.K. Silangovan, who's, remember, a very senior leader of Tamil Nadu politics, of DMK, of M.K. Stalin's party. But did you listen carefully to what he said? You know, it could be anyone. It didn't have to be a soldier. It could be anyone who was killed or dead due to a physical confrontation by an elected councillor. It should have been raised either way. But for a Neta to say it's a very small thing, it happens everywhere. You're defending an elected councillor who got his men to beat up 2 people, one of them dead, one of them a soldier of the armed forces, is what M.K. Stalin's party has to say. We'll wait, of course, for what Chief Minister himself has to say on this. And days after he was served a show-cause notice, Congress Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi has submitted a detailed reply to the Lok Sabha Secretariat on the notices moved by the Bharatiya Janata Party members regarding remarks against Prime Minister Modi in the House. Remember, this was over the Adani issue, that he had claimed that with Adani's rise, it has happened only and primarily since 2014, alleging that it was Prime Minister Modi and the BJP that had come to power in the government, and therefore, because he was close to Prime Minister Modi, had friendship, it was his rise as a result. It had become a huge showdown. Some of his remarks even had to be expunged. Rahul Gandhi absolutely defiant, saying he will not backtrack, and the question is, why was Prime Minister Modi, some comments were not also expunged? I gave a comment which was very polite. The question was, he did not give evidence, and that is one of the reasons, because he made a very scathing claim without evidence. As at that point in time, he's now submitted a reply. Mosmi Singh joins me for the latest on that. Mosmi, so that day has come, he submitted a reply. Any detail that you're picking up about what likely is to be in that reply statement? Mosmi.
So clearly, Pooja, Rahul Gandhi, when he sent that reply, even before that, he has maintained that he is not going to go back on any word that he had said, and he in fact asked the chair that why the words were expunged at all. So a breach of privilege notice that was moved against him, he had to reply to that breach of privilege, and we are told that in a reply that runs into several pages, Rahul Gandhi has stood by each and every word that he said, and he said that he would not be taking back those words, and he in fact, he had not said anything unparliamentary. Now, that's the crux of the letter. What exactly is in the reply in terms of the lines that are mentioned? The Congress or the government hasn't released it, or we haven't got it yet. But the important thing is, the underlining factor is that if the government or the Secretariat finds that Rahul's reply is not satisfactory, or there is a case of breach of privilege, then the matter could escalate, or otherwise it could be put in the cold storage, like the several replies that have been sent by politicians for breach of privilege notice.
All right, Mosmi, stay on with me, because just to tell our viewers that response has finally been submitted by Rahul Gandhi, the Lok Sabha Member of Parliament, over this issue. So just a background here, Mosmi, for the viewer, about what precisely led to a show-cause notice, because it was a complete washout of a budget session and instead focused primarily on Adani and the Hindenburg research report.
Absolutely, and it was Rahul Gandhi who took on the lead role as far as the Congress is concerned, attacking Prime Minister Narendra Modi during the motion of thanks on the President's address, and in the lower house he went hammer and tongs. I think he mentioned the word Adani more than a dozen times, several dozen times, and in fact attached it to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's name, and then in the end he asked several questions which were also expunged. We cannot elaborate on that, but by the time it was expunged, the statement was expunged, the words were expunged, it had already been telecasted and was in the headlines in the newspapers. So that's on the other side of the story. But importantly, there was a breach of privilege that was moved by the BJP MPs, that Rahul hasn't substantiated any of the accusations that he hurled at the Prime Minister, and this was a severe breach of privilege that was moved against Rahul Gandhi, because the norm or the rule is that if you are going to give a speech in the House and you have any accusations to make against another member of the House, then you have to substantiate it with facts and intimate the chair also about it.
Mosmi, please keep tracking all the latest on that. And because the statement was directly and blatantly on Prime Minister Modi, but where was the evidence? That's one of the reasons. Show cause notice given. Reply submitted now by Lok Sabha Member of Parliament Rahul Gandhi. Mosmi, if we continue to stay on with this story, because for our viewers, we are also putting out what was said back and forth between Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi. As you read it, let's listen in now to what Rahul Gandhi had said and what Prime Minister had said in return.
अदानी जी की इतनी बिजनेस एक्यूमेंट कहां से आई, इतने अलग अलग सेक्टर्स में अदानी जी ने कैसे सक्सेस प्राप्त की, अदानी जी के बारे में पूरी दुनिया को स्टडी करनी चाहिए, हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी को स्टडी करनी चाहिए कि पॉलिटिक्स के बीच में और बिजनेस के बीच में कैसा रिश्ता होता है. इंडिया इज अ केस स्टडी एंड प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी should be given a gold medal in this.
यहाँ कुछ लोगों को हार्वर्ड स्टडी का बड़ा क्रेज है. हार्वर्ड स्टडी है, बड़ा क्रेज है. कोरोना काल में ऐसा ही कहा गया था और कांग्रेस ने कहा था कि भारत की बर्बादी पर हार्वर्ड में केस स्टडी होगी, ऐसा कहा था. और कल फिर सदन में हार्वर्ड यूनिवर्सिटी में स्टडी की बात कल फिर हुई. लेकिन माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बीते वर्षों में माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, बीते वर्षों में हार्वर्ड में एक बहुत बढ़िया स्टडी हुई है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट स्टडी हुई है. और उस स्टडी है, उसका टॉपिक क्या था मैं जरूर सदन को बताना चाहूंगा. और ये स्टडी हो चुकी है. स्टडी है द राइज एंड डिक्लाइन ऑफ इंडियाज कांग्रेस पार्टी.
All right, so it's become, of course, a huge issue ever since that, and now Rahul Gandhi has submitted a reply. Joining me now on the phone line is Bharatiya Janata Party's leader, R.P. Singh. Mr. R.P. Singh, so show cause notice reply has been submitted. Will the BJP end it there? That that what he said, a show cause notice was served, he's replied, let's end the matter there. Will the BJP continue to escalate it further? R.P. Singh, can you hear me? All right, I'll quickly try and get that audio line back on. Remember, the Bharatiya Janata Party ever since that day has been gunning for Rahul Gandhi. But Rahul Gandhi also, interestingly, has been very defiant. And he said nothing wrong. He was very polite. And he's only saying that there needs to be an investigation. But the fact was, because he directly connected Adani to Prime Minister Modi without any evidence that he could substantiate with on the floor of the House, that is one of the reasons that a show cause notice was served. And primarily after the Bharatiya Janata Party objected and asked the Speaker of the House to go ahead and give him a show cause notice, called his comments derogatory. But Rahul Gandhi has been upping the ante ever since. So since Bharat Jodo Yatra has got over and he's returned to the Parliament, he has been gunning for Prime Minister Modi directly. And that's not all, remember. What you heard was not the only one. Let's bring you how there was another face-off between Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi in the Parliament.
अदानी जी का जो नेटवर्थ है वो 3 साल के अंदर, नहीं सॉरी 2014 से लेकर 2022 तक ये $8 बिलियन से $140 बिलियन कैसे हो गया? एक लिस्ट आती है दुनिया के सबसे अमीर लोगों की, इस पे ये 609 नंबर पे थे 14 में, 609 पीछे बिल्कुल। पता नहीं जादू हुआ, दूसरे नंबर पे पहुंच गए।
मोदी है तो मुमकिन है।
तो
अध्यक्ष जी, आपकी गालियों को, आपके आरोपों को इन कोटि कोटि भारतीयों से होकर के गुजरना पड़ेगा, जिनको दशकों तक मुसीबतें में जिंदगी जीने के लिए तुमने मजबूर किया। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, कुछ लोग अपने लिए, अपने परिवार के लिए बहुत कुछ तबाह करने पर लगे हुए हैं, अपने लिए, अपने परिवार के लिए जी रहे हैं। मोदी तो 25 करोड़ देशवासियों के परिवार का सदस्य है। आदरणीय अध्यक्ष जी, 140 करोड़ देशवासियों के आशीर्वाद, ये मेरा सबसे बड़ा सुरक्षा कवच है। और गालियों के शस्त्र से, झूठ के शस्त्रास्त्रों से इस सुरक्षा कवच को कभी तुम भेद नहीं सकते हो। वो विश्वास का सुरक्षा कवच है।
All right, so that is the big political showdown that continues. But for now, I'm heading to a very short break. When I return, I'm going to take you to Jharkhand, because remember there were communal clashes ahead of Mahashivratri because a gate, a decorative gate, had to be set up. But it's very interesting what the AIMM had to say about it. Let's get you more about that and how the situation is on the ground in Palamu after that.
All successful people worked hard, nothing comes easily.
Sometimes you need to just cross that mental barrier.
Once I come in,
काफी प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड
stark difference.
मैं जब दोनों मेडल को ले रहा था और मैं बोल रहा था कि 2 ही हमारे पास मेडल है इंडिया में और दोनों आज मेरे हाथ में है।
The very fact that you're opening the India Today conclave with a session on Olympic sport tells me that we've made progress.
Many who understand sustainability understand slow fashion is the way to go. So what's the problem? Slow fashion can be more expensive, and more often than not is expensive compared to fast fashion. But there is a solution. Reuse, repurpose. Alternatively, go for something called as a closet detox. You can sell a big label on a pre-loved fashion platform to make the planet a better one so that all of that does not go into the landfill. What's more, you can even buy pre-loved clothing. Celebrities have now caught on to the pre-loved trend. Recently, Alia Bhatt, Deepika Padukone, Katrina Kaif and Anushka Sharma indulge in a closet detox, setting off a pre-loved revolution in India. While you give your closet a second life, remember you are also giving your planet another life. And with that, don't forget to reuse, repurpose, or alternatively, join the pre-loved revolution in India. In New Delhi with Vaishnavi Kaharwar, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
A corporate museum called The Journey has got everyone talking. This museum showcases the origins of the DS Group, its struggling era, initial phase of establishment, the downfall followed by rejuvenation of family members, revival of business and reincarnation of the belief of the founder Sri Satyapal Ji. It's actually the art of storytelling, which involves a wide range of media and multimedia tools backed by context-driven, strong narrative that has made the outcome truly an undulating one. It took 2 years for this museum to be completed.
I took over the business and I used to see the files of my father, the records and other things. So I came to know that what was the hard work he put in. And in 50s and 60s, where there was no brand consciousness, he used to work hard. We got those handmade designs and other things. Creating brand where trademark and branding was not known to anybody. So then we started collecting them, and there were huge bundles of papers and other things. So we started developing a biography on him.
Okay.
So in 2014 we launched his biography, and वो इतना डाटा कलेक्ट करते करते हमारे को मतलब ये लगा कि अब हमारे को ये म्यूज़ियम के लायक सामान है, तो फिर हमने म्यूज़ियम पे काम करना शुरू करा. And so that from my grandfather's time to father and the next generation and whatever development is going on, all is depicted in the museum.
A day after violent communal clashes in Jharkhand, this, remember, has also become a huge political showdown. This was in Palamu in Jharkhand, where 6 people were injured yesterday in the violence that broke out over a dispute over the construction of a temporary decorative gate, a Toran gate, outside a mosque in Palamu's Panki area ahead of the Mahashivratri. But AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi has held the Sangh Parivar, the RSS, directly responsible for the violence. Speaking to India Today, Owaisi has said that while Sangh Parivar could have orchestrated the conspiracy, this is Soren government in Jharkhand that also needs to be blamed for the violence. Owaisi has said the Jharkhand government failed to stop the violence that was initiated by the Sangh. Now, meanwhile, in Deoghar, which is considered to be the city of Lord Shiva, There is this Mahashivratri festival that of course is coming, and ahead of that there was a procession of Lord Shiva that was being taken out. But BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has also jumped in, alleging Deoghar district administration is trying to stop the Shiv Barat, for which he has now filed a PIL in the Jharkhand High Court and has said the government is anti-Hindu and that he will fast unto death if required for Lord Shiva.
देखिए, झारखंड में पांकी में जामा मस्जिद के सामने कभी भी शिवरात्रि के दौरान में वहां पर गेट नहीं लगाई गई थी और मुकामी लोकल पुलिस स्टेशन में बैठकर ये बात कही दी गई, तय हो गया कि जामा मस्जिद के सामने द्वार या गेट नहीं लगाएगी। अचानक फिर आप स्टोन पेल्टिंग करते हैं मस्जिद के ऊपर, दो घर को जला देते हैं, टू व्हीलर को जलाते हैं और फोर व्हीलर को जलाते हैं। ये तो संघ परिवार की बहुत बड़ी साजिश थी, वो कामयाब हो गए और वहां की सरकार नाकाम हो गई। उनको तो चाहिए था कि आपकी ये सब चीजें हो रही हैं, तो सरासर इसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी वहां की लोकल रूलिंग पार्टी के ऊपर आती है, जीएमएम के ऊपर, जो नाकाम साबित हुई है, रोकने में नाकाम। इससे पहले फायरिंग हुई आपके रांची में, वहां पर लोग मर गए और यहां पर आपको मालूम कि ये चीजें हो रही हैं, तो आपको रोकना चाहिए था उसको। ये नाकामी है उनकी सरासर।
ये जो झारखंड सरकार का हिंदू विरोधी मानसिकता है वो देवघर में दिखाई दे रहा है। देवघर में मुख्यमंत्री शिव बारात नहीं निकालने देना चाह रहे हैं, जबकि ये शिव की नगरी है। देवघर यदि शिव है तभी देवघर है, और इसके खिलाफ जो है मैंने माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का दरवाज़ा खटखटाया है और कल माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का जो भी फैसला आएगा, उम्मीद है कि कुछ आना चाहिए, उसके हिसाब से फिर हम आगे कैसे शिव बारात निकलेगा उसके बारे में शिव बारात कमेटी के साथ बातचीत करके हम निर्णय लेंगे। ये मुख्यमंत्री के इशारे पर जिला प्रशासन
Right, infighting continues in the state of Rajasthan. This is big news now coming in. Sachin Pilot questions an inordinate delay in action against Ashok Gehlot loyalists for CLP meeting episode. Says Congress must decide on Rajasthan soon. Senior Congress leader Sachin Pilot has said, flagging, and I quote him here, these are his words, inordinate delay by the leadership in taking action against those who defied then President Sonia Gandhi by not letting a legislature party meeting take place. So the decision on parties' affairs must be taken soon with regard to alternate governments. Intelligence agencies in the country have raised an alarm, suspecting Pakistan's ISI stepping up its Khalistan activities within India to revive disturbances, specifically in the state of Punjab, an aim to also revive terrorism and communal hatred in a state that has finally seen peace. Sources tell India Today that religious leaders, crowded places could be on the target of ISI-backed Khalistan groups. In this report, we tell you more about how there are ideologues being pushed by Pakistan.
Temples defaced in Canada and Australia. Anti-India graffiti painted on the walls of Swami Narayan Temple in Melbourne, Australia. Gauri Shankar Mandir was defaced by Khalistani slogans at Brampton in Canada. Similar graffiti earlier spotted on the walls of Kali Devi Temple at Sangrur in Punjab. Over the last 1 year, at least 8 temples have been vandalized this way in India and overseas. Security agencies suspect Pakistan's ISI has stepped up its Khalistani activities with an aim to revive terror and communal hatred in Punjab. An alert issued by central agencies warns that religious leaders, crowded places could be on the target of ISI-backed Khalistani groups. Security sources say Punjab police have been advised to step up vigil along the state borders with Jammu. A route that Pakistan's rogue spy network may use to send consignment of arms, ammunition and explosives into Punjab. The central government is in close coordination with the Punjab government to counter this issue. Union Home Minister Amit Shah said in a recent interview that authorities are keeping a watch.
ये सालों से होता है, हम इस पर गंभीरता से वॉच बनाए रखे हुए हैं। पंजाब सरकार से भी हमारी चर्चाएं होती है, सभी एजेंसियों का कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम इसको पनपने नहीं देंगे।
Dressed up like slain militant leader Jarnail Singh Bhindranwala, flanked by armed guards. Amritpal Singh is a self-styled Khalistan protagonist. He shot to fame in Punjab with his hardline oratory in a matter of months. His theories spin narratives around the Indian Constitution and the RSS.
ਸੋ ਸਵਾਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਵੀ ਅਸੀਂ ਬੰਦੀ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜਨਾ ਹੈ, ਬਸ਼ਰਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ। ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ, ਪਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਾਲਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਸਮਝੌਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ।
I'm cutting across to national capital Delhi, where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is inaugurating the Adi Mahotsav. This is with regard to the tribal festival that the Prime Minister is inaugurating, interacting from across the country, different tribal groups that are there. And we'll try and get you more details. This is the Major Dhyan Chand Stadium near India Gate in Delhi. This is from 16th February to 27th February that the event has been organized. It's an effort by the government to basically showcase tribal culture on the national stage. And again, going by this government and Prime Minister Modi's call, which is vocal for local, encourage and be proud of your heritage, buy what is locally made rather than going by the big global Western brands. Make Indian brands go global, as this government's theme for years now. So this is the inauguration that's currently taking place, but ensuring also interacting, asking questions to different aspects. You can see the smiles on the faces of some of these groups to be interacting. Remember, for many of them who have come from far-flung villages and areas from across the country, to be directly interacting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi would definitely be a big moment right now. This is the national capital. Until 27th February, this event is being organized. It's being called the Adi Mahotsav, and it's a tribal festival that has currently started.
बिल्कुल, और केवल इतना ही नहीं, बच्चों के अंदर भी अपने कल्चर।
Let me now bring in my colleague Himanshu Mishra for the latest. Himanshu, ये देख के अच्छा लग रहा है कि वो ट्राइबल ग्रुप्स जो भी आए हैं उनसे इंटरैक्ट भी कर रहे हैं, सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, और एक इनिशिएटिव है आगे लोगों को भी एनकरेज करने के लिए कि लोकल ही सामान खरीदे। क्या सोचकर ये इवेंट ऑर्गेनाइज किया गया है दिल्ली में?
देखिए, बिल्कुल जिस तरीके से भारत सरकार ने बिरसा मुंडा की जयंती बनाई और आप ट्राइबल्स को लेकर सरकार की जो नीति है उसको लेकर आगे बढ़े, और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी 1000 से ज्यादा कारीगर जो हैं वो आए हैं यहाँ पे अपने अपने सामान लेके। 26 स्टेट से जो हैं वो ये लोग आए हैं, कुछ स्टार्टअप्स पे हैं, उन लोगों को इनवाइट किया गया है कि देखिए इन लोगों को अगर आप प्रमोशन करेंगे, लोकल फॉर वोकल्स के लिए अगर आप प्रमोट करेंगे तो इन ट्राइबल्स का जो बना हुआ सामान है वो बहुत अच्छा है, क्वालिटी अच्छी है, उसकी फिनिशिंग अच्छी है, आप उस पर जाइए। और इसी की तर्ज पर ये पूरा महोत्सव मनाया जा रहा है। प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी अलग अलग लोगों से मुलाकात कर रहे हैं, उनसे जान रहे हैं। आप इसका अंदाजा इस बात से भी लगा सकते हैं कि माइनॉरिटी मिनिस्ट्री भी इस तरीके का हुनर हाट का प्रोग्राम किया था जिसमें इंडिया गेट पे जो हुआ था वो, और उसमें जो है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी गए थे, उन्होंने वहाँ लिट्टी चोखा खाया था। तो इस तरीके से आज ट्राइबल्स का जो फूड है उसमें भी शायद प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जाए उस स्टॉल में।
तो वैरायटी होगी, वैरायटी है, कॉमर्स है, क्विजीन है, ट्राइबल ग्रुप्स है। रिमेंबर वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट फ्रॉम अक्रॉस द कंट्री, देयर आर अबाउट 700 at least notified ethnic groups in the country, and in Delhi this event is being organized as Adi Mahotsav. Thank you so much, Himanshu Mishra, for the latest on that. Pakistan continues to create trouble within India, but the fact really is that it is their own country that they're absolutely unable to handle. Pakistan crisis continues to deepen day by day, and what's happening right now? Food items, fuel, essential elements. People in Pakistan are facing the brunt of a massive, severe inflation right now. According to reports, 1 liter of unpacked milk, for example, in Pakistan is now priced at 210 rupees, up from 190 until recently. For example, and you can take a look at the list on your screens, 1 kilogram of chicken meat currently costs 700 to 780 Pakistan rupees and was 600, 650 about last week. So it's only increasing and the unrest can be seen. While the price of, again, live broiler chicken has also been increased. People are paying 480 to 500 rupees for what was about 30 rupees per kg. But it will be about fuel price. That is robbing people of their pockets. 22 rupees has been the hike already. Kerosene prices have been hiked by 12 rupees. This, remember, apart from the electricity, power issues that already happening, people are running behind trucks to be able to get some food. Now, a senior economist with Moody's Analytics has said that inflation in Pakistan could average 33% in the first half of 2023 before trending lower, and a bailout from the IMF is only likely to help, but that also will not happen right away. The country is batting a political slugfest with former Prime Minister and PTI Chief Imran Khan staring at an unrest. This is after Pakistan court rejected his bail plea too. So it's not just a power crisis literally of electricity, but also a power crisis metaphorically in the government. So let's quickly try and get an understanding of what's unfolding on the ground. Joining me now in this live telecast is Pakistan senior journalist Owais Mangalwala. Owais, thank you for joining us, and I want to quickly understand that there could be a mandated rate hike that has come from the IMF, but there is already a lot of problem, it appears. What sort of an unrest are we looking at in Pakistan? Owais?
Hello, thank you for having me. Well, if by unrest you mean that the people are on streets and they are protesting and all, no, nothing of such sort is happening, because people knew it was not something new. It was not coming in as a surprise, this mini budget and this whole price hike scenario and these taxes of 170 billion rupees. This was all expected because negotiations with IMF were going on, and we were expecting that this would happen. Isaac Dar had announced this thing. The finance minister of Pakistan, he had announced this thing a few days ago that this will be happening. So there's no unrest kind of a thing, as if people are coming out on streets and saying that no, we do not want this and we do not support this. Obviously, when you ask people, nobody likes price hikes. If you ask the business community, they are saying that this will not help. The PTI chief Imran Khan, he has also said that IMF deal is just like treating cancer with aspirin, but we all know that financially Pakistan was in a difficult state. Pakistan was in a difficult situation, and the IMF deal was the only thing that could have helped us. So now this mini budget will unlock the IMF deal, and hopefully we will be on the right path now.
Owais, thank you very much for this latest coming in from Pakistan. The situation not exactly looking good because there is inflation and there is a power crisis too. While that is the ground situation, the netas are still giving out bizarre comments. On live television, Pakistan netas were hurling abuses at former Prime Minister Imran Khan. Listen in and decide for yourself.
रिस्पॉन्स मेरी तरफ क्यों नहीं लिया था भाई? 1 घंटे से मैं सुन रहा हूँ उनकी बकवास. ये सियासतदान है, ये सियासतदान है, ये इमरानडू है, इमरानडू. इमरानडू है ये. रिस्पॉन्स मेरी तरफ क्यों नहीं लिया था भाई? 1 घंटे से मैं सुन रहा हूँ उनकी बकवास. ये सियासतदान है, ये सियासतदान है, ये इमरानडू है, इमरानडू. इमरानडू है ये.
All right, with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin for now. And remember, Pakistan's stability or instability will be watched out very carefully by India, because there will be an impact here too, specifically the manner in which Pakistan is trying to cause disturbances in our country. Wrapping up for now, thank you so much. Take care of yourself and always stay tuned to India Today.
Tragedies can either break you or make you. And this story from Naxal hit Gadchiroli will inspire you in many ways. Bharati Bogami was just 17 when her father, the Sarpanch of Lahiri village, was shot dead by Naxals in 2002. A brain tumor survivor, she faced several financial problems and yet continued her struggle to become a doctor. She now serves in the same area where her father was killed.
मैं सोच रही थी अब तो पापा चले गए, आज ये सब होने के बाद अगर मैं
अगर यही मेरा फ्यूचर, अगर मैं पेपर ना दूँ तो आगे कैसे बढ़ूँ। मेरे पापा की एक ख्वाहिश थी कि मुझे बचपन से मुझे बोलते थे, नर्स बोलते थे, डॉक्टर बोलते थे, ऐसे मुझे अच्छा लगता था। पढ़ाई पूरी होने के बाद मैंने सोच लिया, या तो सब सिटी में रहकर सब लोगों को तो डॉक्टर है, लेकिन मेरे गाँव को मेरे लोगों की बहुत ज़रूरत है। मेरे दिल में ऐसे कुछ तो भी चुभन जैसी लग रही थी कि अपने गाँव जाके मैं सेवा दूँ, इसीलिए फिर मैं रिटर्न आ गई।
Bogami found a life and work partner in Satish, who moved from Beed to the tribal area only to support her dream of serving her village.
मेरी जो बीवी है उसने मुझे मोटिवेट किया कि उन्होंने मुझे ये बताया कि डॉक्टर प्रकाश आमटे, डॉक्टर मंदाकिनी आमटे, डॉक्टर दिगांत आमटे और डॉक्टर अंदाकिनी आमटे वो जो कार्य वहाँ करते, उनसे कुछ मैं इंस्पायर होके मुझे भी ऐसा कुछ लगा दिल को कि अपन जाके आरोग्य में थोड़ी तो सेवा देना। मेरे अंतर्गत जो 52 गाँव है वहाँ जाना इम्पॉसिबल है। कई बाइक पे जाना पड़ता, कई जगह 10-10 किलोमीटर चलते हुए जाना पड़ता, वो आरोग्य सेवा देना पड़ता है।
Bharati and her husband have made it an aim to serve people in her village where health facilities are not easily available. Bureau Report, India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
It's been a big year for Indian cinema. Courtesy RRR and all the accolades that S.S. Rajamouli's dream project received worldwide, especially in the West.
And the Golden Globe goes to Natu RRR.
After bagging Golden Globe Awards for Natu Natu in the Best Song category, M.M. Keeravani's composition has been widely loved and grooved upon. RRR not only won the Critics' Choice Award for Natu Natu, but also became the best foreign language film. And now all eyes are on Oscars, as the lyricist Chandra Bose's creation has also been nominated in the Best Original Song category.
Natu Natu from RRR.
Sung by Rahul Sipliganj and Kala Bhairav, this foot-tapping number has given several reasons for the fans to celebrate. Ahead of the actual award ceremony, which will be held on March 12th, a luncheon was organized by the Academy to celebrate all the nominations at the 95th edition of this prestigious award.
M.M. Keeravani, original song Natu Natu from RRR.
Attending the same was M.M. Keeravani, who along with other nominees stood tall on the stage as they clicked for a class photo.
Congratulations to all of our nominees.
Chandra Bose was also present for the get-together. Several images of the two from the awards night, posing with celebrities like Tom Cruise, have been surfacing on social media. As RRR eyes for an Oscar win, speculations are rife that the two leading actors, Junior NTR and Ram Charan, will also be performing the dance number during the awards night. Meanwhile, India has two more nods.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. as India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people.
With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India Today. I'm Akshita Nandagopal, getting you all the top stories that we're tracking this Thursday. Let's begin with the headlines. DMK Neta beats a soldier to death. The army man thrashed over washing clothes. DMK Neta and aides arrested for murder, but the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam has justified and defended this man. Day 3 of IT department search at BBC offices. IT search on for over 48 hours and counting now. BBC tells employees to work from home, told to be ready for quizzing. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi submits detailed reply to Lok Sabha Secretariat on notices moved by BJP over his remarks against Prime Minister Modi. Tipu tussle in Karnataka. Siddaramaiah hits out at BJP, calls a minister a demon for his thrash Siddaramaiah remark. NCP leader Jitendra Awad booked for attempt to murder after he, along with his aides, attacked Thane Municipal Corporation officer over raising of property. Multi-cornered fight for Tripura as the road to 2024 officially kicks off. Voting in 6 assembly seats underway. Tribal votes hold the key. Let's begin with an India Today exclusive news break. This is in the Nikki Yadav murder case. The accused Sahil has confessed to murdering Nikki. Sahil, remember, killed Nikki in broad daylight is what we're hearing right now at 9 a.m. So it didn't happen in the dead of night. He strangled Nikki near a very busy bus terminus. That's where they had parked their car. And then he propped up the body in the front seat with the seatbelt on so nobody would suspect a thing. In the interrogation with the Delhi police, Sahil has told cops that he had strangled Nikki with a data cable near Kashmiri Gate bus stand and Rajghat. And according to the police, Sahil said that it happened at around 9 in the morning. So in broad daylight, this took place inside his white Verna. After the engagement on the night of 9th, so this was in fact him getting engaged to some other woman. After that, at around 1 a.m., Sahil left his house in his cousin's car. He then went to Uttam Nagar, where Nikki is. He picked her up from her house. After staying there for 3 to 4 hours, he left the house at 5 a.m. with Nikki. Then he went to Nizamuddin railway station, where he did not get the ticket. Both of them went towards Anand Vihar, from where they did not get the bus to Himachal. They reached Kashmiri Gate via Rajghat, and at that point it looks like an argument broke out. Himanshu Mishra is joining us with more details on this. Himanshu, हमारे पास ये confession की details भी है. क्या-क्या बोला है साहिल ने पुलिस को?
देखिए, फिलहाल जो पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रही है वो साहिल के कन्फेशन के हिसाब से उसको पूरा जो पूरे रूट पर जा करके एक एक एविडेंस भी इकट्ठा कर रही है। साहिल ने पुलिस को ये बताया कि 9 तारीख को जब सगाई के बाद वो निकलता है और रात में तकरीबन 12 से 1 बजे के आसपास वो निक्की के पास पहुंचता है। कुछ देर वहां पर कुछ घंटे वो रुकते हैं। सुबह 5 बजे के आसपास वो निकलते हैं, क्योंकि एक गोवा का टिकट पहले से ही रिजर्व था निक्की का। वो पहुंचते हैं निजामुद्दीन रेलवे स्टेशन और वहां से वो ये सोचते हैं कि अगर दूसरा टिकट मिल जाता है तो वो दोनों गोवा चले जाएंगे, लेकिन रेलवे का दूसरा टिकट उन्हें कंफर्म नहीं मिलता है। उसके बाद वो आगे जाते हैं आनंद विहार बस अड्डे। आनंद विहार बस अड्डे जब वो पहुंचते हैं तो उन्हें ये पता लगता है कि यहाँ से हिमाचल की बस नहीं जाती, क्योंकि वो हिमाचल जाने का प्रोग्राम बनाते हैं। फिर वहां से वो कश्मीरी गेट की तरफ बढ़ते हैं और इस दौरान जो पुलिस सूत्र हैं उनका ये कहना है कि लगातार फोन आने लगते हैं साहिल के पास उसके घर से कि तुम कहां पर हो, और इसके बाद दोनों के बीच झगड़ा शुरू होता है। तो जो आप कह सकते हैं कि जो ISBT बस स्टैंड के आसपास का जो पूरा इलाका है उसी जगह पर इनके बीच आपस में झगड़ा हुआ और सुबह 9 बजे के आसपास कुछ टाइम पहले कुछ बाद में उसने जो डेटा केबल था उसी से गला दबाकर हत्या की और फिर वो वहां से ड्राइव करता हुआ, क्योंकि आगे की सीट पर उसने जिस तरीके से निकी की बॉडी को लिटा रखा था, ऊपर से कोई चोट थी नहीं, इसलिए किसी को शक भी नहीं हुआ और बेल्ट लगा करके वो आराम से पूरा ISBT कश्मीरी गेट से होता हुआ वो पहुंचता है मित्राओं गांव बंद वाले ढाबे में, जो बंद पड़ा हुआ ढाबा, और फ्रिज में उसने अपनी बॉडी रख दी निकी की। इसके बाद पुलिस अब इसके बयान के बाद लेकर के सुबह तड़के ही उसी वक्त पहुंचती है उन तमाम इलाकों में, कश्मीरी गेट के इलाकों में, राजघाट के इलाके में जो रूट उसने लिया था, और सभी जगहों से पुलिस CCTV फुटेज इकट्ठा कर रही है और सबूत जुटाने की कोशिश कर रही है। जी अक्षिता।
तो इससे लग रहा है हिमांशु कि ये हीट ऑफ द मोमेंट जैसे क्राइम था, क्योंकि जिस सीक्वेंस से आप बता रहे हो उसमें यही लग रहा है कि साहिल निकी को पिकअप किया था और उनका कोशिश था कि वहां से भागने के लिए एंगेजमेंट के बाद।
देखिए, हीट ऑफ द मोमेंट या फिर ये पहले से प्लानिंग, ये अभी पुलिस इस पे क्लियर नहीं है, क्योंकि पुलिस का ये कहना है कि 22 दिसंबर को ही चीजें तय हो गई थी, शादी की डेट भी फिक्स हो गई थी। शादी की बात तकरीबन 4-5 महीने पहले से चल रही थी, जबकि 2018 से निकी और साहिल एक दूसरे को जानते थे। तो ऐसे में कहीं ना कहीं साहिल को इस बात का तो अंदाजा रहा ही होगा कि जब वो सगाई करेगा, शादी करेगा, तो निकी विरोध करेगी, और विरोध करेगी तो वो किस तरीके से उसको मना पाएगा, अगर वो नहीं मानती है तो वो क्या करेगा। तो कई सारी चीजें हैं। तो क्या उसने पहले से प्लान कर रखा था या नहीं कर रखा था, ये अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है, क्योंकि इस बात का तो अंदाजा साहिल को जरूर रहा होगा कि जब वो निकी को बताएगा कि उसकी सगाई हो गई है, उसकी शादी होने वाली है, तो निकी विरोध करेगी, और इसलिए उसने क्या सोच रखा था, कहीं वो पुलिस को गुमराह करने की कोशिश तो नहीं कर रहा। तो ये चीज जो है अभी इन्वेस्टिगेशन का पार्ट है। Akshita.
Okay, Himanshu, thank you for getting us those details, exclusive details here on India Today of the investigation as it progresses. This man, Sahil, actually murdered Nikki in broad daylight at 9 a.m. in one of the busiest parts of Delhi. At a bus terminus, when an argument broke out, he murdered her in the car. So it's shocking that there were no witnesses, nobody who saw what played out. But let's get you all the details right now that we have of this case. Obviously, it brings back horrifying memories of what happened in the Shraddha Walkar murder case. It was one of the most grisly crimes we've reported here in India today from the national capital. 3 months later, believe it or not, this is a repeat of exactly that, a similar chilling murder where 22-year-old Nikki Yadav was strangled by her live-in partner Sahil and then her body shoved into a fridge.
Shraddha Walkar and Nikki Yadav, victims of 2 horrifying murders, with the same modus operandi and motive. Bodies of the 2 live-in partners stored in fridges, and in both instances, the killers were chillingly remorseless. A terrifying rerun of the Shraddha murder case in Delhi. 22-year-old Nikki Yadav strangled by her live-in partner 24-year-old Sahil Gehlot earlier this month after a heated tiff over his impending marriage. The accused strangled Nikki with a mobile charging cable in this car after she questioned his marriage. After murdering his partner, Sahil drove for 40 kilometers with the body, finally dumping the lifeless body in the fridge of a dhaba in Delhi's Najafgarh. And believe it or not, moments after the murder, killer Sahil went ahead and got married to another girl the very same day.
इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं बाबा हरिदास नगर पुलिस स्टेशन में और ये जो गाड़ी आप सफेद रंग की देख रहे हैं यही वो वरना कार है जो साहिल गहलोत की है। ये गोवा का रजिस्ट्रेशन नंबर है, आप देखिए। इसी गाड़ी में वो रात में घूम रहा था 9 और 10 की रात, और उसके बाद उसने कॉल करके निक्की यादव को बुलाया। निक्की यादव जब पहुंचती है तो इसी गाड़ी में दोनों दिल्ली की सड़कों पर घूमते रहते हैं। 9 तारीख को इसकी सगाई हो गई थी साहिल गहलोत की, लेकिन 10 को शादी थी। जब ये जानकारी निक्की को लगी तो निक्की और साहिल के बीच झगड़ा शुरू हो गया।
India Today accessed Nikki's CCTV images moments before she went to meet Sahil and got murdered. Unlike Shraddha's missing body parts, cops recovered a fully preserved body of Nikki from the fridge of the dhaba.
बाहरी दिल्ली का ये इलाका है नजफगढ़ के आगे। ये ढाबा है, ये बंद सा इलाका है। ये ऐसा नहीं कि ये ढाबा वर्किंग है। यहाँ पर एक फ्रिज में ला करके उसने निक्की की लाश को रख दी थी क्योंकि उसकी शादी थी। अब पुलिस ये पता लगाने की कोशिश कर रही है कि किस तरीके से उसकी आगे प्लानिंग क्या थी, वो बॉडी को कैसे ठिकाने लगाने वाला था।
फोन्स में जो भी डाटा है उसको रिकवर करेंगे और जो जहाँ जहाँ वो उसको घुमा के लेके गया मर्डर के दौरान, वहाँ की कोशिश कर रहे हैं अगर सीसीटीवी फुटेज वगैरह मिल जाए। हालांकि रात का समय है तो वो सारे साक्ष्य हम जुटा रहे हैं।
Nikki's father said his family was unaware about Nikki's relationship and Sahil had misled him about her whereabouts. The family also made a desperate plea for justice.
ये कानून जो कानून है देश की जी, तो अम्बेडकर की जो कानून है बनाई है अम्बेडकर ने, उस कानून में जो फैसला वो फैसला होगा। अगर नहीं होगा तो हम अपने हाथ से फैसला करेंगे, कोई दिक्कत नहीं है।
अब ये जो घटना हो गई है तो आपकी क्या मांग है, क्या चाहते हैं सर?
हमारी तो मांग ये है जी, हमारी बेटी का कत्ल कर दिया गया तो उसको सजाए मौत होनी चाहिए।
While Shraddha's family still awaits justice, will it be any different for Nikki Yadav's near ones? With Himanshu Mishra, Arvind Ojha and Akshay Dongre in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's move on to a shocking story that's come in from Tamil Nadu that's got the entire nation angry. A DMK councillor hacked an army jawan to death. A 33-year-old young serving soldier killed by councillor Chinnasamy, who was absconding soon after the crime. He's finally been arrested. The investigation is underway. The DMK councillor, believe it or not, has been arrested and yet hasn't been removed from his post. The DMK hasn't taken any action against this man. And if you're hoping for a condemnation, even that hasn't happened. Instead, you have the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam brazenly actually defending this army soldier killer Neta and blatantly saying that such killings happen every day. What can we do about it? This is an incident where the soldier and his brother Prabhakaran were using a water facility in the area to wash their clothes. The councillor didn't like it, and it is over such a petty issue that he and 9 of his goons came together and killed the army man. They attacked his home, they attacked his family members. He was trying to protect his father, and he was killed using sticks or beaten to death. A confrontation that led to the death of this Jawan and his family members being injured. His brother Prabhakaran has filed a complaint. The police have arrested 6 men, including the DMK councillor Chinnasamy and his son Rajapandi. They had been absconding since the day of the attack. The opposition is targeting Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Stalin, questioning his silence in this matter. There's been no statement that's come in from the Chief Minister. The only comment that we've got from the DMK has been one where they've defended their councillor.
Why the DMK, the local body people or the MLA or the minister, it seems that they are above the law. That is what our concern is. The people think that the state government is not taking proper action against those people who are all been committing these heinous crimes. And because of that, the overall the situation in the state, as if that others are telling that yes, law and order situation is not in the control of the state government, and the total government machinery is concentrating in Erode by-election.
The absolute lawlessness is there in Tamil Nadu, and law and order is deteriorating. This is because of the carelessness and the attitude the lackluster attitude of Mr. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We strongly condemn this. A severe action should be taken, but the police department's hands are, being curtailed by the DMK, and this is what is happening. And I don't think Mr. Stalin can stop this.
This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things. If DMK man is involved, we have already taken action against many men who were involved in criminal activities. The same will apply to anybody. Our CM is very strong that the DMK, whoever it is, whether he belongs to DMK or not, if there is a crime committed, the criminal will be punished.
Starting from abusing governor, starting from abusing women, and going to the extent of killing an army jawan, clearly shows that the police are mute spectators in the hands of DMK leader M.K. Stalin. They are puppets, and they are being used only to avenge vendetta against us, AIDMK and leaders. Mr. Stalin, under your regime, Tamil Nadu has to hang its head in shame because we couldn't protect an army jawan under your rule, and you as a head of the state and you as a chief minister don't have time to send out a message to the people of Tamil Nadu or to your own party men.
Pramod Madhav is joining us live right now from Krishnagiri district. This is where the crime took place. Pramod is with the family members of Prabhu. Pramod, please extend our condolences also to Prabhu's family. Can you speak to some of them and tell us really in their words what happened, Pramod?
Absolutely, Akshita. We are inside Prabhakar's house, and this is Prabhu's picture that's been placed over here. The martyr was buried yesterday, and now his family, his mother, his wife Punita with their toddler, a 4-month-old baby and a 3-year-old baby, have been sitting day long and have been crying next to them. And we also have the core military personnel who are over here, who are handing over the flag to the wife of Punita, and they are also extending their condolence, and she's accepting it as we see over here. It is extremely heartbreaking and tragic because we spoke to Punita earlier, and she asked us a series of questions. To any of it we don't have the answer. The first one being, why did this happen and how could this happen to a Jawan? And those are the questions that she put forward. Absolutely heartbreaking, Akshita, and she's not in a state to speak as well. It is definitely heartbreaking because she is worried now about a 4-month-old baby and a 3-year-old baby. She has to take care of her own, and still she is demanding justice and questions, raising questions as to why this had happened. It was just, she claims it was just a basic altercation, could have been simply solved, but those men, 9 men, came to their home on that night. They started attacking Prabhu's father, who is still sitting next to us. His head is injured. He could not speak. They claim that if he speaks, there is blood oozing out of his head. And they say Prabhu tried to save his father along with Prabhakar, and that's when they were attacked. Prabhakar is also still injured. There are injury marks on his chest, on his and he's not able to speak because he's sustaining so much pain and still is over here. That is Prabhu's father sitting over here with a bandage to his head, and there are a lot of questions that's being asked. This is Punita, who is still over here. She is carrying the child and the flag on her hand, Akshita, and it's extremely heartbreaking. I'm very sorry for your loss.
என்னால பேசவே முடியல சார், ரொம்ப கஷ்டமா இருக்குது. எங்க வீட்டுக்கார நாட்டுக்காக பாடுபட்ட ஒரு தியாகி. எங்க வீட்டுக்கார கவர்மெண்ட் ஜாப்ல இருந்தாங்க. அதுக்கு பதிலா எனக்கு ஒரு கவர்மெண்ட் ஜாப் தந்தே ஆகணும். என் குழந்தைங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு நல்ல வழி காட்டுங்க. எனக்கு ஒரு நிவாரணம் செஞ்சே ஆகணும். எங்க வீட்டுக்காருக்கு ஒரு நினைவு சின்னம் ஒன்று கொடுத்துட்டு போங்க.
She says that she's not able to speak, and the only way she can sustain right now, taking care of her child, which is a valid thing that she's asking, is a government job. It is definitely valid because the government has to do at least this, because they have lost a Jawan, a soldier who was trying to protect his family, and this is the only thing she's putting forward, because she is worried about taking care of her children now. That's a 4-year-old toddler and a 3-year-old child, and 4-month-old toddler and a 3-year-old child, and she has to take care of it as a single mother, Akshita. It's definitely heartbreaking over here, and we have no answers to the questions that she's putting forward currently.
Just let that sink in for a moment. You've got, because of this DMK councillor, this goon who killed young Prabhu, 33-year-old, and wounded all of his family members. There is a 4-month-old baby that the mother has to take care of on her own right now. Who will be answerable to them, to this family, to their grief? Pramod, has there been even one comment from the Stalin government? Has there been any attempt by the Stalin government to reach out to this poor family?
Well, Akshita, we have been with the family since morning. So far, certain political parties, now BJP is also over here. They have come in to extend their condolence. But we are just looking into if any other parties are coming over. But for now, we've been interacting to the family. On one side, there is also Prabhu who's lying on the sofa. But I have to tell you again, Prabhakar is lying on the sofa. He is completely injured. In fact, there are wound marks on his chest. He's bearing it. And he could not stand. Imagine he has lost his brother. He's under treatment, but he didn't want to be in the hospital, and he's back at his home because he's the only person who has to take care of his family. But earlier speaking to us, Prabhu said one important thing, that if a Jawan is not having any protection in this country, what will happen to a normal citizen? And not just that, Prabhakar also very clearly said that until justice is meted out, until his family gets justice, he will not go back to the army. And he began to cry. That's something heartbreaking, and that's the current situation over here, Akshita. This is at the residence of Prabhu, where we are, with so many souls that have lost one Jawan, and they are completely heartbroken here.
You know, they've lost a family member, they've lost a loved one, and now they're wondering what they'll do as a family. Obviously, this kind of a loss is something they'll never get over, and that too over a petty issue like washing clothes at a watering body that the councillor didn't agree with. The councillor in question here has been arrested, Pramod, but no action against him by the DMK.
That's absolutely true, Akshita. For now, no action has been announced by DMK government against their party men. But all 9 have been arrested, is what Nagarasempati police have said earlier. 6 members were arrested. The unfortunate part is that Chinnasami's son, Rajapandi, was also part of it, and there was an armed reserve policeman. He was also part of it. This is not how an altercation should end. Now, so many questions there. That's where a lot of questions are being raised about, is this a way for an altercation to end just because someone was trying to wash clothes or use a syntax tank that belongs to the public? This person is also from the public. So all these things are government issues. The government should respond, should answer, and we are also waiting for those answers inside Prabhakar's home, Akshita.
I understand it's an extremely difficult time, and it's heartbreaking to see the mother, basically Prabhu's wife, with those little babies. But if you could get some voices from the family members, because I think we need to drill it into the DMK government, that they need to act not just against this council, but also help this family in any way they can, Pramod.
We have one of the relatives of Prabhakar over here, and Prabhakar's wife is also with us. என்ன சொல்லி இது பண்ணாங்க, என்ன செஞ்சாங்க?
சொல்லி அடிக்கிறாங்க சார், மிலிட்டரிக்காரனை செருப்பால அடிப்பேன்னு. அதுதான் மிலிட்டரிக்காரனை சொல்லி அடிக்கிறாங்க சார். நீ எப்படா மிலிட்டரி வேலைக்கு போற, நான் கவுன்சிலர், நான் என் மகன் போலீஸ், சொன்னாலும் என்னடா புடுங்க முடியும்னு சொல்லி இன்னைக்கு பிடிங்கிட்டாங்க சார். சொல்லி அடிக்கிறாங்க சார். நாங்க என்ன சார் பண்ணிருப்போம்? 3 பச்சை குழந்தைங்க சார். இந்த பொண்ணு என்னோடது சார், இவங்க 2 அவளோடது சார். எங்க வீட்டுக்காருக்கு உடம்பு சரியில்லை, மாமனாருக்கு உடம்பு சரியில்லை, மாமியாருக்கு தொடர்ந்து அழுதுட்டே இருக்காங்க சார். எங்களுக்கு இது கண்டிப்பா நியாயம் கிடைச்சே ஆகணும் சார்.
She says that the councillor actually lifted a slipper and came to attack Prabhakar and Prabhu, and not just that. They knew that these two were, Prabhakar and Prabhu were working in the army and the military police, and even after that they attacked them, claiming that nothing can be done against them. This is what Prabhakar's wife is also telling us, and she's also worried because she also has a daughter, and Prabhakar is now sick. Her father-in-law has a cut to his head and he's sitting over here, and the family is completely shattered. And இப்போ நீங்க அரசாங்கத்திட்ட அதை கேட்க விரும்புறீங்களா?
கண்டிப்பா சார், இது கண்டிப்பா எங்களுக்கு நியாயம் கிடைச்சே ஆகணும் சார். இதுக்கு நியாயம் கிடைக்காம கண்டிப்பா நாங்க விட மாட்டோம் சார். இப்போ நீங்க எடுத்துட்டே போனாலே கண்டிப்பா நாங்க ஃபேமிலியோட ஆபீஸ் முன்னாடி நாங்க தீ குளிக்க கூட ரெடியா இருக்கோம் சார். கண்டிப்பா சார் எங்களுக்கு நியாயம் கிடைக்கணும். என்ன சார் பாவம் பண்ணோம்? நாங்க யாருக்கு சார் பாவம் பண்ணோம்? எங்களுக்கு என்ன தலையெழுத்தா சார்? இந்த பொண்ணுக்கு தலையெழுத்தா சார்? இந்த சின்ன வயசுல இதெல்லாம் போயிட்டு நிக்கணும்னு நாங்க யாருக்கு என்ன சார் பண்ணோம்? இது வரைக்கும் இந்த ஊர்ல இவங்க யாரெல்லாம் இருக்கிறாங்க, இது வரைக்கும் எங்க வீட்டுக்காரர் யாராவது பாத்துருக்காங்களா கேளுங்க சார். மொத்தம் வந்தாருன்னா வீட்டை விட்டு வெளியே போக மாட்டாரு, டியூட்டி வீடு அவ்வளவுதான் சார். 2 பேருமே அப்படிதான் சார். ஏதோ சும்மா பசங்க கிட்ட 4 பேர்கிட்ட தமாசாடுவாங்க, மத்தபடி அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு சின்ன இது கூட இல்ல சார். இது வரைக்கும் குடிச்சிட்டோம் ஏதாவது ஒரு பண்ணி யாருக்கிட்டயாவது ஒரு சின்ன தகராறு பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னு இந்த ஊர்ல சொல்லுங்க சார். நாங்க அவ்வளவு தூரத்துக்கு இருந்தும் இன்னைக்கு இந்த நிலைமைனா, நான் ஒரு மிலிட்டரிக்காரன் சொல்லியே இந்த நிலைமைனா, இது இன்னைக்கு அவர் இல்ல, நாளைக்கு எங்களுக்கு இந்த நிலைமை ஆகாது என்ன சார் நிச்சயம்?
She's raising questions about safety and security for the people, and she claims that Prabhu and Prabhakar were so very quiet people, would go when they come on leave, they just stay to themselves and be with their family. But imagine if such a kind of tragedy had hit their family, how safe are the common people? These are the questions that she's putting forward. அன்னைக்கு என்னமா நடந்துச்சு? எதனால அன்னைக்கு அந்த சின்டெக்ஸ் டேங்க்ஸ்ல பிரச்சனை?
எதுவுமே இல்ல சார், ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு நார்மல் சார். ஊரே துவைக்குது சார், நாங்க மட்டும் துவைக்க கூடாதா? எங்க ஊர்ல திருவிழான்னு வீடெல்லாம் கிளீன் பண்ணணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு சார், எங்க மச்சினர் ஒய்ஃப் எங்க வீட்டுக்கார 2 பேர் இருந்தா சார், ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு பெட்ஷீட் தான் சார் எடுத்துட்டு போயிருக்காங்க. அதே சின்டாக்ஸ் பக்கத்துல சின்னசாமியோட மருமகளுங்களும் இன்னும் அந்த சைடு ஊர்க்காரங்களும் எல்லாருமே ஊர்ல எல்லாருமே யாருமே இங்க துவைக்காதவங்களோ தண்ணி பிடிக்காதவங்களோ யாரும் இல்ல. நாங்க மட்டும் என்ன சார் பண்ணோம்? வேணும்னு எங்க வீட்டுக்கார இங்கெல்லாம் துவைக்க கூடாது எடுத்துட்டு போ அப்படின்னு சொல்லியிருக்காரு சார். சரின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஏதோ பெரியவர் சொல்றாரு, அமைதியா போலான்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் சார் பிரச்சனை வேணான்னு வந்தது. வந்து ஜல்லி மேல உட்காந்து எங்க மாமியார் கிட்ட நார்மலா தான் சார் பேசிட்டு இருக்காங்க. பேச பேச செருப்பெடுத்து காட்டி என்ன நீங்க வச்சது அராஜகமா அது இதுன்னு பண்ணி கடைசியில் இப்ப நியூஸ் பேப்பர் என்ன சார் தெரியுமா, அவர் வந்து கவுன்சிலர் தட்டி கேட்டான்னு சொல்றாரு சார். தட்டி கேட்கல, அராஜகத்துக்கு சார் வந்தாரு. அவர் ஜட்டி துவைக்கலாம், அவர் குளிக்கலாம், அவங்க பொண்டாட்டி பாவாடி துவைக்கலாம், நாங்க ஒரு பெட்ஷீட் அவங்க துவைக்க கூடாதா? ஏன்னா அவர் போட்டதா? அவங்களும் போடலாம், அவங்க ஆட்சியும் போடல சார். ரெட்டல கட்சிக்காரங்க போன அரசியல்ல போட்டது. ஊரே எல்லாமே யூஸ் பண்றாங்க, நாங்க மட்டும் ஏன் யூஸ் பண்ணக்கூடாது?
Like this was about a problem of washing a bed sheet over there, just a bed sheet, a small bed sheet, and this is what has turned into killing one person over here. And that's what she's like explaining, claiming that everybody does it over there, use that water for washing, and why did Chinnasamy had to do? And like she says that she claims that it was Chinnasamy's arrogance because of which all this occurred. He was not trying to question about what happened over there, but he was trying to show the power of authority. That's what she says. This is Prabhakar's wife who was over there at that point when that issue occurred, and that night, even then it was negotiated and people left, but that night they came back and once again they started attacking Prabhakar's father, and that's when trying to save them, Prabhu and Prabhakar were attacked, and unfortunately Prabhu died, Akshita.
Unbelievable. You know, it's heartbreaking, and it's quite literally nothing but sheer arrogance, where this DMK councillor thought he'd get away with it. It's something that I mentioned last evening as well, that this is him believing it's my area, Namma Uru, I can get away with it, nothing will happen to me whatsoever, this is my party in power, so no action will be taken against me. Let's be very, very clear here. This happened days ago. This man was absconding. The only reason you see him behind bars right now is because, you know, of the pressure from the media right now in this particular case, that you're at least seeing that much. Remember that so far the DMK hasn't even condemned what's happened. We've shown you, and Pramod has given us those voices from the ground of the family members. Juxtapose that with what the DMK is saying right now. Pramod, stay with me. I want to play out what TK Selangovan has said on this.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things. If DMK man is involved, we have already taken action against many men who were involved in criminal activities. The same will apply to anybody. Our CM is very strong that the DMK, whoever it is, whether he belongs to DMK or not, if there is a crime committed, the criminal will be punished.
So Pramod, that is the comment that came in from the DMK, where in fact Mr. TK Selangovan is saying these things happen. What can you do? But if there's something, we will look into it. It's been days together. There's been no action against the councillor. There's been no condemnation from the DMK. There's been no action against the councillor so far at any step. Chief Minister Stalin pin drop silence on this issue. And correct me if I'm wrong, but no compensation for the family.
Well, so far the only person who have come in support of this family currently are the military police, the core military police who came over here, who paid their respect, who gave the flag, and also said that they will go forward and whatever way they want to help, they had to help the family with the like various other issues. They would stay back and they will help. This is a kind of promise that has been given by the core of military police at this point. But just like you mentioned, on one end, DMK spokesperson says that action will be taken. What action has been taken? A person has been arrested, fine, but he still is in the member of the party. Has there been any action taken against it? All those are things DMK has to do, kind of like they have to think retrospect on this matter, because this is very big. That's a Jawan who has lost his life, and there are like there are answers they have to provide, and that's the reason we're also waiting to find out if any any kind of response comes from DMK, Akshita.
We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see if finally someone within the DMK's conscience actually wakes up and they choose to not just speak but provide justice here to Prabhu's family, provide them the financial help that they need. Thanks, Pramod, for getting us that ground report. We'll continue coming across to you for voices from the family members. India Today reporting from Krishnagiri. We're going to see the story through, ensure justice for that poor woman there. You see her standing with her 4-month-old baby, left there wondering what's going to happen to her life now. Who will take care of her and her children? We're going to ensure justice for her and all the family members of young Prabhu. So this is in fact a story that we continue to track very closely. Let's play out for you all the political reactions that have come in on this story. I again want to repeat that the DMK has given us one reaction. We've reached out repeatedly. The DMK has given us one reaction where they say these things happen.
Why the DMK, the local body people or the MLA or the minister, it seems that they are above the law. That is what our concern is. The people think that the state government is not taking proper action against those people who are all been committing these heinous crimes. And because of that, the situation in the state, as if that others are telling that yes, law and order situation is not in the control of the state government, and the total government machinery is concentrating in Erode by-election.
The absolute lawlessness is there in Tamil Nadu, and law and order is deteriorating. This is because of the carelessness and the attitude, the lackluster attitude of Mr. M.K. Stalin, the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. We strongly condemn this. A severe action should be taken, but the police department's hands are, being curtailed by the DMK, and this is what is happening. And I don't think Mr. Stalin can stop this.
This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things. If DMK man is involved, we have already taken action against many men who were involved in criminal activities. The same will apply to anybody. Our CM is very strong that the DMK, whoever it is, whether he belongs to DMK or not, if there is a crime committed, the criminal will be punished.
We've got breaking news that's coming in from Pakistan. At least 2 passengers have been killed and 4 others injured after a blast on the Quetta-bound Jafar Express. This blast occurred when the train was passing from Chichavatni railway station. It was coming from Peshawar. We're trying to get you information at this point on exactly what's happened. Footage that's just coming in right now of the aftermath of the blast. There is news, at least the Pakistani media right now is saying that there's a chance of the death toll going up right now. But 2 passengers have died, 4 others injured. We've been seeing a series of such blasts, a series of terror attacks that have been bleeding Pakistan. Just a few days ago, you had an incident of a blast in a mosque in Peshawar, and now this particular incident on board a train. Now 2 passengers have died, 4 others injured. This particular blast took place in the Jafar Express. It was headed towards Quetta, had in fact started its journey from Peshawar. It was very close to, in fact, the Chichavatni railway station is what we're hearing. But these are the images that we're getting for you right now from inside the coach in which the blast took place. You can see that there has been substantial damage within this particular coach, which means that quite a few people who were seated there in that coach have also been injured. 2 have died, unfortunately, so far. These are, in fact, the images that we're getting to right now. We'll connect with our reporter in Pakistan also to tell you what is the situation currently and whether they've been able to get any details based on preliminary investigation on exactly what happened. But as I mentioned, there have been a series of such unfortunate, tragic terror attacks that have been reported in Pakistan of late. Just recently, you had the Peshawar blast in a mosque in which, in fact, there was a huge casualty count. And now a blast that's been reported reported inside a train in Pakistan. If the country has already been struggling and grappling with an economic crisis, these kind of terror attacks bleeding the state is only making it worse. It looks like, going by the images that we're getting right now, that the bomb could have been planted inside the washroom of the train coach, because you can see that the damage largely has been inside the washroom, the board written there, and this is in the entrance of the coach. To what intensity was this blast? We will try to get you more details on that. But the images right now coming in showing you the kind of destruction because of that bomb blast that took place on board a train. So even as we're reporting on that latest terror strike in Pakistan, the crisis in the country continues to deepen by the day. From food items to fuel to all essential items, people in Pakistan are facing the brunt of huge amounts of inflation. According to reports, a litre of unpacked milk in Pakistan is now priced at 210 rupees. That's right, one packet is 210 rupees. Before also things weren't good, because it was about 190 rupees previously after it kept shooting up. And that's not the only example. Look at what meat prices are. 1 kilo of chicken currently costs 700 to 780 Pakistani rupees. So that's again up from 620 to 650 per kg last week. If Pakistanis thought things were bad, it's only getting worse. Now, you look at other prices as well. Fuel prices are burning holes in the pockets of Pakistani awam. Only a few can really afford it at this rate, because petrol prices have been hiked by 22 rupees. And I'm talking about 22 rupees per litre. Kerosene prices have been hiked by 12.90 rupees per litre. Amid this, a senior economist with Moody's Analytics has said that inflation in Pakistan could average 33% in the first half of 2023 before trending lower. And a bailout from the IMF alone is unlikely to really put the economy back on track. And that signals for you how deep the problem is really in Pakistan. So it's not just battling a political slugfest with former Prime Minister and PTI Chief Imran Khan staring at arrest, but this economic crisis also playing out. All right, let's understand what's exactly happening in Pakistan. Senior journalist from Pakistan, Owais Mangalwala, is joining us on this broadcast. The IMF has mandated rate hikes come as a massive burden for Pakistani people, essentially, Owais, because it means prices go up. Is there unrest at all among the people?
Hello, thank you for having me. Well, if by unrest you mean that the people are on streets and they're protesting and all, no, nothing of such sort is happening, because people knew it was not something new. It was not coming in as a surprise, this mini budget and this whole price hike scenario and these taxes of 170 billion rupees. This was all expected, because negotiations with IMF were going on, and we were expecting that this would happen. Ishaq Dar had announced this thing, the finance minister of Pakistan, he had announced this thing a few days ago that this will be happening. So there's no unrest kind of a thing, as if people are coming out on streets and saying that no, we do not want this and we do not support this. Obviously, when you ask people, nobody likes price hikes. If you ask the business community, they are saying that this will not help. The PTI chief Imran Khan, he has also said that IMF deal is just like treating cancer with aspirin. But we all know that financially Pakistan was in a difficult state. Pakistan was in a difficult situation, and the IMF deal was the only thing that could have helped us. So now this mini budget will unlock the IMF deal, and hopefully we will be on the right path.
Sure, you know, you've got that IMF deal, you've got IMF helping you out, but there will be questions about the optics involved. Is it being seen essentially as a surrender to the IMF, that whatever terms and conditions they put in, it will be accepted because Pakistan doesn't have a choice?
Well, you can't say that it is a surrender to the IMF conditions. Yes, IMF deals in this way, and we all know this thing. And since I said earlier that we were all expecting this thing, it had to happen. Now, one important thing which is very necessary is that the government of Pakistan, the financial experts, they must now realize that we need to correct ourselves. One more thing that has happened is that the ministers will now be working sitting without salaries or without pay. So that is also something very important and needs to be mentioned. So it is coming across as that now the government will be realizing that the financial condition of Pakistan is not good. We are going to IMF again and again, and this will not help. This is not helping us in the long term. So what we need to do is to take corrective measures, and we need to keep ourselves on track, especially the government spendings. That needs to be checked again and again. And if we manage to correct in this regard, if we manage to correct ourselves in this domain, then I think that this cloud has a silver lining, and Pakistan will be better off financially in a span of a few months.
Thank you very much, always, for joining us with a very, very interesting perspective of what's playing out currently in Pakistan. Amid all this, I also mentioned that there's a lot of political turmoil. Take a look at this sequence where you, in fact, had people hurling abuses on live television. Here's a clip of a Pakistani leader taking a rather below-the-belt jibe at Imran Khan.
रिस्पॉन्स मेरी तरफ क्यों नहीं लिया था भाई? 1 घंटे से मैं सुन रहा हूँ उनकी बकवास. ये सियासतदान है, ये सियासतदान है, ये इमरानडू है, इमरानडू है ये. रिस्पॉन्स मेरी तरफ क्यों नहीं लिया था भाई? 1 घंटे से मैं सुन रहा हूँ उनकी बकवास. ये सियासतदान है, ये सियासतदान है, ये इमरानडू है, इमरानडू है ये. रिस्पॉन्स मेरी तरफ क्यों नहीं लिया था भाई? 1 घंटे से मैं सुन रहा हूँ उनकी बकवास. ये सियासतदान है, ये सियासतदान है, ये इमरानडू है, इमरानडू है ये. रिस्पॉन्स मेरी तरफ क्यों नहीं लिया था भाई? 1 घंटे से मैं सुन रहा हूँ उनकी बकवास. ये सियासतदान है, ये सियासतदान है, ये इमरानडू है, इमरानडू है ये.
Slipping into a short break here on India Today. Coming up on the other side, we're getting you a special report from Turkey of how there have been miracle stories amid the death and destruction of survivors being pulled out over 200 hours, nearly 4-5 days after being buried under rubble.
You are watching India Today.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Leader must have a vision.
We will continue to work with the developing and the developed world for win-win solutions.
Nature had of course willed the survival of the fittest.
हम आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी को अपनाए हुए हैं.
1 साल के अंदर राहुल कन्वर की कार जो होगी वो इलेक्ट्रिक की होगी.
There is a confrontation of competing visions.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
These are dreams that you never forget.
Sammy?
You can finally catch Steven Spielberg's latest offering, The Fabelmans, which has been winning hearts all over the world. The film is finally out in theatres in India. It's deeply personal for Spielberg as the film is based on his experience as a child in Arizona. The film presents a universal coming-of-age story about an isolated young man's pursuit of his dreams.
In this family, it's the scientists versus the artists. Sammy's on my team, takes after me.
What kind of movie are we gonna make?
The movie features an ensemble cast of Gabrielle LaBelle, Michelle Williams, Paul Dano, Seth Rogen and Judd Hirsch. The Fabelmans is written by Steven Spielberg in collaboration with Tony Kushner. The duo has earlier worked on some amazing films like Lincoln and Munich.
She should have been a concert piano player. What she got in her heart is what you got.
You can't just love something, you also have to take care of it. It's more important than your hobby. Can you stop calling it a hobby?
The film received 5 nominations at the 80th Golden Globe Awards and won the award for Best Motion Picture Drama and Best Director for Spielberg. The Fabelmans has also been nominated for the Oscars in not 1 but 7 categories, including Best Picture, Best Director, Best Lead Actress, Best Supporting Actor, Best Original Screenplay, Best Production Design, and Best Original Score.
I don't know what to do anymore.
You do what your heart says you have to.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
What was your favorite part?
Nightmare quake bleeds Turkey. Death, quake and devastation up close. Images of suffering, hope and redemption. Meet the heroes of Turkey's big rescue. Only Indian channel at ground zero.
Noise. The moment he heard something, every machine went silent. A lot of people whistled and that was the signal, and there was total silence.
Exclusive broadcast from Turkey.
This is the famous Bosphorus Bridge behind me. The bridge that connects Europe to Asia, and that's the Bosphorus Strait. Now this place usually is crowded. It's packed with tourists from Europe, Asia and perhaps across the world. But right now, it's not just the sky that's overcast. People here are depressed. After all, more than 37,000 people have lost their lives in this devastating earthquake. But while there is gloom, while there's despair, there are also stories of hope. Like this 77-year-old man who was rescued after being buried for more than 212 hours in the rubble. It's the army that had a special team, and several such teams have been deployed across the southern and central part of Turkey. They successfully rescued him. He's again been taken to hospital. But there's also another apprehension. The fear of PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. Not just for those who were buried under the rubble, not just for those impacted by the earthquake, but also those who were engaged in the task of rescuing people.
It's been more than a week, but rescue efforts continue in quake-hit Turkey. From under the rubble in Adıyaman, a 77-year-old woman was rescued 212 hours after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey and Syria. Fatma Gungor had been under the wreckage when the rescue team pulled her out. This 42-year-old woman was rescued 222 hours after being buried in the rubble of a building that collapsed in a devastating earthquake in Karaman, Maras. After 203 hours, this woman was rescued from the rubble of a building in the southern Turkish city of Hatay. International rescue teams, along with locals, have not given up hope, and they are still on their toes to rescue every life from under the rubble.
We arrived here in Hatay on Saturday, and since then we have not stopped seeing how there are people who are being rescued alive every day. So we think there's still a chance there are people below the rubble, and we should keep looking.
Not only human life, even pets are precious, like this furry best friend of a family that lost its home in the earthquake. The combined death toll in Turkey and Syria has crossed 41,000. UN authorities have said the focus of the aid effort has now shifted to helping people struggling without shelter or enough food in the bitter cold. But rescuers are still pulling survivors out more than a week after the quake hit. Bureau Report, India Today.
Be it a 65-year-old man, a 2-year-old child, or this 13-year-old teenager rescued in Hatay, each story is that of sheer grit, determination, and the will to survive against all odds. According to emergency rescue workers, this 13-year-old teenager was actually smiling when health workers reached him. And they asked him, he had no hope, he had no food, no water, but what made him go on? He said he knew he would be taken out, he would survive because he has something to look forward to. We tell you more in this report.
Amid death, disaster and despair, and race to save lives from under massive piles of rubble, tales of miracle rescue, survival and hope. A 2-month-old baby was rescued from under the rubble in Turkey's Hatay on Saturday. The toddler remained buried under the massive chunks of concrete for 128 hours after the killer quake. After desperate search for survivors, rescue workers traced the baby and painstakingly brought the child out alive. As onlookers clapped, cheered, and shed tears of joy. Over life triumphing over death, the baby was immediately taken to the hospital for medical checks. A 9-year-old boy was pulled out alive from the ruins of a collapsed building in Turkey's Gaziantep nearly a week after the quake. Jubilant rescue workers whisking him away on a stretcher for treatment. Amidst the devastation, rescue teams from India and across the world continue to save as many lives as possible before it's too late. Earlier, a 19-year-old woman was rescued after spending over 120 hours under the rubble in Karaman, Maras. The woman was heard shouting, "I'm alive," when search teams managed to locate her. She was surrounded by rescuers before being taken to hospital on a stretcher. In another miracle rescue, a Spanish team dug out a 50-year-old woman who had been under the rubble of a collapsed building for over 144 hours. Thousands of rescue workers are scouring through flattened neighborhoods despite freezing weather. And tales of survival come as major morale boosters for these saviors. Bureau Report, India Today.
We're cutting across live to Prime Minister Modi at the Adi Mahotsav.
समाज से जुड़े आदि महोत्सव जैसे कार्यक्रम देश के लिए एक अभियान बन गए हैं। कितने ही कार्यक्रमों का मैं खुद भी हिस्सा बनता हूं। ऐसा इसलिए क्योंकि आदिवासी समाज का हित मेरे लिए व्यक्तिगत रिश्तों और भावनाओं का विषय भी है। जब मैं राजनीतिक जीवन में नहीं था, एक सामाजिक कार्यकर्ता के रूप में, संगठन के कार्यकर्ता के रूप में काम करता था, तो मुझे अनेकों राज्यों में और उसमें भी हमारे जनजातीय समूह के बीच जाने का अवसर मिलता था। मैंने देश के कोने कोने में आदिवासी समाजों के साथ, आदिवासी परिवारों के साथ कितने ही सप्ताह बिताए हैं। मैंने आपकी परंपराओं को करीब से देखा भी है, उसे जिया भी है और इनसे बहुत कुछ सीखा भी है। गुजरात में भी उमरगाम से अंबाजी तक गुजरात की पूरी पूर्वी पट्टी, उस आदिवासी पट्टे में जीवन के अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण वर्ष मेरे आदिवासी भाई बहनों की सेवा में लगाने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला था। आदिवासियों की जीवन शैली ने मुझे देश के बारे में, हमारी परंपराओं के बारे में, हमारी विरासत के बारे में बहुत कुछ सिखाया है। इसलिए जब मैं आपके बीच आता हूं तो एक अलग ही तरह का अपनत्व मुझे फील होता है। आपके बीच अपनों से जुड़ने का एहसास होता है। साथियों, आदिवासी समाज को लेकर आज देश जिस गौरव के साथ आगे बढ़ रहा है, वैसा पहले कभी नहीं हुआ है। मैं जब विदेशी राष्ट्राध्यक्षों से मिलता हूं और उन्हें उपहार देता हूं, तो मेरी कोशिश होती है कि उसमें कुछ न कुछ तो मेरे आदिवासी भाई बहनों द्वारा बनाए गए कुछ न कुछ उपहार होने चाहिए। आज भारत पूरी दुनिया के बड़े बड़े मंचों पर जाता है तो आदिवासी परंपरा को अपनी विरासत और गौरव के रूप में प्रस्तुत करता है। आज भारत विश्व को यह बताता है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग, ऐसे जो ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस है ना, अगर उसका समाधान आपको चाहिए, आइए मेरे आदिवासी परंपराओं की जीवन शैली देख लीजिए, आपको रास्ता मिल जाएगा। आज जब सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट की बात होती है तो हम गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि दुनिया को हमारे आदिवासी समाज से बहुत कुछ सीखने की जरूरत है। हम कैसे पेड़ों से, जंगलों से, नदियों से, पहाड़ों से हमारी पीढ़ियों का रिश्ता जोड़ सकते हैं। हम कैसे प्रकृति से संसाधन लेकर भी उसे संरक्षित करते हैं, उसका संवर्धन करते हैं। इसकी प्रेरणा हमारे आदिवासी भाई बहन हमें लगातार देते रहते हैं। और यही बात आज भारत पूरे विश्व को बता रहा है। साथियों, आज भारत के पारंपरिक और खासकर जनजातीय समाज द्वारा बनाए जाने वाले प्रोडक्ट्स की डिमांड लगातार बढ़ रही है। आज पूर्वोत्तर के प्रोडक्ट्स विदेशों तक में एक्सपोर्ट हो रहे हैं। आज बैम्बू से बने उत्पादों की लोकप्रियता में तेजी से वृद्धि हो रही है। आपको याद होगा, पहले की सरकार के समय बैम्बू को काटने और उसके इस्तेमाल पर कानूनी प्रतिबंध लगे हुए थे। हम बैम्बू को घास की कैटेगरी में ले आए और उस पर सारे जो प्रतिबंध लगे थे उसको हमने हटा दिया। इससे बैम्बू प्रोडक्ट्स अब एक बड़ी इंडस्ट्री का हिस्सा बन रहे हैं। ट्राइबल प्रोडक्ट्स ज्यादा से ज्यादा बाजार तक आए, इनकी पहचान बढ़े, इनकी डिमांड बढ़े। सरकार इस दिशा में लगातार काम कर रही है। वन धन मिशन का उदाहरण हमारे सामने है। देश के अलग अलग राज्यों में 3000 से ज्यादा वन धन विकास केंद्र स्थापित किए गए हैं। 2014 से पहले ऐसे बहुत कम लघु वन उत्पाद होते थे जो एमएसपी के दायरे में आते थे। अब ये संख्या बढ़कर 7 गुना हो गई है। अब ऐसे करीब 90 लघु वन उत्पाद है जिन पर सरकार मिनिमम सपोर्ट प्राइस एमएसपी दे रही है। 50,000 से ज्यादा वनधन स्वयं सहायता समूह के जरिए लाखों जनजातीय लोगों को इसका लाभ हो रहा है। देश में जो स्वयं सहायता समूहों का एक बड़ा नेटवर्क तैयार हो रहा है, उसका भी फायदा आदिवासी समाज को हुआ है। 80 लाख से ज्यादा स्वयं सहायता समूह, सेल्फ हेल्प ग्रुप्स इस समय अलग अलग राज्यों में काम कर रहे हैं। इन समूहों में 1.25 करोड़ से ज्यादा ट्राइबल मेंबर्स हैं। उसमें भी हमारी माताएं बहनें हैं। इसका भी बड़ा लाभ आदिवासी महिलाओं को मिल रहा है। भाइयों और बहनों, आज सरकार का जोर जनजातीय आर्ट्स को प्रमोट करने, जनजातीय युवाओं के स्किल को बढ़ाने पर भी है। इस बार के बजट में पारंपरिक कारीगरों के लिए पीएम विश्वकर्मा योजना शुरू करने की घोषणा भी की गई है। पीएम विश्वकर्मा के तहत आपको आर्थिक सहायता दी जाएगी, स्किल ट्रेनिंग दी जाएगी, अपने प्रोडक्ट की मार्केटिंग के लिए सपोर्ट किया जाएगा। इसका बहुत बड़ा लाभ हमारी युवा पीढ़ी को होने वाला है। और साथियों, ये प्रयास केवल कुछ एक क्षेत्रों तक सीमित नहीं है। हमारे देश में सैकड़ों आदिवासी समुदाय हैं। उनकी कितनी ही परंपराएं और हुनर ऐसे हैं जिनमें असीम संभावनाएं छिपी है। इसलिए देश में नए जनजातीय शोध संस्थान भी खोले जा रहे हैं। इन प्रयासों से ट्राइबल युवाओं के लिए अपने ही क्षेत्रों में नए अवसर बन रहे हैं। साथियों, जब मैं 20 साल पहले गुजरात का मुख्यमंत्री बना था तो मैंने वहां एक बात नोट की थी। वहां आदिवासी बेल्ट में जो भी स्कूल थे, इतना बड़ा आदिवासी समुदाय था, लेकिन पिछली सरकारों को आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में साइंस स्ट्रीम की स्कूलें बनाने में प्राथमिकता नहीं थी। अब सोचिए, जब आदिवासी बच्चा साइंस ही नहीं पढ़ेगा तो डॉक्टर इंजीनियर कैसे बनता? इस चुनौती का समाधान हमने उस पूरे बेल्ट में आदिवासी क्षेत्र के स्कूलों में साइंस की पढ़ाई का इंतजाम करके किया। आदिवासी बच्चे देश के किसी भी कोने में हो, उनकी शिक्षा, उनका भविष्य, ये मेरी प्राथमिकता है। आज देश में एकलव्य मॉडल आदिवासी विद्यालयों की संख्या में 5 गुना की वृद्धि हुई है। 2004 से 2014 के बीच 10 वर्षों में केवल 90 एकलव्य आदिवासी स्कूल खुले थे, लेकिन 2014 से 2022 तक इन 8 वर्षों में 500 से ज्यादा एकलव्य स्कूल स्वीकृत हुए हैं। वर्तमान में इनमें 400 से ज्यादा स्कूलों में पढ़ाई शुरू भी हो चुकी है। 1 लाख से ज्यादा जनजातीय छात्र छात्राएं इन नए स्कूलों में पढ़ाई भी करने लगे हैं। इस साल के बजट में ऐसे स्कूलों में करीब 40,000 से भी ज्यादा शिक्षकों और कर्मचारियों को भर्ती की भी घोषणा की गई है। अनुसूचित जनजाति के युवाओं को मिलने वाली स्कॉलरशिप में भी 2 गुने से ज्यादा की बढ़ोतरी की गई है। इसका लाभ 30 लाख विद्यार्थियों को मिल रहा है। साथियों, आदिवासी युवाओं को भाषा की बाधा के कारण बहुत दिक्कत का सामना करना पड़ता था, लेकिन नई राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में मातृभाषा में पढ़ाई के विकल्प को भी खोल दिए गए हैं। अब हमारे आदिवासी बच्चे, आदिवासी युवा अपनी भाषा में पढ़ सकेंगे, आगे बढ़ सकेंगे। साथियों, देश जब आखिरी पायदान पर खड़े व्यक्ति को अपनी प्राथमिकता देता है तो प्रगति के रास्ते अपने आप खुल जाते हैं। हमारी सरकार वंचितों को वरीयता, यही मंत्र को लेकर देश विकास के लिए नए आयाम छू रहा है। सरकार जिन आकांक्षी जिला, आकांक्षी ब्लॉक को विकसित करने का अभियान चला रही है, उसमें ज्यादातर आदिवासी बाहुल्य इलाके हैं। इस साल के बजट में अनुसूचित जनजातियों के लिए दिया जाने वाला बजट भी 2014 की तुलना में 5 गुना बढ़ा दिया गया है। आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में बेहतर आधुनिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बनाया जा रहा है। आधुनिक कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ने से पर्यटन और आय के अवसर भी बढ़ रहे हैं। देश के हजारों गांव जो कभी वामपंथी उग्रवाद से प्रभावित थे, उन्हें अब 4G कनेक्टिविटी से जोड़ा जा रहा है। यानी जो युवा अलग थलग होने के कारण अलगाववाद के जाल में फंस जाते थे, वो अब इंटरनेट और इंफ्रा के जरिए मुख्य धारा से कनेक्ट हो रहे हैं। ये सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास, इसकी वो मुख्य धारा है जो दूर सुदूर देश के हर नागरिक तक पहुंच रही है। ये आदि और आधुनिकता के संगम की वो आहट है जिस पर नए भारत की बुलंद इमारत खड़ी होगी। साथियों, बीते 8-9 वर्षों में आदिवासी समाज की यात्रा इस बदलाव की साक्षी रही है कि देश कैसे समानता और समरसता को प्राथमिकता दे रहा है। आजादी के बाद 75 वर्षों में पहली बार देश का नेतृत्व एक आदिवासी के हाथ में है। पहली बार एक आदिवासी महिला राष्ट्रपति जी के रूप में सर्वोच्च पद पर भारत का गौरव बढ़ा रही है। पहली बार आज देश में आदिवासी इतिहास को इतनी पहचान मिल रही है। हम सब जानते हैं कि देश की आजादी की लड़ाई में हमारे जनजातीय समाज के उनका कितना बड़ा योगदान रहा है, कितनी बड़ी भूमिका निभाई थी। लेकिन दशकों तक इतिहास के उन स्वर्णिम अध्यायों पर, वीर वीरांगनाओं के उन बलिदानों पर पर्दा डालने के प्रयास होते हैं। अब अमृत महोत्सव में देश ने अतीत के उन भूले बिसरे अध्यायों को देश के सामने लाने का बीड़ा उठाया है।
News break coming in from Karnataka, where in fact the former Deputy Chief Minister has reiterated his CM ambitions. This is G. Parameshwara, a very senior Congress leader in the state, who has said now and confirmed that he very much will be a part of the CM face race. G. Parameshwara has said that everyone has a desire to become the Chief Minister, and so do I. Remember that the Congress is already facing a problem because Siddaramaiah and DKS have been going all out, seeking in fact to be named as the Congress's CM face. And amid that, you have another contender throwing his hat in the ring, and someone who's an extremely senior Congress leader at that. So this is the big breaking news that's coming in. Remember, earlier also G. Parameshwara had made his intentions clear when in fact he was meeting with CS and said very clearly that there should be in fact recognition of my seniority and I will be pushing to be made the Chief Minister. And now he's again said that I will be going ahead and pushing for that post. This will mean more trouble for the Congress. How far is G. Parameshwara really willing to go to fight for that kind of a CM face of the Congress? Will of course be something that we will be able to determine in some time from now. But G. Parameshwara, listen into exactly what he said.
Given an opportunity, I will also be a part of it. ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾಡ್ ಸರಿ ಅಲ್ಲೆಲ್ಲ ಆಸೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇರುತ್ತೆ ಆಸೆ ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಇರ್ತದೆ ಅನೇಕ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ given an opportunity I will also be a part of it ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿಲ್ಲ ಬೇಕಾಡ್ ಸರಿ
the deputy CM last time around, and if our government comes, he's sure to occupy a huge responsibility in the next government as well. So it also shows that the depth of leadership, right? Whereas BJP have the depth of leadership. Who is their CM candidate? Mr. Baswaraj Bommai himself became the CM just by falling at feet of a couple of leaders, state leaders. So, but here we have depth of leadership. There are a lot of people who are this thing, but ultimately all of them agree on one common thing, is that the High Command will decide who is going to be the CM.
In fact, G. Parameshwara making this comment, saying very clearly that he also has ambitions, wants to be the Chief Minister. Sagai Raj is joining us with more details on this. Sagai, another headache for the Congress. They can't afford to irk Parameshwara in any way. He's an extremely senior leader, has served as the party president in Karnataka, has been a former deputy chief minister in the state, is also a very prominent Dalit face for the party.
Absolutely, and they have to take everybody in good books when it comes to this particular election, because this particular election will decide the survival of Congress in the state of Karnataka, and that is the reason the Congress is full and out to fight against BJP in the state. And if you notice, this is not the first time Parameshwar have outspoken about his desire and ambition to be the next Chief Minister of Karnataka. He said that given a chance, even I want to be in the race, and there are more than 10 people who are already in the race, and it is the High Command which will take the decision. End of the sentence. They always say it is the High Command which take the decision, but they try to throw the hat in the race.
All right, Sagai, I request you to stay on with me. Let's continue tracking all the latest updates that are coming in from Karnataka. Months to go for the elections, so political war of words now heating up between the BJP and the Congress. And it's over Tipu Sultan, despite in fact Tipu descendants coming out and saying that this kind of political bickering over Tipu must stop. It continues between the BJP and Congress. With just a few months to go for the election, this has become almost the #1 agenda. You had the Karnataka Education Minister days ago urging people to finish off Congress's Siddaramaiah, just like 17th century Mysore ruler Tipu Sultan was killed. The former Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah has now hit back at the Bommai government, has hit back at the Mantri here, attacking Ashwath Narayan for his comment. He asked him to stop instigating people, to stop in fact influencing them, intimidating them, and instead to get the gun himself. He went on to say that BJP leaders can't be trusted as they worship the murderer of Mahatma Gandhi. You've got AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi also now getting into this entire fight, hitting back at the BJP. He's thrown an open challenge at them. Owaisi saying that he isn't scared to take Tipu's name and that BJP is unsuccessful in eradicating corruption from the state.
ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ರೀತಿ ಒಡೆದು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು, ಒಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಒಡೆದಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಒಡೆದಾಕಕ್ಕೆ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ, ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅಧಿಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ टिप्पू जागे के सिद्धरामैया बंदागे। बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा कि हम उनको मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे जो टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहे हैं। मैं टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहा हूं, क्या करोगे तुम? बोलो, मारोगे मुझे, मिटा दोगे मुझे? बोलो कहां पर आऊं कर्नाटक में मारने के लिए? आ जाओ। क्या देश के प्रधानमंत्री उनके प्रदेश के जो बीजेपी के लीडर हैं उनकी जबान से वो सहमत हैं कि टीपू सुल्तान का नाम लेगा हम मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे? अरे भाई, करप्शन का नाम लेना हो, करप्शन को मिटा नहीं पाए आप। 30% की सरकार आपकी है। ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए, ये तो ओपन कॉल है मर्डर और जेनोसाइड के लिए।
So what started this entire showdown? Let's get you details of what Karnataka's Minister Ashwath Narayan said 2 days ago.
ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು, ಇಲ್ಲರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುತ್ತರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಟಿಪ್ಪು 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 ಬೇಕಾ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಹಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕು.
Sagaraj is joining us live with more details on the story. So Sagai, the political discourse in Karnataka is largely focused on the likes of Tipu Sultan, and the BJP and the Congress continue in fact this narrative despite warnings from even Tipu's family, from Tipu's descendants, saying stop this kind of political slugfest.
Absolutely, they have openly spoke about this, and this is not the first time, Akshita, that they are requesting all these political parties to do politics in the name of Tipu. So leave us alone, leave us Tipu Sultan out of these kind of political slugfest between political parties. They claim that whatever it has happened, it is a part of history. But why you need to rake up this issue? Why political parties are trying to take political mileage out of this particular situation? And when we questioned the BJP yesterday why they are seeking votes on the communal lines, they said that there is nothing wrong in seeking the vote in the name of Rama and Hanuman. But when it comes to Tipu Sultan, he himself was communal. He was killing people, and they will continue to highlight this particular thing. But if you note, the Congress have hit out at BJP stating that they have to speak about the development, what the BJP has achieved in last 5 years or last 3 years when they were in power, and they should go out with the report card rather than speaking about Tipu Sultan and Savarkar. And now Ashwath Narayan has spoke about how he was being beaten up by two Gaudas in Mandya district, and said that even Siddaramaiah should be beaten up like that and chased out of Mandya. And this particular statement has not gone well with Siddaramaiah, where he has asked government to take suo motu and sack him from the ministry.
All right, we'll track the latest reactions that come in on this. Thanks for the moment, Sagai, for joining us. We've been seeing endless showdowns in Karnataka over Tipu Sultan. The communal rhetoric is only getting shriller over this issue. And this time it's Tipu Sultan versus Hanuman that's taken center stage. Why? Because BJP's Nalin Kumar Katil, yes, habitual offender there, claims that the ruling party's poll agenda will be to attack Tipu Sultan's legacy, spurring in fact a wave of reactions from the opposition.
Political drama over Tipu Sultan in Karnataka escalates. State BJP chief Nalin Kumar Katil stokes a fresh row, asks voters to choose either Ram and Hanuman or Tipu Sultan.
ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋರು. ನಾವು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನದವರಲ್ಲ, ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನವನ್ನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸೋರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಲಬುರ್ಗದ ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಆಂಜನೇಯನನ್ನು ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಭಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವವರನ್ನ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀರೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ?
Katil's statement is a second U-turn in 2 days. An advocate of hardline Hindutva, the BJP leader, had on Tuesday called for Vikas' narrative.
ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬೈಯುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಯಾವುದೋ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಣ್ಣನಾಗೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ವಂಶಸ್ಥರು ನಾವು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಿರುಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಯವರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳು, ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪರು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಜನರ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಮಂತ್ರದ ಜೊತೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಮಂತ್ರ ಆಗಲಿ, ನಾವು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತೀವಿ.
State BJP leaders are backing Katil's controversial remarks.
We are talking about the development also, and whatever the things have been done by the Honorable Prime Minister and his government, and here also Yediyurappa government and Bommai government. We are talking about those development schemes also. तो उसके बारे में भी आपको ध्यान देना चाहिए.
क्या है, राम के बारे में बात करना है तो क्रिमिनल होता है क्या? आप गलती मांग रहा है. टिप्पू स्वयं मतांध है, स्वयं क्रिमिनल है. टिप्पू को सर्टिफिकेट देने की जरूरत नहीं है. उन्हें क्रूएल राजा था, उन्हें कब्जा करके कत्ल किया, लाखों लोगों को मार दिया.
The Congress is accusing Katil of attempting to polarize voters on religious lines.
He is a madman. He wanted to cover it. He wanted to take on emotions. We want to take on development.
See, this shows that Mr. Katil, as the president of the state unit of BJP, has nothing to showcase of this double engine sarkar, and hence they are going to use communalization and polarization as this election issue.
In between,
Politics over Tipu Sultan continues despite threats by descendants of the 18th century Mysore ruler to file defamation suits.
Congress leaders, BJP wants to divide the leaders. This should be immediately stopped, or else our ancestors, our family members and other elders have thought to file a defamation case to stop all this immediately and not to bring any more Tipu Sultan name for your own polarizations.
Tipu Sultan, known as the Tiger of Mysore, fought the British tooth and nail and died fighting them. But he's also often described as a tyrant who committed atrocities against Hindus in Kodagu and Malabar region of Kerala. More than 200 years after his death, Tipu Sultan's legacy has become a hot political issue ahead of Karnataka Assembly elections this year. Bureau Report, India Today.
Big breaking news that's coming in from Kerala. We're focusing on the investigation in the Life Mission scam case as former Principal Secretary to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan is in the dock. We're talking about the former Principal Secretary Shiv Shankar. The remand report submitted by ED in the PMLA court is with us here on India Today. And it particularly, in fact, has revealed some WhatsApp chats between M. Shiv Shankar and the other accused in this case, Swapna Suresh, who remember is also an accused in the solar scam. The remand report said that there's a larger nexus involving government representatives in the allocation of contract and generation of proceeds of crime via the upfront commission as a bribe. Shiv Shankar has been remanded to 5 days of ED custody. So there's details in the remand report mentioned by the ED in which they talk about WhatsApp messages exchanged between Shiv Shankar and Swapna Suresh. Shibi Mall is joining us with more details on this. Shibi, can you throw more light on what the ED has said about the evidence that they have against Shiv Shankar?
Well, Akshada, this is related to the Life Mission case. Life Mission is a flagship event of the Kerala government. So in 2019, when the scheme was launched to build houses for the people who lost their houses during the 2018 Kerala flood. So this was done using the Red Crescent organization, which is a non-profit organization, via the UAE consulate. Now we know Swapna Suresh was working with the UAE consulate during that time. In fact, Unitac Builders was given the contract, and now what happened is the Unitac Builders MD said that to get the contract, some commission, some kickbacks were offered to some of the officers, and that includes Swapna Suresh and Sarif and all of these people who are also accused in the road smuggling and dollar smuggling case. Now, when they were questioned, they said that Shiv Shankar, who was the principal secretary to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan during that time, had also a role in this. Now, that's what the ED has recently figured out. Now, the ED has been questioning him since the last 3 days when he was not cooperating with the ED officers, is what they're understanding. So yesterday, ED, day before yesterday, late night, ED recorded this arrest. And in the remand report, now they said that there are WhatsApp chats between Swapna Suresh as well as M. Shiv Shankar, which proves that there has been a role. He has a role in it, because he clearly tells her that you need to be very careful when you're handling with the funds and everything. And he also goes on to say in the chat that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has asked to offer you a job here. The job will be a very low-profile job, but the salary will be double, is what the chat reveals. That's what ED has mentioned clearly in the remand report here. Now, the ED has said that considering the material evidences that we have collected, including the WhatsApp chats, it is very sure, the ED officers say that they're very sure that there is a larger nexus involved, which includes higher government authorities, which needs to be investigated. Now, now M. Shiv Shankar here retired last month from the services, and he has now not been cooperating with the ED officers, what they're understanding. Now, the court has sent him into remand for the next 5 days. They will be questioning him in the coming days, is what they understand. Now, this has also led to political clash also, because when this incident took place, Shiv Shankar was the principal secretary to Chief Minister.
That's right. And there have also been allegations that he is an extremely close aide of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Thanks, Shribi, for joining us with those details. The IT heat on BBC offices continues for the third consecutive day. Over 40 hours and counting, the survey at the premises of the BBC in Delhi and Mumbai is still taking place. There's no official statement so far from the IT department on what's prompted the survey or details of what's happened so far. The company, meanwhile, has asked its India employees to be ready for questioning and to cooperate in the ongoing probe. Sources also revealed to India Today that BBC has asked employees to work from home until further notice. Security has also been beefed up outside BBC offices. This after Hindu Sena yesterday approached the office and chanted slogans like BBC Leave India. The political showdown also continues. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi hit out at the BJP, accusing the party of brazenly hounding those who speak the truth.
देखिए, हमारे देश में कोई भी बाहर की विदेशी ताकतें आकर हमारे देश की अपना शांति को खराब करने की कोशिश करेंगी, तो ये अपना किसी के लिए भी सेहत के लिए ठीक नहीं है। और अभी जो अपना बीबीसी के कार्यालयों पर सारी एजेंसीज वहाँ पे अपना सर्च कर रही हैं। अब इसके बाद में कोई भी टिप्पणी उनके बाद ही अपना दे पाएंगे कि उसमें अपना सर्च में क्या निकलता है।
उन्होंने एक डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई मोदी साहब के बारे में, और उनको यह एहसास दिलाया जा रहा है कि आपने डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनाई है, इसलिए आपको सज़ा दी जाएगी। आज भारत के अंदर जो भी प्रधानमंत्री के खिलाफ, भारत सरकार के खिलाफ, बीजेपी की सरकार के खिलाफ बोलेगा, उसकी ज़बान काट दी जाएगी, उसकी आवाज़ बंद कर दी जाएगी। ये एक मैसेज है जो दिया जा रहा है।
एडिटर्स गिल्ड ने, प्रेस काउंसिल ने इसका कंडेम किया है, मजम्मत की है इसकी, और सही उन्होंने डिसीजन लिया है। फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस, सहाफ़ी आज़ादी जमहूरियत की बका के लिए, जमहूरियत की जिंदा रहने के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है। और इसका टाइमिंग देख लीजिए कि उन्होंने वीडियो निकाला गुजरात में जो 2002 में जेनोसाइड हुआ, उसको बैन लगाया आपने अंग्रेजों के बनाए हुए कानून के तहत, और उसके बाद आपने ये सर्वे या रेड क्या चल रहा है। तो इससे मैसेज क्या जा रहा है कि आप फ्रीडम ऑफ प्रेस नहीं चाहते हैं।
नेशनली बोल रहे हैं बीबीसी में जो आईसी
प्रोसीजर चाहिए। बोली कि उनका कहना ये है कि लीगल अगर कुछ होता है तो अच्छी बात है, बट इसके लिए पहले से नोटिस दे देनी चाहिए।
उनको वेट करना चाहिए ना, तो जब इंक्वायरी हो रही है, इंक्वायरी हो जाने दीजिए, उसके बाद वो बात कहें।
Now, amid the BBC showdown, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar has slammed the information war, terming the dumping of information as a new form of invasion. The Vice President has called for bold and effective steps to neutralize it.
Vicious tendency has grown, particularly amongst so-called intelligence in our country, that anything coming from outside is sanctified, elevated, coming from minds that have to be respected. We have to question it.
Let's take this across to Amit Bharadwaj, who is joining us live from outside the BBC office in Delhi. So, Amit, third consecutive day that we're seeing currently the searches continue, and there's been no communication so far from the IT department on when they're going to wrap up. What have been the findings so far?
Right, Akshita. Today is the third day of the Income Tax Department survey at the BBC office. In fact, right behind me is the BBC India office. This is the building in which on the 5th and 7th floor the BBC offices are located. Now, as you mentioned, there's no official communication from the Income Tax Department so far as to what has been the findings of the IT survey and what are the exact, non-compliances that have been done by the BBC. But what we are also learning from our sources right now is that the broadcasting staff, whether it be the TV broadcasting or the radio broadcasting staff, editorial staff, has been allowed to go inside the BBC office. So they are working as any normal day. And along with that, what we are also learning from our sources is that there has been no interference with the editorial work of the BBC in the past 3 days. But the matter of fact remains that for the past few days, the IT survey continues at the BBC offices in India, including the one in the national capital and in Mumbai. And we are yet to hear an official word from BBC London as well in this particular case. But the sources have confirmed us that BBC headquarters have very clearly told BBC India employees to not hide any details regarding the operation.
They've been asked to cooperate completely with the investigation. Amit, thanks for joining us with that report. Let's shift our focus now to the other big story that we've been tracking here on India Today. Horrifying one from Tamil Nadu, where an army jawan was in fact beaten to death by a DMK councillor. Chinnasamy has been arrested, but mind you, there's been no action taken against him by the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam, not even a word of condemnation that's come in so far from the Stalin government. Joining me here on India Today for an exclusive conversation is the BJP Tamil Nadu chief, K. Annamalai. Annamalai, vanakkam. Thank you for joining us here on India Today. I think what's happened in our state right now has got everyone in shock and obviously everyone extremely angry. First of all, what do you make of the state's response, or some say the lack of it really, in this particular case?
Madam Vanakkam, firstly I hung my head in shame as a Tamilian, as an Indian, that a person who is serving our country, putting his life in the service of others, is bludgeoned to death. And it shows the impunity with which DMK is defending the particular councillor. Especially in Tamil Nadu, it is nothing new, because with respect to DMK's mindset, and the same party has spoken about Dravidistan, the same party has spoken about a separate state. So by their nature, their respect for men in uniform, the respect for army personnel was never there. And this incident has clearly shown the government itself is also brazenly defending in a way. The incident happened on February 8th. Now, after the yesterday's hue and cry, especially from the national media, which brought it to national attention, the local police were forced to arrest that councillor, which is after a good 6-7 days. Now the DMK spokesperson, one after the other, trying to defend their own councillor. This is what the whole India is seeing. But here, more importantly, madam, in this case, the whole village knows that they are serving in the Indian Army, has come on a holiday. It was a very trivial issue. And later the councillor, along with this group of people, he went in, attacked them with rods. He was admitted to a hospital. Even the treatment was not very properly given. Then later the army jawan passed away. In this case, I find fault with the local police also,
Because now DMK as a party, we all know how they behave. Now we all know how the government behaves. For the local police, it is their men in uniform. It is like their brother. And they also did not take it very seriously. They were also very, very casual. Now I really hang my head in shame that I'm sitting in a national television in front of you, trying to talk about an issue that should never be spoken in the first place. Especially when I come to different parts of the country, I see the kind of respect a Jawan gets, the kind of respect society gives to him. But for Tamil Nadu, very unfortunately, over the long Dravidian politics, but somehow Jawans are seen as very alien. Somebody who's defending the country border is not seen one among us. That's a very sad state.
You know, that's a very strong statement that you made, Annamalai, saying that there's no sentiment to do with the uniform among the DMK. I want to bring your focus to how the DMK has reacted. We asked Mr. T.K. Elangovan about this particular incident, and his response was that these kind of things happen.
Yeah, using the word called shocker is playing it down because we keep seeing the kind of insensitivity they display. And the kind of brought up that many of the DMK senior leaders have. I kind of respect therefore the country as a whole and especially for the men in uniform. They don't have that culture of appreciating somebody who is willing to lay down his life for the protection of our country. Some of it is never there because of 1949 culture, the way they spoke things in the parliament is just a manifestation. But here, I would like to bring your kind attention to an incident that happened about 4 months back. There was a CRPF Jawan who was in duty in CRPF somewhere near Bengal, Orissa. He put a Facebook post that India will always have one flag when Tamil Nadu leaders were talking about something else. That same night, one of the alliance party of DMK, Vidudalai Chiritai Kachi, some 100 people barged into his house. Then when it came to our attention at about 12 in the night, the local BJP leaders and cadres, about 200 people, went to his house to defend the Jawan's parents from the VCK cadre. You will not even believe, madam. Some Jawan putting up a Facebook post somewhere about a country having one flag. The retaliation from their alliance partner going to that. Unfortunately, in this case, not even a single person is arrested. After we did a protest, that person got suspended. So I can give you issues after issues like that. The soldiers don't feel safe in Tamil Nadu in a way. It has come down to this level. Now, in this case, an army Jawan in duty, the whole village knows. Everybody knows he's an army. Even the councillor should be knowing because that is his voting area. Even the councillor should be knowing. He's not. Still going out brazenly attacking. What kind of culture is this? What is the message we are giving out?
What's the mindset then, Annamalai? It's a larger question that I'm asking. Did the councillor think he would get away with murdering an army man? Did he think that, he can brazenly commit this kind of a killing in the army man's house, go into hiding and this entire case, this entire killing would disappear?
A year back, one of the DMK MP in Kadalur, Mr. Ramesh, he murdered his own employee inside his cashew factory. He beat him to death in his hand. When BJP raised an issue, the MP was not arrested. He was allowed to go scot-free. After a month, he took an anticipatory bail, he came back. So this is the way DMK deals with his public representative. Anybody who is a public representative, whatever they do, DMK as a party, as a government, they go all the way to protect them. But this is very shameful. Protecting an MP for one whole month, the MP was absconding. Then this particular councillor for about 6-7 days absconding. In this case, it is much more grievous. Assaulting and killing an army personnel. Then after the national media picked it up, I really find fault with the local regional media also. Our media channels in Tamil Nadu also. This is an issue, not only a news issue. This is an issue that reflects the state as a whole. That reflects what kind of culture Tamil Nadu as a state we have. The whole of India is watching. I really find it very shameful.
I want to pick up that point that you mentioned.
The media as an institution has failed.
I want to mention that point that you've spoken about, Annamalai. What stood out for me last evening when we covered the story on India Today is a number of comments on my social media timeline that said Tamil media didn't pick up this issue at all. There wasn't a shred of coverage on the story.
Yeah, very unfortunate. I keep talking this in the public forum also. Many of the news channels in Tamil Nadu are controlled by DIPR, the local government arm, which gives their budget. Anybody is very critical of the government, immediately next month they don't get advertising budget. So unfortunately in Tamil Nadu, DMK not only owns channel, it is also trying to control other channels when they speak any news against the government. Very unfortunate, more like a gag order. I hope and pray that the media brothers and sisters sees this in a larger national perspective. They don't see it as some crime that happened somewhere where two people fought and one person died. This reflects the character of who we are as a state, as a nation. So very unfortunate. I hope and pray. The DMK is in a back foot, the government is in a back foot, they're trying to do everything as we speak now. Our ex-servicemen wing, our brothers and sisters retired from army, whoever is in Tamil Nadu BJP with their uniform, with their medals, with their caps, they're in front of different collectorates across Tamil Nadu giving a memorandum. There is a major protest happening in Krishnagiri. 3 days from now, I'll be sitting in a one-day fast and war memorial along with all the senior retired army personnel in Tamil Nadu. Because this is the only way. It's not doing politics or anything. Here we are trying to build an awareness from ground up. We need to build awareness also to talk to them about what is the larger thing that concerns our nation. But we don't have either option. As a political party, we have to educate also sometimes.
You know, very often the thinking is that these kind of stories will stay on the news for a couple of days and then disappear. You've told us now that in 3 days from now, you're going to be sitting on a fast. Is it a larger message that you're intending to send across right now to the Stalin government, Annamalai, with this kind of a fast that you plan?
Ma'am, this issue we are not going to leave, madam. It's very simple. This is going to reflect who we are as Tamils, who we are as Tamil Nadu. The whole of India is watching us. And every single army soldier who's in the border, you should not feel bad that there is a colleague from Tamil Nadu who is serving with them in the high altitude or in a deep snow. He should not feel that his life will be under threat when he goes back to his state. So we are conveying a larger message that we are standing with every single army personnel. That is why we have called for a one-day fast. I'll be personally sitting from morning till evening in the war memorial, along with all the people from the civil society also, because a larger message has to go out, but we can't take things for granted anymore.
What do you think is the bare minimum that the government needs to do? This incident has happened. So far, the DMK is saying these things happen. But going beyond that, in response to this kind of a horrifying murder of an army man, a man serving our nation, being beaten to death in this manner, how do you think the government should have reacted?
One, the legal course of action, whatever legally we have to take action, that has to go. That is one parallel side, madam. That is the law and order, the crime side. But the larger message, the CM has to come out and apologize. One, for being the president of DMK, for the conduct of his party men. Second, to apologize to the Indian people and Tamil people for the way this issue was handled for the last 7-8 days. And immediate help for the army Jawan's family. And more importantly, giving a free hand to the police personnel so that this kind of incidents don't repeat. There was a CRPF Jawan incident 3-4 months back, middle of the night, his alliance members barging in to attack his father and mother because his son has put a Facebook post about country having a one national flag. I don't think in any other part of the country this can happen. Even then no FIR was filed. So CM has to come out and say that he stands with army, he stands with Jawans, he stands for what is right. CM cannot behave like a petty party member here. CM cannot display the party's ideology by saying, no, we don't respect for the Indian army because our concept in 1960-63 was for a different state. No. This is on a bare minimum. He has to come out, speak, seek apology, and make sure the wheels of justice is set in motion, madam.
Do you also believe that there's a larger issue here of a lack of law and order? You know, since the beginning of this chat, Annamalai, you've cited many instances of crimes that have taken place, particularly involving DMK members. And in almost all circumstances, the Dravida Munnetra Kazhagam hasn't spoken out, has chosen to completely ignore and maybe some cases push it under the carpet as well. Is there a law and order crisis right now in Tamil Nadu?
The DMK's mindset as a party is always, the moment they come to power, they take control of the police station. They're extremely good in doing that. Within a matter of months, they take control of a police station. All these things are outcome of the police not being fair or police having their hands tied because the local DMK chief of each district, he controls the transfer right up to a constable. So naturally, any crime that is done by a DMK personnel is a no-no for police. They don't even touch. That is why you see in the last 1 year, many issues India Today has picked it up. I'm talking of a shifting MP, DMK MP in Kadalur, killing his own employee, not arrested for 1 month. And he was allowed to go get a bail from court and come to pay. Right now he is appearing in public functions. Not even a charge sheet will be filed. The same case now. So now the mindset of DMK taking control of the police, thereby strangulating the democracy itself is a larger area of concern. Right now with the age of social media, national television, it is being very visible. If you look at DMK's last time, 96 to 2001 or 2006 to 11, when they were in power, it was much more atrocious. They used police station only to settle land disputes. where DMK is one party, public is other party. So now the issue is being discussed because that social media and national media is making it very big. They are taking up 10 years back, this would not be an issue. It would be buried there. So the DMK's mindset itself has to change with respect to maintaining law and order when they come to power, and when they are in opposition, how do they speak about it?
You know, Annamalai, as India Today, we've been covering this story from yesterday, and we've been ensuring that we put out the voices of the family members. It's heartbreaking, really, because my colleague Pramod is there. He's been speaking to the wife of Prabhu. She has a 4-month-old baby in her hands. She has a 3-year-old baby also with her. And there's been nothing done so far for the family. Annamalai, what's your message as the Tamil Nadu BJP president to the family of young Prabhu right now? Because they haven't received any assistance from the government.
Oh, we are taking care of that family member. As we speak now, our senior leaders are rushing towards their home. They'll be there any time. And we will be taking care of them monetarily. Whatever support is needed, BJP Tamil Nadu will be giving. That is, without a doubt, we will take care of them. Right up to the kids' education, everything will take care. But having said it, we have to fix up the larger issues. Family need not worry, madam. But whatever we tell them, we can't bring Prabhu back. We can't bring that army Jawan back. That is the larger issue at play here. But I'll be also visiting them once after the war memorial is over. We'll be visiting. We'll be standing with them, not now. Even 2 years from now, 3 years from now, whenever they want us. But the larger message as a society, how we have to function, as Tamils, how we have to talk about this kind of issues when it happens to our state, especially as a government, as a law and order machinery, how they should react when an army Jawan is in trouble. That is what really bothers me at this moment, ma'am.
I agree, and I really, really hope that in the next few hours, Chief Minister M.K. Stalin speaks out on this issue, expresses his condolences, and most importantly, helps out the family, helps out Prabhu's wife in every way that the government can right now. Thanks very much, Annamalai, for joining us here on India Today. The Tamil Nadu BJP president confirming that he is going to be starting a fast in 3 days from now in Chennai on this very issue to ensure justice for Prabhu, to send out a message also to our forces. And with that, I'm slipping into a very short break here on India Today. We'll be right back with lots more news and updates.
तो जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Thank Mr. Puri.
I thank you for giving me the chance to address you.
Terrorism now a global issue.
The First Lady position is so unusual.
Never in my career did I ever see that love and affection in any other country than we saw in India in 79.
Pakistan has been responsible chronically for association with sponsorship of terrorist groups.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
The clock is ticking close to 250 hours since the earthquake of the 7.8 magnitude struck Turkey and Syria. Rescue teams, in fact, haven't given up hope yet. They're still pulling out survivors alive from under the rubble. Here's a report of the miracle rescue of survivors from Turkey.
It's been more than a week, but rescue efforts continue in quake-hit Turkey. From under the rubble in Adıyaman, a 77-year-old woman was rescued 212 hours after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey and Syria. Fatma Gungor had been under the wreckage when the rescue team pulled her out. This 42-year-old woman was rescued 222 hours after being buried in the rubble of a building that collapsed in a devastating earthquake in Kahramanmaraş. After 203 hours, this woman was rescued from the rubble of a building in the southern Turkish city of Hatay. International rescue teams, along with locals, have not given up hope, and they are still on their toes to rescue every life from under the rubble.
We arrived here in Hatay on Saturday, and since then we have not stopped seeing how there are people who are being rescued alive every day. So we think there's still a chance there are people below the rubble, and we should keep looking.
Not only human life, even pets are precious, like this furry best friend of a family that lost its home in the earthquake. The combined death toll in Turkey and Syria has crossed 41,000. UN authorities have said the focus of the aid effort has now shifted to helping people struggling without shelter or enough food in the bitter cold. But rescuers are still pulling survivors out more than a week after the quake hit. Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all we have time for on this broadcast. Thanks for tuning in. Joining you with the headlines in just a bit.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Stone pelting, houses attacked, and vehicles vandalized. Communal clashes erupted in Jharkhand's Palamu over Mahashivratri preparations. Violence took place after a group allegedly vandalized Toran Gate, a traditional decorative hanging built for the Shivratri festival.
सन्नाटा पसरा है पूरे इलाके में, सिर्फ और सिर्फ सुरक्षा कर्मी आपको दिखेंगे, लेकिन इस बात का प्रमाण भी दिखेगा कि उस वक्त किस तरह से ये पूरा इलाका जो है अशांति में तब्दील हो गया था। यहाँ देखिए ग्लासेस, विंडो पैन जो है उसको स्मैश कर दिया गया है, वो टूटे हुए हैं। इस गाड़ी का वही हाल है, इधर आप देखें इस गाड़ी का भी वही हाल है।
The argument between the two communities escalated into a scuffle and soon both indulged in stone pelting, prompting intervention by police.
बड़ी मुश्किल से स्थिति को नियंत्रण में किया गया, जिसमें हमारे लेफ्टिनेंट एसडीपीओ, अफसर इंचार्ज और इंस्पेक्टर को चोटें आई है, 4 जवानों को भी चोट आई है, लेकिन हम लोग कंट्रोल किए, संयम बरतते हुए कंट्रोल करते।
Prohibitory orders are imposed in Panki and more than 100 personnel deployed to maintain peace. The police have managed to ensure peace, but the situation remains tense. Bureau Report, India Today.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Good afternoon and welcome to the lunch break. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's quickly begin first with the headlines at the top of one. Tamil Nadu's Dravida Munnetra Karagam brazens it out after party councillor beat a soldier to death. Says these things happen everywhere. It's a small thing.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things.
Amid day 3 of the Income Tax Department search and survey at the BBC office, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar alleges there's been an attempt to run down India's growth with doctored narratives and it cannot be allowed. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi submits detailed reply to the Lok Sabha Secretariat on the notices moved by the BJP over remarks against Prime Minister Modi and over the Adani issue. Tipu Sultan tussle continues and in fact is escalating. Siddaramaiah now hits out at the BJP, calls Karnataka Mantri a demon for his trash Siddaramaiah remark. NCP leader Jitendra Awadh booked for attempt to murder after, along with aide, attacked Thane Municipal Corporation officer over raising of the property. A big story coming in from Kerala. It's been a massive revelation over the gold scam investigation that, remember, had been a huge showdown in Kerala. Now the key accused explosive conversation on the WhatsApp has been accessed by India Today. Now, the questions that emerge from that is whether Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan lobbied for accused Swapna Suresh. So in this conversation of the accused that has been accessed by us, and I am quoting a part of it, that the Chief this is mentioned in the chat. Chief Minister asked me to get a job for Swapna. This could possibly mean that Kerala Chief Minister's former aide is exposing any sort of conspiracy. This while a remand plea bombshell that's been accessed. We'll quickly get in more details on that and go across to Shibimol for the latest on that. Shibimol, how precisely is this WhatsApp conversation going to be used by the investigators, and how does it land at the Chief Minister's door? Whose WhatsApp? What does it mean?
Pooja, in this particular case, now the main evidence that the ED is pointing out in the remand copy is the WhatsApp conversation between former Principal Secretary to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan M. Shivshankar and one of the other accused in this particular case, the Life Mission scam case, Swapna Suresh, in which he asked her to be a little careful because if something goes wrong in the handling of this entire thing, the blame will be put on her. That's what he says, and then he goes on to say, Chief Minister has asked to offer you a job which will be a low-profile job, but the salary will be doubled, is what he says. Now, this is what the ED has highlighted, saying that Shivshankar has a role in this case. Now, this Life Mission case is in regards to the building of houses for the people who lost their homes in the 2018 Kerala floods. Now, the Life Mission project is a very ambitious project, a flagship event of the Kerala government that was launched in 2019 with the aid of an NGO in UAE. Now, this was being done via the UAE consulate, where Swapna Suresh was also an employee. Now, to get the contract of this project, particular builders had offered kickbacks to the accused in the case. Now, that includes Shivshankar also, is what the ED is saying, and that's when the investigation, because the other accused in the case, Swapna Suresh as well as Sarit, all of them are also accused in the gold smuggling as well as the dollar smuggling case. Now, they said that Shivshankar had a role in this, and that's when he was investigated, and he was evading the questions in the last few days. Since the last 3 days, ED was questioning Shivshankar, but he was evading the questions. He was not cooperating, is what the ED officials said, and that's when they decided to arrest him, and now he has been sent to 5 days custody, and the remand report to get the custody of Shivshankar is where ED has said that these WhatsApp chats clearly indicate that he had a role in this. Remember, he was the Principal Secretary when this incident took place to Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. He's a close aide of Chief Minister also, and this has also led to a political clash because while holding the office as
Shibimol, stay on with me because yes, we want to bring in more details and just reiterate for our viewers and remind them why this case has been so significant for Kerala politics. Investigation is on about the gold scam. So what you're looking at on your screens, read carefully, is that conversation. A remand report has been submitted by the ED in the PMLA court, and you can see that this conversation between Swapna Suresh and a former Chief Minister's aide as well, where they're discussing the WhatsApp messages, which is of 2019. And Swapna, you should be careful. This conversation is happening between the two. Now, Siva also writes, don't get involved now. A sort of a cautionary message that has gone ahead. You will be blamed if things go wrong. The conversation that continues about what Swapna Suresh has also said. So she, of course, has taken note of what has been said, that she'll inform other two members who could be mutual acquaintances. But this is where he mentions it. He says, the Chief Minister asked me to get a job for you. Was this a message implying that there was trouble brewing already? And this is why it is Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's door where this information has now landed up. Shibimol, so as we are reading out this conversation, appears to be definitely some caution that is being suggested, but also in a way, it looks like Shiva, who's been a close aide of the Chief Minister, saying that be cautious because it is the Chief Minister who's asked me to get a job for you. So they are also ensuring that it does not get the Chief Minister in the loop. Eventually it did.
Well, Well, absolutely. In fact, M. Shivashankar mentioning Chief Minister asking. Now, in the remand copy, if we clearly observe, there has been no other place where this has been mentioned. But towards the end is where he goes on to say CM has asked to get a job for you. Now, what exactly? Why is Chief Minister asking him to get a job for her with double salaries? What the ED or the officials has to reveal here, because there's a lot of lack of clarity regarding that, whether he was aware of this, whether Chief Minister was aware of what was going on in a project that's a dream project, a flagship event of the local self-government of Kerala. Now that's something that needs to be that's something we need a little more clarity on, because these are allegations and these are statements is what the accused here, Swapna Suresh, has earlier said that, Shivashankar had a role in it, is what she has earlier accused. But here, Chief Minister asking for a job. Now, there are also reports that Shivashankar earlier had said that since she has worked with IT firms here and she had a great profile, Chief Minister is really impressed with her work and he wants to take her into a government service, is what earlier some chat of Shivashankar had revealed. Now here, what exactly is what he meaning is something that we need to get more clarity on. Was he aware of what was going on? Was he aware of the scam that was going on? Because here, around 4 to 5 crore of kickback is what was offered to all the accused in the case, including M. Shivashankar, since he's a very close aide of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan.
And Shibimol, isn't it correct? Just for the benefit of our viewers, this was a case that exploded specifically in 2020 in Kerala, when the key accused, Swapna Suresh, said that not only just Pinarayi Vijayan but his whole family were aware about the gold smuggling through diplomatic baggage. Remember in 2020 when there were about 20 kilograms, if I'm correct, of gold that was recovered by the officials at the airport, and it was supposed to be meant for a consulate abroad, and that is when it completely blew out. So Shibimol, this time, because she's already mentioned that Chief Minister was aware, and with these WhatsApp conversations now coming in, this is not just about Chief Minister, this could actually become much more beyond it.
Well, absolutely. In fact, here in the ED's remand report also, what ED goes on to say is this includes a larger nexus. This can have a larger nexus of a lot of government authorities, high-profile government authorities. But here what we have to observe is these are two completely different cases. The gold smuggling, dollar smuggling case and the life mission scam cases are two different cases here. The life mission scam case came out in 2019, whereas the gold smuggling the gold smuggling case broke out in 2020. The 2019 case was, in fact, after the complaint was raised, Kerala government itself had had launched investigation into the case, and later the CBI as well as the vigilance registered a case. And when
stay on with me, Shibimol, because of course it's become a political showdown for the state of Kerala. Opposition is all guns blazing. I'm joined on the phone line by BJP's KJ Alphonse, and from who's been, in fact, Mr. KJ Alphonse, when you look at these chats, does it indict the Chief Minister at all, or it could be about just a close aide discussing with the key accused? Or do you think this correctly now can become much more about what the Chief Minister was aware about, even if not involved just yet?
See, it's very clear that the Chief Minister was involved and his office was deeply involved after Shivashankar was the Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister. And you see, this entire thing is so much interlinked. The gold smuggling, I think about 22 times gold was smuggled into the country with the connivance of the Chief Minister's Principal Secretary's assistants. And then, of course, all these diversion of money into various projects like the Life Mission, and where corruption was involved, bribing was involved, and money was recovered. So I don't think any of this can happen without the knowledge of the Chief Minister, active connivance of the Chief Minister's office, and I think it's very, very clear.
Sir, what do you have to say about how this is going to progress in the state of Kerala? Because this is going to be a huge political issue. It's about Chief Minister misusing his power, but it's not just the Chief Minister, it's the whole system there in the state that is currently in the question. And we're talking about India's image here. We're talking about close to state politics, but also with global repercussions. This was about smuggling to other nations.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, obviously it has global repercussions, the image of the country, because if a diplomatic channel was used for smuggling of gold into the country with the connivance of the Chief Minister's office, it speaks very poorly of India and India's image. And of course, there is a complete breakdown of administration as you see the Chief Minister's office being involved in the gold smuggling scandal, and there were huge amount of money being paid to the Chief Minister's officials as bribe. I think all these points to a very sorry state
There needs
of
to be a
affairs.
statement that should come from Chief Minister, if at all, that could end and clarify any accusations against him that are rising. Do you think a clarification or a statement? Yes.
The Chief Minister needs to explain how all these things happened. Or he should say, well, I'm an idiot. I don't know what is happening in the state. I mean, he has the choices. Either he has to say, well, all this I knew. There is an involvement of my office, and so it should be investigated. Or he should say, I'm an idiot. I don't know what is happening in the state of Kerala. Either way, it's bad for him.
Oh, all right. So, of course, the BJP is guns blazing against the government, but it's important. Will the Chief Minister give out a statement, clarify, ensure that there is a impartial investigation? So even if these accusations are very serious, eventually it is because it is leading directly to the door of the Chief Minister. The southern state of Karnataka is an election-bound state, but everything is being discussed and debated apart from the civic issues on the ground. Now what has happened? The Bharatiya Janata Party and the Congress are locking horns over Tipu Sultan. Just few months to go for the high-stake election battle, but days after Karnataka's education minister urged people to finish off Congress leader Siddaramaiah, and now 17th century Mysore ruler Tipu Sultan was killed. That's what now the BJP is saying. The manner in which Tipu Sultan was finished, Siddaramaiah should be pushed out like that. The former Karnataka chief minister has hit back at Bommai government now, and specifically targeting Minister Ashwath Narayan. On this statement, he has said, stop instigating people and get the gun himself. He went on to say that BJP leaders cannot be trusted. They worship the murderer of Mahatma Gandhi. Now, AIMIM also jumped in. Asaduddin Owaisi has also hit back at the BJP and throwing an open challenge. He said he's not scared to take Tipu Sultan's name and that BJP is unsuccessful in eradicating corruption from the state. That's why bringing out these issues. Karnataka minister's statement, however, has irked several other opposition parties. What did Ashwath Narayan say about Tipu Sultan that has become such a huge political issue in Karnataka?
ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ. ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಬೇಕಾ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬೇಕಾ? ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು? ಹಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡುವಂತದ
ನನ್ನನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಅವರು ಎಂತ ಅವರು ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ರಾಕ್ಷಸರು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೀವು. ಮಾಜಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರನ್ನು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ರೀತಿ ಹೊಡೆದು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹೊಡೆದಾಕಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ सिद्धरामैया कांग्रेस सरकार बंदरे टिप्पू जागे के सिद्धरामैया बंदागे.
बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा कि हम उनको मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे जो टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहे हैं. मैं टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहा हूं, क्या करोगे तुम? बोलो, मारोगे मुझे? मिटा दोगे मुझे? बोलो कहां पर आऊं कर्नाटक में मारने के लिए? आ जाओ. क्या देश के प्रधानमंत्री उनके प्रदेश के जो बीजेपी के लीडर हैं उनकी जबान से वो सहमत हैं कि टीपू सुल्तान का नाम लेगा हम मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे? अरे भाई, करप्शन का नाम लेना, करप्शन को मिटा नहीं पाए आप. 30% की सरकार आपकी है. ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए. ये तो ओपन कॉल है मर्डर और जेनोसाइड के लिए.
So former Mysuru ruler Tipu Sultan is back in eye of the storm, but there's also no end to the polarization. Communal rhetoric statements are only getting more shrill. This time, it's Tipu Sultan versus Lord Ram and Lord Hanuman. BJP's Nalin Katil is claiming that the ruling party's election agenda will be about Tipu Sultan's legacy, and it's got a wave of reactions coming in from all across. Here's a report on how Tipu Sultan is back for Karnataka elections and how.
Political drama over Tipu Sultan in Karnataka escalates. State BJP chief Nalin Kumar Katil stokes a fresh row, asks voters to choose either Ram and Hanuman or Tipu Sultan.
ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋರು. ನಾವು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನದವರಲ್ಲ, ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನವನ್ನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸೋರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಲಬುರ್ಗದ ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತೇನೆ, ನೀವು ಆಂಜನೇಯನನ್ನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಭಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವವರನ್ನ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀರೋ ಇಲ್ಲವೋ?
Katil's statement is a second U-turn in 2 days. An advocate of hardline Hindutva, the BJP leader, had on Tuesday called for Vikas' narrative.
ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬೈಯುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಯಾವುದೋ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಣ್ಣನಾಗೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ವಂಶಸ್ಥರು ನಾವು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಿರುಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಯವರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳು, ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು, ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪರು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಜನರ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಮಂತ್ರದ ಜೊತೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಮಂತ್ರ ಆಗಲಿ, ನಾವು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದಿಡ್ತೀವಿ.
State BJP leaders are backing Katil's controversial remarks.
We are talking about the development also, and whatever the things have been done by the Honorable Prime Minister and his government, and here also Yediyurappa government and Bommai government. We are talking about those development schemes also. तो उसके बारे में भी आपको ध्यान देना चाहिए.
क्या है, राम के बारे में बात करना है तो क्रिमिनल होता है क्या? आप गलती मांग रहा है. हाँ, टिप्पू स्वयं मतांध है, स्वयं क्रिमिनल है. टिप्पू को सर्टिफिकेट देने की जरूरत नहीं है. उन्हें क्रूएल राजा था, उन्हें कब्जा करके कत्ल किया, लाखों लोगों को मार दिया.
The Congress is accusing Katil of attempting to polarize voters on religious lines.
He is a madman. He wanted to cover it. He wanted to take on emotions. We want to take on development.
See, this shows that Mr. Katil, as the president of the state unit of BJP, has nothing to showcase of this double engine sarkar. And hence they are going to use communalization and polarization as this election issue.
Politics over Tipu Sultan continues despite threats by descendants of the 18th century Mysore ruler to file defamation suits.
Congress leaders, BJP wants to divide the leaders. This should be immediately stopped, or else our ancestors, our family members and other elders have thought to file a defamation case to stop all this immediately and not to bring any more Tipu Sultan name for your own polarizations.
Tipu Sultan, known as the Tiger of Mysore, fought the British tooth and nail and died fighting them. But he's also often described as a tyrant who committed atrocities against Hindus in Kodagu and Malabar region of Kerala. More than 200 years after his death, Tipu Sultan's legacy has become a hot political issue ahead of Karnataka Assembly elections this year. Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's get a live update from my colleague Sagai Raj, who's been tracking the latest on that. Sagai, clearly Tipu Sultan continues to be a constant for Karnataka elections, but this time it's definitely got more shrill. What exactly is happening on the ground, and how are people reacting to it as well? Because clearly if the netas are making a comment, they also know that there will be a section that will be, absorbing it, will be accepting this level of discourse.
Okay, thank you. Absolutely, Pooja. If you notice that Savarkar and Tipu Sultan's glory is not dying when it comes to Karnataka politics. It is getting resurrected every single day, and you get to get a controversy every single day, and the controversy refuses to die in the state of Karnataka ahead of elections. And even in the past, we have seen that how the politicians are trying to take political mileage out of this particular controversy. But here, the people of Karnataka are fed up of hearing about Tipu versus Savarkar, and we have seen that BJP has also said that yes, they will speak about the development, but nowhere we get to hear anything about the development. On the other side, the opposition is trying to get a mileage out of it, where they have called a press meet, and they have even addressed a press meet today targeting the government that they have not fulfilled the promises which was being made in the previous budget. But who is going to get benefit out of it? Only the election results will reveal whether the communal lines or the development which has actually converted all these controversies into votes.
All right, keep tracking all the latest on that, Sagai Raj, about how Tipu Sultan has returned for Karnataka elections and how. Absolutely shocking details continue to come from the Nikki Yadav murder case. The investigation is on, but there are details that are very disturbing that continues to now be verified. Remember, this was a Shraddha Walkar-like murder. The woman you're looking at, Nikki Yadav, was 22-year-old. And with the interrogation with the Delhi police officials, the live-in partner, Sahil Gehlot, was held by Delhi police on Tuesday and has given a confession that he in fact did murder Nikki Yadav. He's confessed that he strangulated her with a data cable, and all of this while in a public space inside a car. This was at the Kashmiri Gate bus stand, which is a very busy area. And this happened, as now we are being told information coming in, not overnight, but at 9 a.m. in the morning. And after the murder, he then drove for 40 kilometers with the body. It is known that after killing the woman and then also hiding the body in a refrigerator of the family dhaba located in the outskirts of a village. And then he went on to marry another woman on the same day that he had committed the murder. The family of Nikki Yadav is demanding now a death penalty for the accused. Investigation is currently on to gather more digital evidence, primarily to ensure this is a watertight case. Let's go on the ground for my colleague Himanshu Mishra for the latest on that. Himanshu, आप हमें बता रहे थे किस तरह से इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुई, कैसे पता लगा कि यही है साहिल गहलोत जिस पर एक्यूजेशंस आ रहा है, लेकिन किस तरह से इसको वाटर टाइट केस बनाने की जरूरत है, कन्फेशन में क्या कहा गया? और मुझे याद है जब हम कल बात कर रहे थे तो पहले इन्फॉर्मेशन ये आई थी प्राइमा फेसाई दैट ये रात का हादसा है, अब ये माना जा रहा है कि ये सुबह हुआ है।
बिल्कुल, देखिए, क्योंकि वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहा, दिल्ली पुलिस का ये कहना है कि वो कोऑपरेट नहीं कर रहा, लेकिन जब उसके बयानों के बाद दिल्ली पुलिस ने तमाम सीसीटीवी फुटेज खंगालने शुरू किए, उसके मोबाइल की लोकेशन खंगालनी शुरू की, तो उसके बाद पुलिस ने जो टाइमलाइन बनाया उसके मुताबिक रात के तकरीबन 1 बजे, क्योंकि देखिए गुरुवार का दिन था, थर्सडे 9 फरवरी को उसकी सगाई थी, और उसके बाद फिर वो जब वो सगाई के बाद तकरीबन रात के 1 बजे वो अपने भाई की कार से, जो वरना कार है, उससे वो जाता है उत्तम नगर, वहां से निकी के साथ वो सुबह 5 बजे के करीब पहुंचता है निजामुद्दीन रेलवे स्टेशन, और वहां चूंकि निकी के पास गोवा की टिकट थी लेकिन इसके पास नहीं थी। पुलिस का यह कहना है कि जो अभी ये पूछताछ में बता रहा है कि ये कन्विंस हो गया था जाने के लिए निक्की के साथ, लेकिन ट्रेन की टिकट कंफर्म नहीं हुई, तो उसके बाद ये आगे बढ़ते हैं, आगे आनंद विहार जाते हैं। आनंद विहार इन्होंने ये तय किया कि हम हिमाचल चलते हैं, लेकिन हिमाचल की बस नहीं थी आनंद विहार से। फिर ये कश्मीरी गेट की तरफ आते हैं, और इस बीच लगातार जब फोन आने लगता है साहिल के घर से, तो साहिल ने, इसके बाद साहिल का झगड़ा हुआ और उसने इस मर्डर को अंजाम दिया। अब पुलिस के पास देखिए पूजा क्या क्या इंपॉर्टेंट एविडेंस अभी हैं। सबसे पहले तो पुलिस ने इस रास्तों के सीसीटीवी फुटेज इकट्ठा किए हैं, नंबर 1। नंबर 2, जो डाटा केबल है जिससे इसने हत्या की थी वो। तीसरी चीज, वो गाड़ी रिकवर कर ली है जो इसके भाई की थी, वरना कार जो लेकर के ये रात में गया था, और जिस गाड़ी में इसने मर्डर किया। उसके बाद वो फ्रिज पुलिस ने रिकवर कर लिया है इसके ढाबे से, जिसमें इसने बॉडी को रखा था, और अब जो पोस्टमार्टम रिपोर्ट आई है वो भी इसे सपोर्ट करती है। तो पुलिस का ये कहना है कि अभी तक उनके पास काफी एविडेंस साहिल के खिलाफ मौजूद है।
And remember, in this process, while the investigation, the details are still emerging, and of course, we'll wait for the probe to conclude. We remember talking about 2 women here, one who was killed, her family destroyed, but the one he got married to on the same day of the murder. and the horror that she must be also facing right now. Himanshu Mishra, for all the latest, thank you very much for now. Time for a quick break, but when I return, we have some cheetah news to bring you. Remember, it was in September that 8 cheetahs from Namibia were brought into India, and now India gears up to bring 12 more cheetahs from South Africa. They will be landing in India on Saturday.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other. Now, Business Today presents the future.
Could I request Mr. Arun Puri, our Editor-in-Chief, to come up on the stage with the Finance Minister as we unveil the anniversary issue of Business Today. This is the 31st anniversary of India's #1 news magazine.
BT produces a cover with an AI avatar of Pichai on its 31st anniversary issue. Visit businesstoday.in/subscribe and subscribe now.
India gears up again to welcome more cheetahs in the Kuno National Park in Madhya Pradesh on 18th of February. 12 more cheetahs from Namibia will be reaching the Kuno National Park by a special aircraft, just like it happened on September 17th, which was Prime Minister Modi's birthday. These are the visuals on your screen from that day. Now, Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia has said that the Kuno Sanctuary will remain a shining star not only in the country but also abroad, because apart from Africa, cheetahs are found only in the Kuno area this time. Now, remember, these are the African cheetahs. And they have now been brought in, and with the hope that the 8 cheetahs that were brought earlier from Namibia have been able to survive, and that was very important for the succession also to continue. Now 12 more cheetahs as part of the Memorandum of Understanding are being brought in on 18th of February. So of course a big day that's likely to be expected. These big cats will be about, we are being told, about 7 males and 5 females will embark on this journey and in an Indian Air Force transport aircraft. Let's go across to India Today's Ashutosh as well. So Ashutosh, clearly a step 2 there, because it was about the first phase, and if they survive, then perhaps the next step would be taken, which is happening. What are the details that you're picking up? Go ahead, Ashutosh. All right, I'll get that line back on with my colleague Ashutosh Mishra. Will it be as grand, remember, as it had happened on the September 17th, but this time whether the Prime Minister will go or not to the Kuno National Park, that's not yet confirmed. But in September, remember, when 8 cheetahs from Namibia had been brought in, it was an Indian Air Force aircraft. Similarly, a transport aircraft likely will be flying off from South Africa on Friday evening and will be landing here in the country. There, of course, will be special transport aircraft then from either Delhi or Gwalior Airport for the Kuno National Park. We are being told that they are likely to first arrive at the Gwalior Air Force Base in Madhya Pradesh on Saturday morning, and then they will be transported to the Kuno National Park, which is about 165 kilometers away. So this journey will have to be, of course, precisely planned again. Ashutosh is back with us. Ashutosh, you were in Gwalior last time when the transport aircraft had landed in September. I was at the Kuno National Park. But is it going to be as grand, and will it be as precisely planned as well? 12 cheetahs, it's almost double the number. Right, so appears to be some audio issue, but of course we'll be getting you all the coverage as and when that happens at the Kuno National Park in Madhya Pradesh on Saturday. Time for a quick commercial break, but when I return, I take you to Turkey and Syria. 40,000 people and over estimated to have lost their life. But let me now bring you also miraculous stories of survivors. 1 week over, and still people are being rescued alive from under the concrete and debris. It's absolutely incredible. And remember, for non-stop working for rescue personnel, this means that there is still cheer and joy. Let's bring you that after a short break.
Bonnie Kapoor took to social media to announce that the biography on his late wife and actress Sridevi is in the works and will release later this year. Speaking about the same, he called his late wife a force of nature. Titled as The Life of a Legend, the book will feature the key aspects of Sridevi's life and career. It will be published by Westland Books. The actor had passed away in 2018, leaving a void in the industry. And on her 5th death anniversary, her popular film English Winglish is set to release in China. The drama marked Sridevi's comeback to films after a long hiatus of 15 years.
English tuition? I can come in?
You may not. You need to ask, may I come in?
English Winglish had gone on to become India's official entry to the Academy Awards in the Best Foreign Language Film category for 2013. The story of the film revolved around a housewife who decided to take up English lessons in the US after being mocked by her husband and daughter.
She was born to make laddu. I, Shashi, from the India.
No, Sashi, not from the India, from India.
Why India, not the India? Why America, the United States of America?
In her illustrious filmic career, Sridevi had acted in as many as 300 films.
Nightmare quake bleeds Turkey. Death, quake and devastation up close. Images of suffering, hope and redemption. Meet the heroes of Turkey's big rescue. Only Indian channel at ground zero.
Noise. The moment he heard something, every machine went silent. A lot of people whistled and that was the signal. And there was total silence.
Exclusive broadcast from Turkey.
This is the famous Bosphorus Bridge behind me. The bridge that connects Europe to Asia, and that's the Bosphorus Strait. Now, this place usually is crowded. It's packed with tourists from Europe, Asia, and perhaps across the world. But right now, it's not just the sky that's overcast. People here are depressed. After all, more than 37,000 people have lost their lives in this devastating earthquake. But while there is gloom, while there's despair, there are also stories of hope. Like this 77-year-old man who was rescued after being buried for more than 212 hours in the rubble. It's the army that had a special team, and several such teams have been deployed across the southern and central part of Turkey. They successfully rescued him. He's again been taken to hospital. But there's also another apprehension. The fear of PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder. Not just for those who were buried under the rubble, not just for those impacted by the earthquake, but also those who were engaged in the task of rescuing people.
It's been more than a week, but rescue efforts continue in quake-hit Turkey. From under the rubble in Adıyaman, a 77-year-old woman was rescued 212 hours after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey and Syria. Fatma Gungor had been under the wreckage when the rescue team pulled her out. This 42-year-old woman was rescued 222 hours after being buried in the rubble of a building that collapsed in a devastating earthquake in Kahramanmaraş. After 203 hours, this woman was rescued from the rubble of a building in the southern Turkish city of Hatay. International rescue teams, along with locals, have not given up hope, and they are still on their toes to rescue every life from under the rubble.
We arrived here in Haiti on Saturday, and since then we have not stopped seeing how there are people who are being rescued alive every day. So we think there's still a chance there are people below the rubble, and we should keep looking.
Not only human life, even pets are precious, like this furry best friend of a family that lost its home in the earthquake. The combined death toll in Turkey and Syria has crossed 41,000. UN authorities have said the focus of the aid effort has now shifted to helping people struggling without shelter or enough food in the bitter cold. But rescuers are still pulling survivors out more than a week after the quake hit. Bureau Report, India Today.
For rescue workers, it wasn't just a race against time. It was also an effort to keep the morale of those buried under the rubble high. And how did they do that? By constantly being in touch with them, by constantly communicating with them, speaking to them. In one such instance, firefighters in Hatay province, they spotted a man, a 65-year-old Syrian man, buried in the rubble. Piece by piece, they removed pieces of concrete, but they were in touch with him constantly. They kept boosting his morale, saying, "Don't worry, we see you, we spot you, talk to us, don't be scared, we will bring you out alive." In some instances, we've seen that ourselves. There is this fiber optic cable that they would put inside with a camera, light and a microphone for two-way communication, and that gave those who were buried in the rubble hope. Help was on its way. Take a look at this.
Nasser al-Waka sat crying for his wife and dead children, cradling baby clothes to his face. Rescue team has been able to pull out 2 of his children from under the debris. Another one too has survived, but Waka continues to wail.
This note is from Heba. This is Heba, my eldest daughter who died. It was around 4:10 a.m. The house shook. We are used to airstrikes. We are used to rockets, to barrel bombs. This is normal to us. But an earthquake, it's a God's act. This is the first time this happens with us.
Syria has been embroiled in civil war since 2011. This decade-long conflict has pushed many Syrians to seek refuge in different countries. Next-door neighbor Turkey has the most number of Syrian refugees. The 6th February earthquake hit the conflict zone of Syria and South Turkey the hardest.
I'm not sleeping at night, trying to provide for my kids. When the car shows up, 1,000 people in need rush to it. What would then be left for us? Should you stay with your kids to watch them, or you go to bring them back food? The situation is really bad.
The conflict politics is obstructing aid to quake-hit regions. On Thursday, an aid convoy from Syria's Kurdish-led region to earthquake-hit areas of the northwest was turned back.
We are standing at Jalad crossing, the 0 point. The convoy carries fuel and humanitarian aids such as blankets, which will be given to areas at northwest Syria. There are 30 fuel trucks which will be given to humanitarian organizations or the white helmets in the northwest of Syria. There will be another convoy that will cross towards the areas controlled by Syrian government, which will be distributed to our families who have suffered from earthquake.
The convoy attempted to go from a region held by the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces into an area under the control of Turkey-backed rebel factions. But 12-year-long enemies that have fought numerous bouts of conflict during the Syrian war stood in the way for relief at a grim moment.
We are actually shocked. It is astounding to us. Has delivering aid to people become a political issue? Or a crisis that we can't solve? Are we waiting for the sky to rain aid on us? We are Syrians, and we have announced that our territories and the whole area in northeast Syria is open for the entry of aid from any party whatsoever.
The Imam at the first Friday prayer since the tremors caused massive destruction couldn't hold his tears back. On ground, Syrian volunteer organizations White Helmets, busy in rescue and relief, are angry with the UN.
Let me describe to you the situation in an honest manner. The situation in Syria now is catastrophic. If we want to talk about the role of UN, we can say it's catastrophic. The UN should now apologize to the Syrian people for the lack of help it provided and for disappointing the Syrian people and for siding with the criminal in Syria and for leaving the people without food and shelter.
Though the UN is yet to respond to White Helmets' accusations, the International Organization for Migration said it was running out of stocks in northwest Syria and called to open more border crossings from Turkey to tide this hour of crisis.
Northwest Syria, where 90% of the population depends on humanitarian assistance, is a big concern. We have reached the people there. But we need to replenish our stocks. We are running out of stocks and we need access to bring new stocks in. The border crossing is open now, but we need to get new border crossings open.
Syrian President Bashar al-Assad and his wife visited the quake-hit areas on Friday.
They say that the West gave priority to politics over the humanitarian situation. But this is not true. To give priority to something over another, both situations must exist. As such, the political situation exists, but the humanitarian situation is non-existent for the West. The politicization of the situation is a normal thing, but the human feeling does not exist, neither now nor in the past. For 600 years, the Western occupation is based on the killing and looting of people.
But those working on ground since the first hours of the earthquake to rescue and help people are the reason that 5-year-old Ahmed today is the sole survivor of his family. They are the reason for Jama Biazid to find his year-and-a-half-old toddler amid chaos. Beyond the politics, conflict, and complaints of lack of infrastructure and facilities, these rescue workers are working hard to save life from rubble. They are the Syrian heroes in this moment of crisis. Bureau Report, India Today.
Be it a 65-year-old man, a 2-year-old child, or this 13-year-old teenager rescued in Hatay, each story is that of sheer grit, determination, and the will to survive against all odds. According to emergency rescue workers, this 13-year-old teenager was actually smiling when health workers reached him. And they asked him, he had no hope, He had no food, no water. But what made him go on? He said he knew he would be taken out, he would survive because he has something to look forward to. We tell you more in this report.
Amid death, disaster and despair, and race to save lives from under massive piles of rubble, tales of miracle rescue, survival and hope. A 2-month-old baby was rescued from under the rubble in Turkey's Hatay on Saturday. The toddler remained buried under the massive chunks of concrete for 128 hours after the killer quake. After desperate search for survivors, rescue workers traced the baby and painstakingly brought the child out alive. As onlookers clapped, cheered and shed tears of joy. Over life triumphing over death, the baby was immediately taken to the hospital for medical checks.
Geleceksin yanıma. Geleceksin yanıma. Gel.
A 9-year-old boy was pulled out alive from the ruins of a collapsed building in Turkey's Gaziantep nearly a week after the quake. Jubilant rescue workers whisking him away on a stretcher for treatment. Amidst the devastation, rescue teams from India and across the world continue to save as many lives as possible before it's too late. Earlier, a 19-year-old woman was rescued after spending over 120 hours under the rubble in Kahramanmaras. The woman was heard shouting, "I'm alive," when search teams managed to locate her. She was surrounded by rescuers before being taken to hospital on a stretcher. In another miracle rescue, a Spanish team dug out a 50-year-old woman who had been under the rubble of a collapsed building for over 144 hours. Thousands of rescue workers are scouring through flattened neighborhoods despite freezing weather. And tales of survival come as major morale boosters for these saviors. Bureau Report, India Today.
More than 37,000 people have so far lost their lives, and as rescue workers continue with the task, this race against time to be able to rescue people on the 9th and the 10th day, each person rescued actually spurs the entire community to continue to fight on against all odds. That is all we have for you on this special broadcast from Istanbul in Turkey. Many thanks for watching. News and updates continue on India Today. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
There is a massive crisis that's unfolding in Pakistan, from food to fuel to all even essential items. People in Pakistan are now facing the brunt of a very high inflation. According to reports, for example, take a look on your screen. 1 liter of unpacked milk in Pakistan is now priced at 210 rupees, and it was 190 rupees until recently. 1 kilogram of chicken meat currently costs 700 to 780 Pakistan rupees. It was 650 rupees per kg last week. That's not all. So prices from, for example, 30 to 40 rupees per kg of a broiler chicken liver is now up to 480 rupees. That's the sudden jump that is being witnessed. But that is just fuel. What about fuel? Fuel prices are also burning hole in the pockets of the Pakistani Awam. We are being told hiked by 22 Pakistan rupees. Kerosene hiked by 12 Pakistan rupees. Amid this, a senior economist with the Moody's Analytics has said inflation in Pakistan could average 33% in the first half of 2023 before trending lower, and it will be a bailout which is expected from the International Monetary Fund, but alone that will very unlikely put the economy back on track very soon. But this, remember, is just the literal power crisis. What about the metaphorical power crisis with regard to the government and netas? A political slugfest with former Prime Minister and PTI Chief Imran Khan, who is staring at an arrest. And this, remember, with the door of the government also about what will they do before it could lead to a possible civil unrest. Let's try and understand directly from what's unfolding on the ground in Pakistan. I'm now joined in this live telecast with Pakistan senior journalist Owais Mangalwala. Owais, because the IMF has mandated a rate hike, there's been already a massive burden that is being faced by the government. What sort of an unrest are we looking at in Pakistan unfolding? Owais, go ahead.
Hello, thank you for having me. Well, if by unrest you mean that the people are on streets and they're protesting and all, no, nothing of such sort is happening, because people knew it was not something new. It was not coming in as a surprise, this mini budget and this whole price hike scenario and these taxes of 170 billion rupees. This was all expected because negotiations with IMF were going on, and we were expecting that this would happen. Isaac Dar had announced this thing, the finance minister of Pakistan, he had announced this thing a few days ago that this will be happening. So there's no unrest kind of a thing as if people are coming out on streets and saying that no, we do not want this and we do not support this. Obviously, when you ask people, nobody likes price hikes. If you ask the business community, they are saying that this will not help. The PTI chief Imran Khan, he has also said that IMF deal is just like treating cancer with aspirin. But we all know that financially Pakistan was in a difficult state. Pakistan was in a difficult situation, and the IMF deal was the only thing that could have helped us. So now this mini budget will unlock the IMF deal, and hopefully we will be on the right path now.
Of course, the expectation will be from the International Monetary Fund, and there are strict measures that the government is also taking. Always, what sort of measures are we looking at? Because, it could be a surrender in so many ways. You're depending solely as a nation on the monetary fund to bail out with the loan package.
Well, you can't say that it is a surrender to the IMF conditions. Yes, IMF deals in this way, and we all know this thing. And since I said earlier that we were all expecting this thing, it had to happen. Now, one important thing which is very necessary is that the government of Pakistan, the financial experts, they must now realize that we need to correct ourselves. One more thing that has happened is that the ministers will now be working without salaries or without pay. So that is also something very important and needs to be mentioned. So it is coming across as that now the government will be realizing that the financial condition of Pakistan is not good. We are going to IMF again and again, and this will not help. This is not helping us in the long term. So what we need to do is to take corrective measures, and we need to keep ourselves on track, especially the government spendings. That needs to be checked again and again. And if we manage to correct in this regard, if we manage to correct ourselves in this domain, then I think that this cloud has a silver lining, and Pakistan will be better off financially in a span of a few months.
Well, I surely hope there's some relief. And politics aside, Uwais, what about the common people? Because they clearly would be facing a lot of problems and inconvenience right now with this inflation and measures. What is the government of Pakistan doing to ensure that there is some cushion to this blow?
That is a very important question, because the Aam Aadmi, the common man, is the most affected person on earth whenever price hike happens, wherever it happens. So what Pakistani government has done, they've taken 3 or 4 measures which will obviously help the common man. One thing is that price hike is there. We all know that the price of fuel has gone up, which will obviously affect everyone. But the essential items such as wheat, such as rice, meat, pulses and milk, all these have been exempted from the price hike. So there won't be a price hike in in all these items. So this will be helpful for the common man. Then the other thing is that there's a Benazir income support program that is going on since quite a while in Pakistan, and this is basically a direct help program for the poor people. It provides cash support to the poor people. So the budget of that program has been increased. So that is also something which is very important, and the people who are the lower class or the lower middle class who are getting benefits from this Benazir income support program, they are going to get some more support. Then another thing that the government is doing is for the farmers, they will be given some really good loans on some really good conditions. So that will be helpful for them if they want to buy some equipment for their land or for cultivation. So that is also something which is being praised by the farmers community. Then the LCs, there was a problem of opening LCs, and the LCs were not being opened. So for fuel, for the pharmaceutical industry and for the sports industry, LCs will now be open. So this will also be helpful for the economy. So yes, there are quite a few things that the government has done, keeping in mind the price hike and its effects on the common person.
Right, all the very best, Uwais, and our sympathies with the people of Pakistan who are facing this severe inflation that's ongoing, and we hope that the government finds a measure very soon. But this is what, remember, is the ground situation for the people. But the netas, meanwhile, or at least the anger against the netas, is escalating, and on live television there were abuses hurled. For example, at Pakistan leader Imran Khan. I cannot use the word on air, but you must listen to what was said.
रिस्पॉन्स मेरी तरफ क्यों नहीं लिया था भाई? 1 घंटे से मैं सुन रहा हूँ उनकी बकवास. ये सियासतदान है, ये सियासतदान है, ये इमरानडू है, इमरानडू है ये. रिस्पॉन्स मेरी तरफ क्यों नहीं लिया था भाई? 1 घंटे से मैं सुन रहा हूँ उनकी बकवास. ये सियासतदान है, ये सियासतदान है, ये इमरानडू है, इमरानडू है ये.
And perhaps a reminder for Pakistan that rather than ranting on Kashmir, should have focused on its own economy and its own people. Wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned. Lots more on the other side at 2.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Gift well with Sleep Well.
Good afternoon and welcome. You're watching The Lunch Break. I am Pooja Shali and we are cutting across directly to Prime Minister Narendra Modi speaking presently. Let's listen in to what PM Modi has to say.
अब मैं फ्यूचर ऑफ पावर उस कार्यक्रम में मुझे आने का मौका मिला था। 2012 में संस्थान की स्थापना के 75 वर्ष से जुड़ा कार्यक्रम हो, 2013 में संगम तीर्थधाम का कार्यक्रम हो, 2017 में ब्रह्मा कुमारी संस्थान का 80वां स्थापना दिवस हो, या फिर पिछले वर्ष आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव से जुड़ा स्वर्णिम भारत का कार्यक्रम हो। मैं जब भी आपके बीच आता हूं, आपका स्नेह, आपका यह अपनापन मुझे अभिभूत कर देता है। ब्रह्मा कुमारी से मेरा यह संबंध इसलिए भी खास है क्योंकि स्व से ऊपर उठकर समाज के लिए सर्वस्व समर्पित करना आप सभी के लिए आध्यात्मिक साधना का स्वरूप रहा है। साथियों, जन अभियान एक ऐसे समय में शुरू हो रहा है जब पानी की कमी को पूरे विश्व में भविष्य के संकट के रूप में देखा जा रहा है। 21वीं सदी में दुनिया इस बात की गंभीरता को समझ रही है कि हमारी धरती के पास जल संसाधन कितने सीमित है। इतनी बड़ी आबादी के कारण वाटर सिक्योरिटी भारत के लिए भी एक महत्वपूर्ण दायित्व है, हम सबकी साझी जिम्मेवारी है। इसलिए आजादी के अमृत काल में आज देश, जैसा हम कहते हैं ना, जल है तो कल है, तो जल को कल के रूप में देख रहा है। जल रहेगा तभी आने वाला कल भी रहेगा और इसके लिए हमें मिलकर आज से ही प्रयास करने होंगे। मुझे संतोष है कि जल संरक्षण के संकल्प को अब देश एक जन आंदोलन के रूप में आगे बढ़ा रहा है। ब्रह्मा कुमारी के इस जन अभियान से जन भागीदारी के इन प्रयासों को नई ताकत मिलेगी। इससे जल संरक्षण के अभियान की पहुंच भी बढ़ेगी, प्रभाव भी बढ़ेगा। मैं ब्रह्मा कुमारी संस्था से जुड़े सभी वरिष्ठ मार्गदर्शकों का, इसके लाखों अनुयायियों का हृदय से अभिनंदन करता हूं। साथियों, भारत के ऋषियों ने हजारों वर्ष पहले ही प्रकृति, पर्यावरण और पानी को लेकर संयमित, संतुलित और संवेदनशील व्यवस्था का सृजन किया था।
Disturbing news coming in from Australia after disturbing vandalism and attacks on Hindu temples in Australia and even in Canada. Now in Australia we have another incident that's taken place. Threats have been sent to a temple administration in Australia. This appears to be the Melbourne temple on Khalistani radar. We are being told that a threat has been sent out and the threat quotes here: cancel your bhajan pujas or face consequences. This is a Kali temple in Melbourne, in Australia, that has received this threat and appears to be from the pro-Khalistan supporters. Remember, these are series of attacks, vandalism and physical threats that are also coming in now. And this is the Kali temple in Melbourne, in Australia. We'll try and get you more details on that. But what you're looking at are previous attacks that have taken place, whether it's in Australia or in Canada. There have been Hindustan, India, Murdabad slogans that have been painted, pro-Khalistan, pro-Bhindranwale slogans that have been sprayed painted on the walls of the temples. You're looking at previous visuals in January of the Swami Narayan temple in Australia, the ISKCON temple. Clearly for the management, remember, it's been a moment of fear for the Indian diaspora as well. It appears to be an uncertain time because right now with the authorities have ensured that they will be looking into what exactly happened. But these disturbing incidents are reflective of perhaps of these activities that even the Indian security agencies have alerted about, that Pakistan and ISI-sponsored Khalistani activities are escalating and increasing abroad. And not just for Punjab here in the country, but even for the Indian diaspora, these attacks are being planned. So, you know, these are incidents and threats that cannot be taken lightly because it could be also setting a precedent. And in many ways, the pro-Khalistan supporters are testing waters by this vandalism and attacks on the temples. We'll try and get you more details on that, but from what we've been reporting consistently since last year, but specifically from the start of 2023, both in Canada and specifically in Australia, there have been an increase in vandalism and defacing of temple properties of the Hindu community, and these are across. Remember, whether it's a Kali temple or an ISKCON temple or it was a Ram temple in Canada, there are different temples that are being defaced and vandalized with these spray paints. Now, the authorities have said they will be looking at the CCTV footage to find out more about it. But many of these managements have said when they've landed up in the morning to offer prayers and opened the gates, they saw that the walls had Sant Bhindranwale, for example, is a martyr. Terrorist Bhindranwale is being seen as a saint and a martyr, and India Murdabad slogans on Hindu temples. And Australia Today has been constantly reporting there from the country. Joining me now, the editor of Australia Today, Jitarth Bhardwaj is joining me. Jitarth, you know, again, a conversation that we are having like we had a few weeks ago. Where is this temple? Is it Melbourne again? And what are the authorities doing in Australia?
Unfortunately, it's Melbourne, Pooja, and authorities seems to be doing nothing. As of my understanding is, this incident is a couple of weeks back, and it was reported immediately by the priest Bhavana, and she was kind of shaken by this threat call. I mean, this is a very peaceful place where a lot of international students get food, a lot of women get support in terms of if they need. And this kind of a person getting a threat that if you go ahead with your Puja Bhajan program, which they are organizing on 4th of March, they will face consequences. And these consequences, this person, the caller says, will not be pretty.
Jitarth, you are telling us that the priest of this temple received a direct call and was reported also to the authorities?
Yes, she has reported it to Victoria Police. She received a call a couple of weeks back while they were doing a bandara. She was the last person. She tells me that I was doing my lunch when this call came. I thought a couple of the students from nearby universities, they must be asking me. Normally, she receives these calls saying, is the bandara still on? She thought this will be the call from the students. And I'll tell them, yes, we got some food for you, come over. But this was a different call. And this person...
Who is the suspicion on, Jitarth? Is there a suspicion to a group? Because increasingly it's been the pro-Khalistan group. So is there suspicion on that here also? Or that is for now anonymous? We don't know who this individual could be.
Okay, I can give you some indications if that is what you're after. This person was speaking in Punjabi. Punjabi from Bhavna tells me that that Punjabi which she understands was from with the accent of Amritsar, Jalandhar area. That's what she tells me. So It cannot be a Australian person. It cannot be somebody else. It cannot be. It was a specific person who was talking in Punjabi and threatening her to stop her Puja Bhajan program, which is scheduled for 4th of March. Why he's saying it? He's saying that whatever singer you have called for your bhajan night is not acceptable to them. He's a staunch Hindu. That's what this person.
Jitard, how is the Indian diaspora looking at this? Because many would say that it appears to be anonymous. These vandalism, nobody knows who's doing it. Is it being exaggerated? What would you want to tell the viewer watching right now? That is there any sort of fear, uncertainty that the local diaspora there also is facing right now?
See, Pooja, as a journalist, I can only report on the facts, what we know. So we present the facts. Fact is, Hindu temples, 3 Hindu temples were vandalized by goons, Khalistani goons here in Melbourne. All the temples which were defaced, they had slogans which was praising Khalistan and Bhindranwale. A normal person wouldn't do that unless he is or she is Khalistani supporters. Second thing, how do I know that? Because I have received direct messages from these Khalistani operators on Twitter, on TikTok, or on WhatsApp messages they have sent. And they send it with all the glamour and courage that they say, look, this is what we have done. Do whatever you want to do. So they vandalize a temple at 3 a.m. and they send a message at 5:30 a.m. or 6 a.m. Who will have the video? Somebody is vandalizing the video and then they have it. So this is the fact I can present in front of the people.
No, but what you're telling us is also very important, and we want to try and bring in as many facts as well. Jitard, please stay on with me, because I'm also joined on this panel right now by Sarah Elgate. She's a scholar. In fact, she extensively documents the Hindu religion. Sarah, if you can hear me. And she, in fact, is very vocal about the anti-Hindu hate that is also being seen, and reports and talks about the Hindu phobia as well, very active on social media. Sarah, if you can hear me and if my voice is very clear to you right now, what is unfolding in Australia? Because from where it looks like sitting here in India, this is concerning. This cannot be just discarded as perhaps random, isolated incidents. How are you looking at this, Sarah? I think we're trying to get that audio line with her connected. So in just a short while, remember Sarah Gates, while is an Australian citizen, she's associated with the university there, but she extensively has been documenting and has been talking about how there are specific attacks on the Hindu community. In fact, it's very interesting that she gets trolled on social media over this, but she's very consistent with her views. Jitard, before we go across to Sarah as well, what we're looking at is in Australia. Just yesterday, I was reporting about the Ram Temple in Canada. So there are these isolated incidents. Should they be seen as a pattern, or let's keep them as isolated incidents right now?
How can we keep them as an isolated incident? The Ram Temple in Canada, we received a message as that was happening there. These goons are so into themselves, I can't explain you. They did that graffiti at Ram Temple and they sent the message to us, here is a gift for you. They just call it a gift to us when we are reporting that they have done one more time. The last time when the Brampton thing happened, they didn't send me the straight message. However, they tagged us in Twitter while they did post their videos. So every time some temple thing happens, the same people send us video. So there is a connect. How do they get it? How do they have the videos before anybody or the law enforcement authority or even the temple community? Bab's Temple, I can tell you, I called Bab's Temple and tried to confirm with them that whether their temple has been vandalized. They said, no, we don't have any information. And then after 15 minutes, they reconfirmed with the priest who was there for the prayers. Yes, our temple has been vandalized. So they know it before it. So who will know before anyone? The person who has done it. That is the proof there.
priest, Bhavna, that you're telling us about has decided to take a step back, or she wants to or intends to continue with the prayers at this point? One, that question. And Jitarth, second is this clearly appears to be to flare communal tensions. On the ground, and from what we know from our sources as well, that Khalistani supporters still have a very small segment of support. So it's not that the Sikh community supports them. They definitely do not support the Khalistan agenda here in India. That's a good thing. And do you think that needs to be kept to ensure that between two communities that tension does not flare up?
See, we have to be very clear about this fact that Sikhs and Khalistanis are two different people.
Yes.
Sikhs do not support. I have a very a number of Sikh friends who give me call whenever I receive threat. They call me, Jitarth, you call me whenever 12 o'clock in the night, we'll come. Let's see who is these idiots. Now, the Khalistanis are the goons who are, I would like to call, they are the people who support terrorism. They support violence. They are the person who should be persecuted anywhere in the world. So we have a very clear understanding of Sikhs and Khalistan. We can't mix two people.
Yes.
However, these Khalistanis have scared the Sikh community so much. They talk in private, but they say that we can't come in public against these goons because they threaten us. We will boycott you. We will not let you come into the
And I'm sure the fear, whether it's with the ammunitions or more, it is not easy to actually stay away from that fear too. But good to know that at least communal tensions are not being flared up. That's the responsibility of both the communities. Jitarth, stay on with me. Sarah Gates, scholar, joins me, who extensively documents the anti-Hindu attacks as well and has extensively studied different aspects of Hinduism. And she's not an Indian. She's not a Hindu, which, is very interesting. Sarah, welcome to the discussion. And I see you get trolled a lot on social media every time you try to speak up for Hindu community. But how should these attacks and these vandalism be seen? Should they be seen as isolated, a pattern? What are you looking at? What is happening?
Well, there's definitely a pattern, and it's been going on for years. We've seen isolated incidents within the community going on for years of bullying, harassment, intimidation. That includes Sikhs who disapprove of Khalistan. We've had violent incidents. We've had people being protested against because they're running an interfaith Vaisakhi Mela. We've had people threatened by Baba Khalsa. We've had so many incidents that have been building up. So Sikhs for Justice are targeting Australian Hindus, Indian Hindus, and myself as well. Anybody who basically raises their voice against them. So
how do you think the Australian authorities need to crack down right away on this, Sarah?
Yes. Well, the police must take it very seriously. The Australian security must start taking this very, very seriously, because it's definitely a risk. And just to the everyday safety and feelings of safety, the feelings of being able to express their religious freedom within Australia, and that applies to Sikhs as well, because I'm hearing that many Sikhs can't go to Gurudwara because they don't support Khalistan, and that's a risk to their safety to go to Gurudwara. So they can't practice their religion at all. This is where it's at here. It's very
Sarah,
serious.
you said that you also face a level of threat because you are vocal. Can you tell us more about it? What do you mean by that?
Well, I've had death threats, I've had doxing, I've had people making complaints against me, I've had to deal with online stigmatisation. I've been called a terrorist just because I stood up against terrorism. I've been called everything that is normally called to anyone who's from India. So, and worse, because they add my race and my gender into it. So I've been attacked by professors, by NGOs, including Turbans for Australia. I've had them put their stamp on a manifesto and circulate it through probably diplomatic channels to try and stop me from speaking out. I've had Hindu Council were asked to deplatform me by an ABC News reporter. It's just, the list goes on and on. I mean,
and all of this because you've been speaking about how the Hindus are being targeted.
Well, all I'm doing is I'm speaking against anti-Hindu sentiments and anti-Hindu hatred, and speaking up for the rights that Hindus do have in Australian society. I'm not doing anything controversial. We would do the same for anyone in Australia. It's just simply Australian values.
That's good to hear. That's good to hear.
As an Australian.
Sarah Gates, and thank you for speaking up as always, for being vocal for the important human issues, and Jitarth Bhardwaj, as always, from Australia Today for speaking to India Today. I appreciate it. Sarah Gates, Jitarth, they are tracking what's unfolding in Australia. Now, security agencies, meanwhile, here also do suspect Pakistan's ISI is trying to step up these pro-Khalistan activities. The aim is clear. The aim is to revive terrorism, communal hate in Punjab that has been able to, with a lot of difficulty, remember, has managed to come out of what unfolded in the 84 and then around it in the 90s too. Sources tell India Today that religious leaders, crowded places could be on the target of ISI-backed Khalistan groups. Our next report delves deep into what could be unfolding.
Temples defaced in Canada and Australia. Anti-India graffiti painted on the walls of Swami Narayan Temple in Melbourne, Australia. Gauri Shankar Mandir was defaced by Khalistani slogans at Brampton in Canada. Similar graffiti earlier spotted on the walls of Kali Devi Temple at Sangrur in Punjab. Over the last 1 year, at least 8 temples have been vandalized this way in India and overseas. Security agencies suspect Pakistan's ISI has stepped up its Khalistani activities with an aim to revive terror and communal hatred in Punjab. An alert issued by central agencies warns that religious leaders, crowded places could be on the target of ISI-backed Khalistani groups. Security sources say Punjab police have been advised to step up vigil along the state borders with Jammu. A route that Pakistan's rogue spy network may use to send consignment of arms, ammunition and explosives into Punjab. The central government is in close coordination with the Punjab government to counter this issue. Union Home Minister Amit Shah said in a recent interview that authorities are keeping a watch.
ये सालों से होता है, हम इस पर गंभीरता से वॉच बनाए रखे हुए हैं। पंजाब सरकार से भी हमारी चर्चाएं होती है, सभी एजेंसियों का कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम इसको पनपने नहीं देंगे।
Dressed up like slain militant leader Jarnail Singh Bhindranwala, flanked by armed guards. Amritpal Singh is a self-styled Khalistan protagonist. He shot to fame in Punjab with his hardline oratory in a matter of months. His theories spin narratives around the Indian Constitution and the RSS.
So सवाल ये है कि ਅਸੀਂ ਬੰਦੀ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜਨਾ ਹੈ ਬਸ਼ਰਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ ਪਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਾਲਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਸਮਝੌਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ
Backed by the mainstream Akalis, demonstrations have been taking place in Punjab for release of men jailed under anti-terror laws during the Punjab unrest. Violent clashes with police also occurred earlier this month. All this coincides with outlawed pro-Khalistani group seeks for justice's so-called Khalistan referendum in several countries like the UK, Canada, Australia and the US. Central agencies on high alert against potential attempts by Pakistan to foment trouble in Punjab once again. With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
And a reminder that Khalistan extremists must not be encouraged to revive terrorism against. This is not about two communities who need to stay together in this and act against extremists. I'm wrapping up this bulletin for now. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned to IndiaToday.in.
Over 3 decades, Business Today has delivered news, views and analysis like no other, chronicling India Inc.'s journey through time. Now, at 31 years, Business Today presents the future. Mission 2047, Road to India at 100, with Indian industry's biggest stalwarts and an exclusive interview with Google CEO Sundar Pichai.
Janhvi Kapoor will reportedly make her Telugu debut in Junior NTR Stara NTR 30, which will be directed by Koratala Shiva. According to reports, the film is all set to go on the floor soon. Janhvi Kapoor will be next seen in Bawal opposite Varun Dhawan, which is touted to be an intense action drama. She also has sports drama titled Mr. and Mrs. Mahi in her kitty. Janhvi Kapoor was last seen in Millie, which was a remake of the Malayalam thriller Helen.
Welcome to Doom's Kitchen. Can I take your order, please?
Whereas Junior NTR's previous release RRR has emerged as a pan-India blockbuster. The film has grabbed many awards, including the Golden Globes, Critics' Choice, and has also been nominated for the Oscars in Best Original Song category. Besides NTR 30, he also has NTR 31 in his kitty.
How you holding on?
You know, I'm just wearing my dead boyfriend's shirt and texting his old number.
Rob wanted to make sure you got one of these.
I have a phone.
You have a personal phone. This is a work phone.
I miss you so much. There's an aching inside of me.
Do you have a question for me?
Yes, Miss Dion. Do you really believe in all these things you sing?
Trailer of the much-anticipated film Love Again is out, and it features our very own Desi girl Priyanka Chopra along with Sam Hugan and Celine Dion.
Know nothing about it.
What?
Love.
Priyanka's husband Nick Jonas also makes a hilarious cameo appearance.
Take it a little slower.
Yeah.
They're never gonna hold me down.
The film will showcase the story of Meera Chopra, who is grieving the death of her fiancé by texting love notes to his old number, which now belongs to Rob, who is a journalist, and a romantic connection begins to form.
I'm gonna go see her. These are from a literal stranger. I just need to put a face to these texts.
Do I know you?
The more I get to know her, the better I like her.
Things like this don't just happen. Love is a plan for each and every one of us.
Love Again is the film adaptation of Sophie Kramer's 2009 novel SMS Verditch, translating to Text for You, and will release in theatres on 12th May.
Sure. And I'm Mariah Carey.
Love comes to those who believe it, and this is really me.
Oh my gosh, hi.
and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Pooja Shali. This is where you get the best from the world of entertainment. Let's begin because it is with Shah Rukh Khan's Pathaan. The film is unstoppable at the box office, and now the spy thriller has crossed 500 crore rupees mark already at the domestic box office. It's also paving way for forthcoming biggies to get a better chance at the box office too. So here's a special report first by my colleague Gyanisha Malik.
मेरी मम्मी कहती थी कि जिंदगी गुलगप्पे जैसी होती है, पेट पले ही पर जावे, मन नहीं पड़ता.
After a lull year at the box office in 2022 and back-to-back duds, except for a few films which couldn't, however, change the fate of the industry, the sun seems to be finally shining bright on Bollywood. All thanks to Shah Rukh Khan and his blockbuster Pathaan.
गाड़ी पठान के घर पे रखोगे तो मैं मरनाबाजी के लिए पठान तो आया और पटाखे भी लाएगा.
The Siddharth Anand directorial is on a rampage at the box office ever since it hit cinemas on January 25th and is now only inches away from entering the 1,000 crore club. Not just the unprecedented box office collections, this spy thriller has also broken several records. To note a few, it is the highest grossing first day for a Hindi film, highest grossing first day for a non-holiday release, highest grossing first day for not just Shah Rukh Khan but also Deepika Padukone, John Abraham and Yash Raj films. And it is also the highest grossing first day for Siddharth Anand. Pathaan had scripted history by becoming the first ever Hindi film to cross 500 crore worldwide in just 5 days. A feat only Shah Rukh Khan and his film could achieve. Pathaan even surpassed the likes of Hindi version of Yash starrer KGF Chapter 2 and is only few figures away from overtaking the collections of Bahubali 2 in India.
एक ऐसा अटैक जो हिंदुस्तान ने कभी सोचा भी नहीं होगा. ये नेगोशिएशन नहीं, अल्टीमेटम है. And your time starts now.
Not a single city, or should we just say the world, could hold back from joining in to celebrate SRK as he made his comeback with Pathaan after a break of almost 5 years. Pathaan also featured Deepika Padukone and John Abraham in key roles. However, Shah Rukh Khan is on a roll, as after the Pathaan storm, the superstar will be back on screens with his next two offerings, Jawan and Donkey. Directed by Atlee, the action thriller will mark SRK's first pan-Indian film. It will release in 5 languages, including Hindi, Tamil, Telugu, Malayalam and Kannada.
Good to go, Chief.
Ready.
Jawan will also mark SRK's first collaboration with the filmmaker and his co-stars Nayanthara and Vijay Sethupathi. The film is all set to roll out in theatres on June 2nd. After Jawan, SRK will be back on screens before the fans could even realize, with Rajkumar Hirani's Donkey, which will release on December 22nd.
मेरे लिए भी कुछ ऐसा है क्या?
सर एक है स्क्रिप्ट मेरे पास.
Really? कॉमेडी है?
बहुत है.
इमोशन है?
वो भी है.
नाम क्या है सर?
डंकी.
डोंकी?
डोंकी नहीं शाहरुख, डंकी.
मैं समझा डोंकी. डंकी डंकी. इन एन एज. मतलब सर डोंकी.
Based on illegal immigration, Donkey will also star Taapsee Pannu opposite SRK. Apart from these two, Bollywood has an interesting lineup of films for 2023. Pathaan's success has paved the road for forthcoming biggies to get a better chance at the box office. Let's look at some of the big ticket releases of 2023. Salman Khan has 2 releases lined up. Kisi Ka Bhai Kisi Ki Jaan, which is set for Eid release, is going to be a mass entertainer with Salman sporting long tresses and partaking in bone-crushing hand-to-hand combat. Helmed by Farhad Samji, the film comprises of a stellar star cast such as Venkatesh, Pooja Hegde and Jagapati Babu, who are all well-known faces from southern cinema.
जब शरीर दिल और दिमाग मुझसे कहते हैं बस भाई नो मोर तो मैं कहता हूं bring it on.
Salman also has Manish Sharma's Tiger 3, which is the 3rd installment in the popular franchise. The film will also star Katrina Kaif and Imran Hashmi in key roles and is set to release on the occasion of Diwali. Hence, with these 2 action-packed films, the superstar promises an entertaining festival season.
Ready?
Tiger always ready.
Bhola. Ajay Devgan, who is also basking in the glory of his last release Drishyam 2, has Bhola lined up, which is also his 4th directorial venture. With its interesting plot and talented actors on board, including Tabu and Deepak Dobriyal, the adventure film has all the reasons to make it as one of the most anticipated films of 2023. Bhola is expected to release on March 30th. रॉकी और रानी की प्रेम कहानी. After Gully Boy, Ranveer Singh and Alia Bhatt's hit jodi will return on big screen with Rocky और रानी की प्रेम कहानी. The romantic comedy is special not only because it is directed by Karan Johar, whose movies are famous for its grandeur, but also it brings 3 yesteryear superstars, Dharmendra, Jaya Bachchan and Shabana Azmi together. A complete treat for the fans from across the generations. Rocky और रानी की प्रेम कहानी will release on July 28th. Animal. Ranbir Kapoor, who headlines Ayan Mukherjee's Astraverse trilogy Brahmastra, also has an interesting film in his kitty titled Animal. Directed by Sandeep Reddy Vanga, the gangster drama has piqued fans' interest ever since the makers released the first look poster of Ranbir. Like other films in the list, Animal also consists of a stellar cast, including Rashmika Mandanna, Anil Kapoor and Bobby Deol, among others. Animal is scheduled to roll out in cinemas on August 11th. While Bollywood has all hopes pinned on these films, there are also Kartik Aaryan's Shehzada, Akshay Kumar and Tiger Shroff starrer Bade Miyan Chote Miyan, Vicky Kaushal, Sam Bahadur, and even Om Rod's Adi Purush starring Prabhas and Kriti Sanon, which are all set to entertain the cine lovers throughout the year. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
So here's what you must know. Pathaan is Shah Rukh Khan's comeback film after a gap of 5 years. And the fact is, it is on a rampage clearly at the box office and is known to everyone. But what we now bring you will be some lesser known facts about this Siddharth Anand directorial. Take a look.
गाड़ी पठान के घर पे रखोगे तो मैं मन्नाबाजी के लिए पठान तो आया और पटाखे भी लाएगा.
Pathaan is not only Shah Rukh Khan's comeback film after 5 years, but also his first ever full-fledged action role. While this combo is enough to pique fans' interest, what's worth noting is also the lesser-known facts about this Siddharth Anand directorial, all of which makes it the most anticipated film of 2023.
मेरी जान महफिल ही लुट जाए दे दे जो जुबान मेरी जान उस पे मर मिट जाए
SRK shot for a song with knee issues. Despite knee pain, the actor shot for the title track Jhume Jo Pathaan. Choreographer Bosco Martis revealed the same in one of his interviews. What's commendable is that SRK mastered the steps in a way nobody could even spot that he was in pain. First Bollywood film to shoot at Lake Baikal and Mallorca. The makers left no stone unturned to make this spy thriller one of the best cinematic experiences, and the exotic locations used for shooting are a proof of that. A high-speed bike chase sequence between SRK and John was filmed on the stunning Lake Baikal in Siberia, and this makes Pathaan the first ever Hindi movie to do so. Filmmaker Siddharth Anand also revealed that they have also shot action sequences that have never been attempted by any Indian film so far. That's not all. As per reports, Pathaan also became the first Bollywood project to be filmed in Mallorca, an island off the Mediterranean coast of Spain.
हम ये मिशन साथ में कर सकते हैं. So are you in or are you out?
Hit pair SRK Deepika return after 7 years. After Om Shanti Om, Chennai Express, Happy New Year, and a cameo appearance in a few films including Billu Barber for a dance number, it's safe to say SRK and Deepika Padukone's on-screen jodi is 100% hit. And with Pathaan, the duo has returned once again after 7 years. Like SRK, Deepika too has got her hands down with some high-octane action scenes, something which seems unmissable.
हम ये मिशन साथ में कर सकते हैं. So are you in or are you out?
First collaboration with John.
Outfit X, एक private terror group. जो किसी मकसद के लिए नहीं, बस कॉन्ट्रैक्ट पर काम करते हैं.
Yes, while SRK has worked with Deepika multiple times, Pathaan is his first with John Abraham. In fact, he even said that he learned a lot from him. Shah Rukh Khan further revealed how John had also refused to punch him during the shoot and even called him a national treasure. Pathaan is also SRK's 9th YRF film. Shot in IMAX cameras.
जो पठान मेरी जान महफिल ही लुट जाए दे दे जो जुबान मेरी जान उस पे मर मिट जाए.
In a long list of firsts, Pathaan not only cemented its place to become the only Indian film by far to be shot in IMAX cameras, but has also scripted history by releasing in an immersive cinema experience format. An ICE theatre format includes side panels along with the main screen, which creates a peripheral vision and gives a sense of enhanced immersion with a background contrast of colors and motion. YRF unveiled Spy Universe logo. Interestingly, Pathaan is the 4th movie in Yash Raj Films' Spy Universe franchise after Ek Tha Tiger, Tiger Zinda Hai and War. And with this, the makers made the Spyverse official by launching the logo along with the SRK starrer.
अपनी भारत माँ को मेरा आखिरी सलाम कहना. एक सोल्जर ये नहीं पूछता देश ने उसके लिए क्या किया, पूछता है वो देश के लिए क्या कर सकता है.
Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
What's been keeping our celebrities busy? Here's a popular segment, What's Trending?
मैं जट यमला
After having an illustrious career in Indian cinema, Dharmendra is all set to make his digital debut with his upcoming historical drama, Taj, Divided by Blood. The veteran actor took to social media to share his first look and wrote, "Friends, I'm playing Sheikh Salim Chishti, a Sufi saint in film Taj. A small but an important role. Need your good wishes." Apart from Dharmendra, the project will also feature Nasiruddin Shah, Aditi Rao Haidari and Ashim Gulati in key roles. That's not all. Dharmendra will be seen making his comeback with Karan Johar's directorial Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani, opposite Shabana Azmi and Jaya Bachchan. The film will also star Ranveer Singh and Alia Bhatt in the lead roles. It seems like Nawazuddin Siddiqui's troubles are never ending. While he is facing trouble in his personal life, it is now creating havoc for his future projects as well. According to reports, OTT platform Amazon Prime, which had announced the release of his film Tiku Weds Sheru, has now decided to put it on hold. As per reports, the streaming giant has taken this decision to avoid bad publicity, which could bring losses to the film. Apart from Nawazuddin Siddiqui, Tiku Weds Sheru will also star Avneet Kaur. The romantic drama is produced by Kangna Ranaut and is directed by Sai Kabir. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Siddharth Malhotra and Kiara Advani may have got hitched on February 7th, but the pictures about their wedding festivities continue to go viral. So leaving you with some of these visuals coming in from Rajasthan, now making its way to social media, and their fans absolutely love and adore. So best wishes to the newly married couple. I'll see you right after a short break.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories. From every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Time now to check out all the biggest newsmakers from across the globe. Here's our special segment, Fully Foreign.
The higher you get, the harder it gets. That's life.
Because this is a war. It's a fight. It's a battle.
So, how long have you known each other?
We was like brothers.
The makers have released the trailer of third installment of the upcoming sports drama titled Creed 3. The story is about Adonis Creed re-entering the ring to face off against childhood friend Damien.
But that's not what he's doing now.
My brothers been my brothers, man. They no killing me a fact.
Before I got locked up, I was the best.
You a coward, bro. And a fraud. Try spending half your life in a cell.
The film will also star Michael B. Jordan, Jonathan Majors and Tessa Thompson, among others. Also marks the directorial debut of Michael B. Jordan.
I'm coming for it all.
He's not gonna stop.
Then you make him.
Creed 3 is set to release in theaters on 3rd March.
In the world. 3 years ago. It's been a minute since you've been out in these streets.
When I walked away from boxing, I walked away with some unfinished business. You see that man right there? Do you remember him?
The film is the third and final installment of Creed.
I need you to start fighting.
The first part had Adonis fighting for respect and establishing himself outside the shadow cast by his father Apollo.
Every punch I ever thrown has been on my own. Nobody showed me how to do this. I'm ready.
Whereas in the sequel, Adonis battled his greatest personal demon as he stepped into the ring against Victor Drago, the son of Ivan Drago, the man who killed his father in the ring.
This won't be the end of me. Or you. It can't be, because we're a team.
So I'm putting my defenses up, 'cause I don't wanna fall in love. If I ever did that, I think I'd have a heart attack.
Heart Attack singer Demi Lovato took to social media to share the first look of her new song titled Still Alive, which will be the official soundtrack of upcoming horror film Scream 6. Along with the post she wrote, and we quote, "What's your favorite scary movie? Still Alive, 3rd March 23. Still Alive has been written by Lovato, Mike Shinoda of Linkin Park fame and Laura Wells. The song will be released on 3rd March.
So close, yet so far. Haven't I passed the test? When will
The former Disney actor is known for his songs like Give Your Heart a Break,
Baby, I'm not like the rest. Don't wanna break your heart, wanna give your heart a break. I know you're scared it's wrong, like you might make a mistake. There's just one life to live, and there's no time to wait, So let me give your heart a break, give your heart a break. Let me give your heart a break, your heart a break. Oh yeah, yeah.
and Neon Lights, among others.
Baby, when they look up at the sky, we'll be shooting stars just passing by. You'll be coming home with me tonight, and we'll be burning out like neon lights. Baby, when they look up at the sky, we'll be shooting stars just passing by. You'll be coming home with me tonight, and we'll be burning out like neon lights. Neon lights, neon lights, neon lights.
The song is for the latest Scream film, which continues with the 4 survivors of the Ghostface killings as they leave Woodsboro behind and start a fresh chapter.
You want me. So let's finish this.
Guys?
Scream 6 is all set to release in theaters on 10th March. What's more, the Sorry Not Sorry singer recently made a relationship public by making red carpet debut at the pre-Grammy event with Jordan Lewis. The couple has been together for 6 months and first met when they collaborated on Demi Lovato's last album.
Baby, I'm the baddest.
A new teaser of live-action film The Little Mermaid is out and it's already talk of the town.
Part of that world.
The upcoming musical film will see mermaid Ariel fall for a human prince who lives above the water, spurring a devilish plot from the nefarious Ursula. Directed by Rob Marshall, The Little Mermaid stars Hal Bailey as Ariel, alongside Jonah Hawking as Prince Eric and Melissa McCarthy as Ursula, among others. The film, as you could make out from the plotline, is an inspiration from the 1989 film, which was all about Ariel's world.
Under the sea.
Little Mermaid will release in theatres on 26th May. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. I hope you enjoyed all that we could pack in our special show today. Keep watching In the Club from Monday to Friday, 2:30 p.m. and 11:30 p.m. only on India Today Television for your daily dose of entertainment. Thank you for watching. Till next time, take care. Bye.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
You are watching India Today.
Very good afternoon and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first this afternoon. DMK remains brazen after party councillor beats soldier to death, says these things happen everywhere.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things.
Amidst day 3 of IT department searches at BBC offices, Vice President Dhankar alleges BBC attempt to run down India's growth, calls it doctored narrative. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi submits detailed reply to Lok Sabha Secretariat on notices moved by BJP over remarks against Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Tipu tussle continues as Siddaramaiah hits out at BJP, calls Karnataka Mantri a demon for his trash Siddaramaiah remark. Massive revelation in Kerala scam probe. Key accused explosive WhatsApp chat accessed. Accused says CM asked him to get a job for Swapna. Another temple in Australia on Khalistani radar. Melbourne's Kali temple priests threatened to stop bhajans or face consequences. Breaking news just coming in. Union Mantri Giriraj's big statement on Palamu. Giriraj says Jinnah followers do such things. Giriraj has said that the growing population of Muslim community is not a matter of concern for me. The fanatics who follow the path of Jinnah only do such things. Till date, not even a single stone would have been thrown at any tazia by Hindus in the country. That is Union Minister Giriraj saying, going on to comment as far as those riots that we ended up seeing in Palamu, the clashes that we saw in Palamu. Listen in to Union Minister Giriraj and what he had to say.
समझ में नहीं आ रहा है आजकल मुस्लिम समाज में मुस्लिम की आबादी बढ़ रही है, ये मेरे लिए चिंता का विषय नहीं है। मुसलमानों की बढ़ती हुई आबादी चिंता का विषय नहीं है। जिन्ना के रास्ते पर चलने वाले जो कट्टरपंथी आ गए हैं वही ऐसा काम करते हैं। आज तक देश में किसी भी तजिया पर एक पत्थर भी नहीं फेंका गया होगा हिंदुओं के द्वारा। लेकिन
All right, no end to controversy. Day after violence between two communities in Jharkhand's Palamu. 6 people were injured yesterday in the violence that broke out over the dispute with the construction of Toran Gate outside mosque in Palamu's Panki area for Mahashivratri. Asaduddin Owaisi held the RSS directly responsible for the Palamu violence. In an exclusive conversation with India Today, Owaisi said Jharkhand's Soren government was also to be blamed for the violence. Owaisi said that the Jharkhand government had failed to stop the violence. Meanwhile, in Devghar, the city of Lord Shiva, there's war on Mahashivratri over Shiva procession. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey has alleged that the Devghar district administration is trying to stop Shiv Bharat for Barat, for which he had filed a PIL in the Jharkhand High Court. Attacking the Jharkhand government, Nishikant Dubey said that his government is anti-Hindu and will also fast unto death, if necessary, for Shiv Bharat.
दो घर को जला देते हैं, 2 व्हीलर को जलाते हैं और 4 व्हीलर को जलाते हैं। ये तो संघ परिवार की बहुत बड़ी साजिश थी। वो कामयाब हो गए और वहां की सरकार नाकाम हो गई। उनको तो चाहिए था कि आपकी ये सब चीजें हो रही हैं, तो सरासर इसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी वहां की लोकल रूलिंग पार्टी के ऊपर आती है, जीएमएम के ऊपर, जो नाकाम साबित हुई है, रोकने में नाकाम। इससे पहले फायरिंग हुई आपके ब्रांची में, वहां पर लोग मर गए और यहां पर आपको मालूम कि ये चीजें हो रही हैं, तो आपको रोकना चाहिए था उसको। ये नाकामी है उनकी सरासर।
ये जो झारखंड सरकार का हिंदू विरोधी मानसिकता है वो देवघर में दिखाई दे रहा है। देवघर में मुख्यमंत्री शिव बारात नहीं निकालने देना चाह रहे हैं, जबकि ये शिव की नगरी है। देवघर यदि शिव है तभी देवघर है, और इसके खिलाफ जो है मैंने माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का दरवाज़ा खटखटाया है, और कल माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का जो भी फैसला आएगा, उम्मीद है कि कुछ आना चाहिए, उसके हिसाब से फिर हम आगे कैसे शिव बारात निकलेगा उसके बारे में शिव बारात कमेटी के साथ बातचीत करके हम निर्णय लेंगे। ये मुख्यमंत्री के इशारे पर जिला प्रशासन यहाँ काम करे।
Satyajit is now joining us on the phone line for the very latest. Satyajit, we are not seeing any end to all these controversies, even after that violence between the two communities broke out in Palami. What is the situation right now in Palamu? I believe there was Section 144 also imposed. What's the situation looking like right now?
Yes, 144 was clamped yesterday itself, and it is still effective. And moreover, 6 drone cameras have been placed into service to keep a close vigil on what's going on. The senior officials are still camping there, and they are trying to make sure that the situation remains contained and nothing untoward happens there. Massive deployment continues to be there in place, and it will continue till Shivratri is over. That is what the IG Palamu range, Mr. Rajkumar Lakra, had shared with India Today yesterday itself. DC and SP are camping. They are keeping an eye on all small issues, and they are trying to make sure that nothing triggers after this. And they are keeping eyes with the drone cameras, 144 is still effective, and deployment is going to continue for few more days. Tomorrow, they'll have to make elaborate arrangements. It is Friday, and day after tomorrow on Shivratri also, at least more force would be needed. Deployment is more than 400 police force right now, but still the administration will need to trade upon very cautiously for tomorrow and for day after tomorrow. Chetty.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining us with the very latest details right there. We're getting some breaking news coming in. We'll have to cut straight across to the breaking news at the moment. Breaking news just coming in as IT searches at BBC continue for the third day. BBC advises staff to not delete digital data. BBC in its internal communication yesterday also asked its employees at India offices, which are being surveyed by the IT department, to not delete any data from their electronic devices. In this very internal communication, the BBC asked its employees to cooperate with the IT department probe. The IT survey at BBC Delhi office is going on for over 50 hours now, viewers. Amit Bhardwaj is now joining us. Amit, we are seeing a lot of internal communication being circulated by BBC ever since the raid started. The latest one, of course, is saying that please go ahead and cooperate. Do not delete any kind of digital data. All of this only indicating one thing. They are fully cooperating in the probe.
Right, Chaiti. Since the operations of the IT department, the survey that is being conducted at the Delhi and Bombay office, there have been 2 to 3 communications by BBC London to its employees based out in India, and especially the employees who are in the bureaus where the investigation is going on, where the IT department survey is going on. India Today is constantly getting every update of the story to its viewers, and the latest the breaking that we are putting out is that in one of the communications sent out yesterday, BBC had very specifically told its employees they should not delete any data on their devices and not to conceal any information. This is very important because we know for a matter of fact that IT survey at the BBC India's headquarters in a way in the national capital started on 14th February around 12 p.m. and after that there has been a marathon survey that is going on. Amidst this, 2 to 3 internal communications have been made by BBC London to its employees based in India, and in these communications, internal communications, the BBC had laid down specific points as to how to cooperate with the investigative agency, the income tax department in this particular case, and what details can be sought from them, what details cannot be sought from them. If there is a medical emergency or any other emergencies that the employees are facing, how they can leave the premises by requesting the income tax department officials. So in this, India Today has accessed the email which was sent out to the BBC employees, and in this particular email, this was sent out yesterday. In this internal communication, BBC has told its India employees to not delete any data from their devices. Back to you, Chaiti.
Thanks so much for getting us all those inputs right there. We'll continue coming back to you for more on this. Now moving on to the other story that we're tracking here on India Today. Days after hacking Army Jawan to death, DMK councillor Chinnasamy has been arrested. Even as the probe is underway, DMK councillor Chinnasamy has not been removed from the post. DMK has brazenly defended the killer Neta and blatantly said that such killing happens every day. The police has arrested 9 accused, including Chinnasamy and his son Raja Pandi. They have been absconding since the day of the attack. Krishnan Giri District Superintendent has claimed that there is no political angle in Prabhu's death, adding that the accused DMK Neta and the slain army man were close relatives. The incident unfolded on 8th Feb when the soldier and his brother Prabhakaran were using a water facility in the area, when Chinnasamy allegedly intervened and stopped them from using it. Following this, a confrontation occurred. Prabhu, who was severely wounded in the attack, succumbed to his injuries yesterday.
We are currently standing inside the residence of 20-year-old Prabhu, an army Jawan who was killed by 9 people on 8th of this month. There was a ruckus over using water for washing clothes. That turned out to be a huge chaos at this location, and this is one of the painful reports that we are doing from this place. That is Prabhu, 20-year-old Jawan, and he is being survived by his wife, a 4-year-old baby and a 3-year-old baby. His father, even with a bandage right now, is sitting next to the picture and the Indian national flag of Prabhu over here, demanding justice and asking questions about how could such a thing happen. 9 men, including a DMK councillor called Chinnasamy, had an issue over one of the members of this family washing their clothes next to a syntax stack. That turned into a huge chaos because at that night, 9 men attacked Prabhu and his brother Prabhakaran, who's also over there lying there. He's extremely tired, and they hit them badly with stones and weapons, and they were hospitalized. Unfortunately, Prabhu died 2 days back. He has left back his family, who are grieving and now asking questions, demanding justice for his death. Ms. Divyan, Pramod Madhav for India Today.
भाई आया, एक ही बार उसको पीछे मारा था, वो उधर ही गिरने के बाद भी पूरे लोग मार रहे थे उसको, चाकू में यहाँ पे मारा, भाई को भी यहाँ पे मारा, पीछे मारा, पूरा उसने आज नहीं है, मर गया। इनको सजा चाहिए, उनको पूरे को सजा चाहिए, जरूर सजा चाहिए उनको, नहीं तो मैं फौज में नहीं आऊंगा, मैं यहीं पे रहूंगा। मेरे को उसको सजा चाहिए, जब तक उसका सजा नहीं मिलेगा तब तक मैं इधर ही रहूंगा। सबको पनिशमेंट चाहिए, सबको सजा चाहिए, सबको मिलना चाहिए, क्यों गलती हमने थोड़ी किया। फौज में 13 साल 14 साल काम किया, आने के बाद 1 महीना आया था, फिर भी ऐसे ही हो रहा, तो फिर क्या है, इंडियन आर्मी में क्या है फिर।
इसको जानबूझकर किया है, इन लोग पॉलिटिक लोग जानबूझ के किया है। इसका जो गलत किया है उन लोगों को जरूर सजा मिलना चाहिए, वो डीएमके हो, कांग्रेस हो, या जो भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो। क्यों पुलिस इसके लिए बहुत ढीला काम कर रहा है। पुलिस अभी पहले इंडिया में तमिलनाडु पुलिस नंबर 1 में था, हर एक केस को पकड़ने के लिए, वो क्राइम किया वो आदमी को पकड़ने के लिए वो, लेकिन अभी अंडरग्राउंड हो गया, कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, कमाई के लिए सिर्फ सोच रहा है।
हम तो पहले ही बोला है, नॉर्मली वो एफआईआर बनाया है, एफआईआर में जो अभी एक्ट डाला है उससे अभी तुरंत करने के लिए, गुंडास में अरेस्ट करने के लिए हम जबरदस्त किया है कि पुलिस डीजीपी से।
On 14th February evening time, Tripura died. As on today, all 9 accused enrolled in this case had been remanded. Some political parties and some politicians are spreading false messages and rumors, and thereby they are tarnishing the image. It was an assault case between close blood relatives over a petty dispute, and I repeat, it has absolutely no political angle. Rumor mongers and spreaders of false messages will be definitely prosecuted.
All right, murder of army man by DMK Neta has ignited political face-off in state, even as Chief Minister Stalin has been silent on the issue. DMK has defended the killer Neta. Listen in.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things. If DMK man is involved, we have already taken action against many men who were involved in criminal activities. The same will apply to anybody. Our CM is very strong that the DMK, whoever it is, whether he belongs to DMK or not, if there is a crime committed, the criminal will be punished.
We have seen that last week an army man was attacked and he died due to a severe attack by a DMK councillor and his family. We strongly condemn this, and we cannot, just like that, pass on this just like as an individual issue. It is not an isolated issue because this problem has become only because of the ruling DMK.
Why the DMK, the local body people or the MLA or the minister, it seems that they are above the law. That is what our concern is. The people think that the state government is not taking proper action against those people who are all been committing these heinous crimes. And because of that, the overall, the situation in the state, as if that others are telling that yes, law and order situation is not in the control of the state government, and the total government machinery is concentrating in Erode by-election.
Starting from abusing governor, starting from abusing women, and going to the extent of killing an army jawan, clearly shows that the police are mute spectators in the hands of DMK leader MK Stalin. They are puppets, and they are being used only to avenge vendetta against us, AIDMK and leaders. Mr. Stalin, under your regime, Tamil Nadu has to hang its head in shame because we couldn't protect an army jawan under your rule, and you as a head of the state and you as a chief minister don't have time to send out a message to the people of Tamil Nadu or to your own party men.
There's breaking news on your screens right now. Delhi court has denied bail to Vijay Nair. He's the Aam Aadmi Party communication in charge. This is a big development coming in the Delhi Liquorgate scam that we've been tracking here on India Today. In fact, CBI had alleged before a Delhi court that Nair was actively involved in the formulation of Delhi government's liquor policy for FY22 as well. And now the latest coming in from the court is that there is no bail to the Aam Aadmi Party communication in charge, Vijay Nair. Delhi court has denied bail. Anisha Mathur is now joining us for the very latest on this. Anisha, what happened? What did the court say while denying bail?
Well, at the moment, we do not know the details of the order. Judge M.K. Nagpal, who's the special CBI judge, came out to the courtroom, said that I'm dismissing the bail of all 5 applicants, and the hard copy of the order, the detailed order, will be available to the lawyers in about an hour or so, and that is why we're at the moment waiting for the reasons why the court has chosen to deny bail. But remember, this is a PMLA case. The ED had been vehemently arguing against the grant of bail to all 5 accused, including Vijay Nair, Abhishek Boyanpalli, Sharath Reddy and others, saying that they were involved in the money laundering, that they were involved in this entire scheme of things which also involved the changing of various policies, which involved giving access to government policy making schemes, which involved a lot of money changing hands. Now, you also remember that the ED in its allegations had also said that Vijay Nair had been introduced to Sameer Mahindra and others by Arvind Kejriwal. In fact, there were a lot of allegations that have been raised during these arguments before the court. So we'll have to wait and see what exactly are the arguments that have found favor with the court. But in effect, also we need to look at the fact that this is a PMLA case, and getting bail in a PMLA case, in a money laundering case, is very, very difficult in the country, because ultimately the court has to see that there is, unless there is no allegation provable against you, if the prima facie case is there against you in some manner, then courts normally do not grant bail in cases such as these. But this would come as a setback to the Aam Aadmi Party, especially since Vijay Nair has been denied bail. And I can see some of the lawyers coming out right now. Let me just see if we can get some perspective from them. Sir, the court has denied bail in that Delhi liquor case.
In all the matters.
In all the matters. Can we, what has the court said? What were the arguments? You were appearing for the ED in this matter.
I rather not. I rather not make any comments. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, well, the ED lawyers have refused to comment at this moment. We're still waiting for the lawyers for the accused to come out of the courtroom to give us some sense of what has happened. But for now, what we can say is that the court has summarily declined bail to all 5 accused so far in the Delhi liquor scam case, especially as the ED had been arguing that they should not be granted bail.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. Anisha, I'm coming back to you for more because you're waiting for the accused lawyers also to come out to give us a bit of a sense and a reaction on this news that is just coming in. The Aam Aadmi Party communication in charge and 4 co-accused have been denied bail. That's what we're picking up right now. We'll continue bringing you reactions. Now, moving on to the other story we're tracking. The BJP and Congress lock horns over Tipu Sultan with just a few months to go for the high-stake poll battle. Days after Karnataka's education minister urged people to finish off Congress leader Siddaramaiah, just 17th century Mysuru ruler Tipu Sultan was killed. The former Karnataka chief minister has hit back at Bommai government minister. Attacking Ashwath Narayan in a statement, he asked him to stop instigating people and to get the gun himself. He went on to say that BJP leaders cannot be trusted as they worship the murderer of Mahatma Gandhi. Asaduddin Owaisi also hit back at BJP, throwing an open challenge at the BJP. Owaisi said he isn't scared to take Tipu's name and that BJP is unsuccessful in eradicating corruption from the state. Remember, yesterday BJP Karnataka chief Nalin Katil reiterated and had also asked voters to choose between worshipping Ram and Hanuman or Tipu Sultan.
ಇದನ್ನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಮತ್ತೊಮ್ಮೆ ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲ ಕೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ಇಲ್ಲರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುತ್ತರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು 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 ಬೇಕಾ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಬೇಕು ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಹಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡುವಂತದ
ನನ್ನನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಅವರು ಎಂತ ಅವರು ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ರಾಕ್ಷಸರು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೀವು. ಮಾಜಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರನ್ನು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ರೀತಿ ಒಡೆದು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು. ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹೊಡೆದಾಕಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ सिद्धरामैया कांग्रेस सरकार बंदरे टिप्पू जागे के सिद्धरामैया बंदागे.
बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा कि हम उनको मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे जो टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहे हैं. मैं टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहा हूं, क्या करोगे तुम? बोलो, मारोगे मुझे, मिटा दोगे मुझे? बोलो कहां पर आऊं कर्नाटक में मारने के लिए? आ जाओ. क्या देश के प्रधानमंत्री उनके प्रदेश के जो बीजेपी के लीडर है उनकी जबान से वो सहमत हैं कि टीपू सुल्तान का नाम लेगा हम मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे? अरे भाई, करप्शन का नाम लेना, करप्शन को मिटा नहीं पाए आप. 30% की सरकार आपकी है. ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए, ये तो ओपन कॉल है मर्डर और जेनोसाइड के लिए.
Meanwhile, Congress raised this issue in Karnataka Assembly, to which Ashwath Narayan said his ideology is different to that of Siddaramaiah and he did not speak anything disgracefully against him and he regrets if any of his statements were hurtful. Listen in.
ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷವನ್ನ ಸೋಲಿಸಬೇಕು. ಏನೊಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ನಾಡಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನರಾಂತಕರಾಗಿ ಮತಾಂಧರಾಗಿ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಸಚಿವರು ಅವರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಏನು ವೈಭವೀಕರಣವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಅದನ್ನ ಖಂಡಿಸಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಪ್ರಜಾಪ್ರಭುತ್ವದಲ್ಲಿ ಆಡು ಭಾಷೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನನ್ನ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನಿತ್ತು ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷವನ್ನ ಬರುವಂತ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅವ್ರನ್ನ ಸೋಲಿಸಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಹೇಳಿರೋದೇ ಹೊರತು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ನನಗೇನು ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸವಿಲ್ಲ. ರಾಜಕೀಯವಾಗಿಯೂ ಸೈದ್ಧಾಂತಿಕವಾಗಿಯೂ ವ್ಯತ್ಯಾಸ ಇರೋದಿದೆ. ಅವ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ನನಗೇನು ಅಗೌರವ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಏನಾದ್ರು ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಿಂದ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಮನಸ್ಸು ನೋವಾಗಿದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಮಾತಿಂದ ಏನಾದ್ರು ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೆ ಅವ್ರು ನೋವಾಗಿದ್ರೆ ನನ್ನ ವಿಷಾದವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತೀನಿ. ನನ್ನ
Sagai Raj is now joining us. Sagai, you know, we do know that this entire Tipu showdown, time and again, has been a matter of vote bank politics right ahead of elections as well. My question here is very different. My question here is, does this really resonate with the electorate? Because all this is being done time and again. It's not the first time that this showdown is happening.
So probably the election results will reveal whether this kind of communal statement, this kind
helps the parties, because even in the last election in 2018, we have seen where
political criticism went to the next level, where they had made a personal statement against the leaders. But end of the day, it is the voters who have to take a decision on this, and the people of Karnataka are watching these kind of developments which is happening in the state of Karnataka.
All right, Sagai, thanks so much for bringing our viewers up to speed with the very latest details on this. The probe on Kerala Life Mission scam case also explodes. The remand report submitted by ED in the PMLA court against Kerala Chief Minister, Principal Secretary M. Shivashankar to Kerala CMO in the scam has revealed some WhatsApp chats between him and other accused Swapna Suresh. The remand report has said that there is a larger nexus involving government representatives in the allocation of contract and generation of proceeds of crime via the upfront commission as a bribe. India Today has accessed exclusive WhatsApp chats between Sivakumar and Swapna Suresh that took place on 31st of July 2019. In the chats, Shivashankar warned Swapna to be careful as she would be blamed if things go wrong. He further claimed that Chief Minister Vijayan asked him to find a job. Shivashankar has also been remanded to 5-day ED custody. Shibimol will join us for the very latest as far as the Kerala gold scam is concerned. The Chief Minister's former aide is alleging an conspiracy at the moment. The entire case has exploded right now. The remand report submitted by ED in the PMLA court against Shivashankar to Kerala CMO in the scam has revealed some WhatsApp chats between him and the other accused Swapna Suresh. In fact, the remand report has said there is a larger nexus which includes government representatives. All of this in the allocation of contract, generation of proceeds of crime via the upfront commission as a bribe. India Today has accessed WhatsApp chats between Shivakumar and Swapna Suresh as well. Shibi is now joining us. Shibi, what do the chats reveal? I believe we are in exclusive possession. We're the only channel with the possession of these WhatsApp chats. Shibimol, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, yes.
Go ahead. Shibimol, go ahead. We are in exclusive possession of the WhatsApp conversations. What is the explosive details that we have from the WhatsApp chats that India Today is exclusively accessed? Go ahead if you can hear me.
Well, Chaiti, yes, I can hear you now. Well, in fact, the ED in its remand report submitted before the court to get the custody of M. Shivashankar, the former Principal Secretary, has cited WhatsApp chats between Swapna Suresh and other accused in the Life Mission scam case and Shivashankar. Now, what the chat says is he's asking her to be a little careful, saying that if something goes wrong, the blame will be on you. But the most important line here, cited by ED, the Enforcement Directorate, in the remand report is that the Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan here has asked to get you a new job, which will be a low profile but with double salary. Now, that is the line that has caught the attention, because why is he saying that? Why is he saying that Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan has asked to offer you a new job in this case? Pointing questions whether he has any connection with this story, with this scam, in fact, because this is not related to the gold scam or the dollar scam before, where we heard Swapna Suresh coming out and putting out allegations against Chief Minister, including his family. But this is the Life Mission scam that took place a year before the gold scam. Now, this Life Mission scam is a very dream project of the Kerala government that was launched in 2019 to help people who lost their houses in Tripura district due to the Kerala state floods. Now, this was done in coordination with an NGO from UAE. So based on that, a contract was given. A builders, your specific group, was trying to get the contract of this particular project, for which Shiv Shankar and other accused in the case like Swapna Suresh were offered a kickback, is what we are understanding. Now this, based on this, Shiv Shankar was being questioned because the other accused in the case, Swapna Suresh, had said that Shiv Shankar had a role in this. Remember, he was the principal secretary of this, principal secretary.
All right, Shibimol, we'll come back to you for more on this story. We're slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, another temple in Australia on Khalistani radar. Melbourne's Kali temple priests threatened to stop bhajan or face consequences.
You are watching India Today.
I think there's an opportunity for India particularly to work with the United States and others.
India is has the largest vaccine manufacturer in the world.
I thought if it's blowing in the wind, it's best I'm on the motorcycle. And I did 15,000 kilometers in 36 days.
Rich countries have a particular obligation to exercise their investment in innovation.
I believe that global business has the money and the power.
Improvements in the way we understand the importance of education and healthcare.
You have a greater chance of killing yourself than of being killed by any soldier or terrorist or criminal.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories. from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. Hindu temples continue to be on Khalistani radar in Australia. Melbourne's Kali temple is the latest to receive a threat from Khalistanis. The temple priest got a call warning her to stop bhajan and puja at the temple or face consequences. The latest threat comes after a series of attacks at prominent temples in Melbourne. In Jan this year, the Hare Krishna temple and Shiva Vishnu temple were defaced with pro-Khalistani and anti-India slogans. Khalistani also vandalized Swami Narayan temple in Melbourne and painted anti-Hindu graffiti on the walls. Security agencies suspect Pakistan's ISI has stepped up its Khalistani activities with an aim to revive terrorism and communal hatred in Punjab. Sources tell India Today that religious leaders, crowded places could be on the target of ISI-backed Khalistani groups. Our next report gets you more on this.
Temples defaced in Canada and Australia. Anti-India graffiti painted on the walls of Swami Narayan Temple in Melbourne, Australia. Gauri Shankar Mandir was defaced by Khalistani slogans at Brampton in Canada. Similar graffiti earlier spotted on the walls of Kali Devi Temple at Sangrur in Punjab. Over the last 1 year, at least 8 temples have been vandalized this way in India and overseas. Security agencies suspect Pakistan's ISI has stepped up its Khalistani activities with an aim to revive terror and communal hatred in Punjab. An alert issued by central agencies warns that religious leaders, crowded places could be on the target of ISI-backed Khalistani groups. Security sources say Punjab police have been advised to step up vigil along the state borders with Jammu, a route that Pakistan's rogue spy network may use to send consignment of arms, ammunition and explosives into Punjab. The central government is in close coordination with the Punjab government to counter this issue. Union Home Minister Amit Shah said in a recent interview that authorities are keeping a watch.
ये सालों से होता है, हम इस पर गंभीरता से वॉच बनाए रखे हुए हैं। पंजाब सरकार से भी हमारी चर्चाएं होती है, सभी एजेंसियों का कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम इसको पनपने नहीं देंगे।
Dressed up like slain militant leader Jarnail Singh Bhindranwala, flanked by armed guards. Amritpal Singh is a self-styled Khalistan protagonist. He shot to fame in Punjab with his hardline oratory in a matter of months. His theories spin narratives around the Indian Constitution and the RSS.
So सवाल ये है कि ਅਸੀਂ ਬੰਦੀ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜਨਾ ਹੈ ਬਸ਼ਰਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ ਪਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਾਲਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਸਮਝੌਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ
Backed by the mainstream Akalis, demonstrations have been taking place in Punjab for release of men jailed under anti-terror laws during the Punjab unrest. Violent clashes with police also occurred earlier this month. All this coincides with outlawed pro-Khalistani group seeks for justice's so-called Khalistan referendum in several countries like the UK, Canada, Australia and the US. Central agencies on high alert against potential attempts by Pakistan to foment trouble in Punjab once again. With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a very short commercial break. When we return, a special report of miracle rescue of survivors from Turkey. We're bringing you this and more from Turkey in moments from now. Stay with us on India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Nightmare earthquake bleeds Turkey. Heartbreaking human tragedy unfolds. Images of suffering, hope, and redemption. As India helps Turkey pick up the pieces.
Indian Army personnel who are deployed here.
India Today reports from Ground Zero.
Some voices can be heard in this debris.
The only channel in the quake zone.
Most of them are fractures. They have been buried under the rubble for more than 3 days.
Thank you, Indian people, for helping. Thank you, Indian people. With cameraman Kripal Singh, Turkey, Gaurav Sawant for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
The clock is ticking close to 250 hours since the earthquake of 7.8 magnitude struck Turkey and Syria. Rescue teams haven't given up hope yet. They are still pulling out survivors from under the rubble. Here's a report of miracle rescue of the survivors from Turkey.
It's been more than a week, but rescue efforts continue in quake-hit Turkey. From under the rubble in Adıyaman, a 77-year-old woman was rescued 212 hours after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey and Syria. Fatma Gungor had been under the wreckage when the rescue team pulled her out. This 42-year-old woman was rescued 222 hours after being buried in the rubble of a building that collapsed in a devastating earthquake in Kahramanmaraş, Turkish city of Hatay. International rescue teams, along with locals, have not given up hope, and they are still on their toes to rescue every life from under the rubble.
We arrived here in Hatay on Saturday, and since then we have not stopped seeing how there are people who are being rescued alive every day. So we think there's still a chance there are people below the rubble, and we should keep looking.
Not only human life, even pets are precious, like this furry best friend of a family that lost its home in the earthquake. The combined death toll in Turkey and Syria has crossed 41,000. UN authorities have said the focus of the aid effort has now shifted to helping people struggling without shelter or enough food in the bitter cold. But rescuers are still pulling survivors out more than a week after the quake hit. Bureau Report, India Today.
Situation remains grim in quake-torn Syria, with stories of how people survive for days buried under the rubble also began to emerge. Let's now take a look at our next report.
Nasser al-Waka sat crying for his wife and dead children, cradling baby clothes to his face. Rescue team has been able to pull out 2 of his children from under the debris. Another one too has survived, but Waka continues to wail.
This note is from Heba. This is Heba, my eldest daughter who died. It was around 4:10 a.m. The house shook. We are used to airstrikes. We are used to rockets, to barrel bombs. This is normal to us. But an earthquake, it's a God's act. This is the first time this happens with us.
Syria has been embroiled in civil war since 2011. This decade-long conflict has pushed many Syrians to seek refuge in different countries. Next-door neighbor Turkey has the most number of Syrian refugees. The 6 February earthquake hit the conflict zone of Syria and South Turkey the hardest.
I'm not sleeping at night, trying to provide for my kids. When the car shows up, 1,000 people in need rush to it. What would then be left for us? Should you stay with your kids to watch them, or you go to bring them back food? The situation is really bad.
The conflict politics is obstructing aid to quake-hit regions. On Thursday, an aid convoy from Syria's Kurdish-led region to earthquake-hit areas of the northwest was turned back.
We are standing at Jalad crossing, the 0 point. The convoy carries fuel and humanitarian aids such as blankets, which will be given to areas at northwest Syria. There are 30 fuel trucks which will be given to humanitarian organizations or the white helmets in the northwest of Syria. There will be another convoy that will cross towards the areas controlled by Syrian government, which will be distributed to our families who have suffered from earthquake.
The convoy attempted to go from a region held by the Kurdish-led Syrian Democratic Forces into an area under the control of Turkey-backed rebel factions. But 12-year-long enemies that have fought numerous bouts of conflict during the Syrian war stood in the way for relief at a grim moment.
We are actually shocked. It is astounding to us. Has delivering aid to people become a political issue? Or a crisis that we can't solve? Are we waiting for the sky to rain aid on us? We are Syrians, and we have announced that our territories and the whole area in northeast Syria is open for the entry of aid from any party whatsoever.
The Imam at the first Friday prayer since the tremors caused massive destruction couldn't hold his tears back. On ground, Syrian volunteer organizations White Helmets, busy in rescue and relief, are angry with the UN.
Let me describe to you the situation in an honest manner. The situation in Syria now is catastrophic. If we want to talk about the role of UN, we can say it's catastrophic. The UN should now apologize to the Syrian people for the lack of help it provided and for disappointing the Syrian people and for siding with the criminal in Syria and for leaving the people without food and shelter.
Though the UN is yet to respond to White Helmets' accusations, the International Organization for Migration said it was running out of stocks in northwest Syria and called to open more border crossings from Turkey to tide this hour of crisis.
Northwest Syria, where 90% of the population depends on humanitarian assistance, is a big concern. We have reached the people there. But we need to replenish our stocks. We are running out of stocks and we need access to bring new stocks in. The border crossing is open now, but we need to get new border crossings open.
Syrian President Bashar al-Assad and his wife visited the quake-hit areas on Friday.
They say that the West gave priority to politics over the humanitarian situation. But this is not true. To give priority to something over another, both situations must exist. As such, the political situation exists, but the humanitarian situation is non-existent for the West. The politicization of the situation is a normal thing, but the human feeling does not exist, neither now nor in the past. For 600 years, the Western occupation is based on the killing and looting of people.
But those working on ground since the first hours of the earthquake to rescue and help people are the reason that 5-year-old Ahmed today is the sole survivor of his family. They are the reason for Jama Biazid to find his year-and-a-half-old toddler amid chaos. Beyond the politics, conflict and complaints of lack of infrastructure and facilities, these rescue workers are working hard to save life from rubble. They are the Syrian heroes in this moment of crisis. Bureau Report, India Today.
For the rescue workers, it wasn't just a race against time. It was also about communicating and keeping the morale of the other person who's stuck under the debris alive. Here are the miraculous stories of young babies, toddlers who were being pulled out from the ruins of the collapsed buildings. Here's a look.
Amid death, disaster and despair, and race to save lives from under massive piles of rubble, tales of miracle rescue, survival and hope. A 2-month-old baby was rescued from under the rubble in Turkey's Hatay on Saturday. The toddler remained buried under the massive chunks of concrete for 128 hours after the killer quake. After desperate search for survivors, rescue workers traced the baby and painstakingly brought the child out alive. As onlookers clapped, cheered and shed tears of joy. Over life triumphing over death, the baby was immediately taken to the hospital for medical checks. A 9-year-old boy was pulled out alive from the ruins of a collapsed building in Turkey's Gaziantep nearly a week after the quake. Jubilant rescue workers whisking him away on a stretcher for treatment. Amidst the devastation, rescue teams from India and across the world continue to save as many lives as possible before it's too late. Earlier, a 19-year-old woman was rescued after spending over 120 hours under the rubble in Karamanmaras. The woman was heard shouting, "I'm alive," when search teams managed to locate her. She was surrounded by rescuers before being taken to hospital on a stretcher. In another miracle rescue, a Spanish team dug out a 50-year-old woman who had been under the rubble of a collapsed building for over 144 hours. Thousands of rescue workers are scouring through flattened neighborhoods despite freezing weather. And tales of survival come as major morale boosters for these saviors. Bureau Report, India Today.
We're slipping into a very short commercial break here on India Today. When we return, DMK remains brazen after party councillor beats soldier to death, says these things happen everywhere. We're bringing you this and more in moments from now.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula bringing you all the top stories. Let's start this broadcast with the top headlines first. DMK remains brazen after party councillor beats soldier to death, says these things happen everywhere.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things.
Amidst day 3 of IT department search at BBC offices, Vice President Dhankar alleges BBC attempt to run down India's growth, calls it a doctored narrative. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi submits detailed reply to Lok Sabha Secretariat on the notices moved by BJP over remarks against Prime Minister Modi. Tipu tussle continues as Siddaramaiah hits out at BJP, calls Karnataka Mantri a demon for his thrash Siddaramaiah remark. Massive revelation in Kerala scam probe. Key accused explosive WhatsApp chats access. Accused says Chief Minister asked him to get a job for Swapna Suresh. Another temple in Australia on Khalistani radar. Melbourne's Kali temple priest threatened to stop bhajans or face consequences. Days after hacking army jawan to death, DMK councillor Chinnasamy has been arrested. Even as the probe is underway, the DMK councillor Chinnasamy has not been removed from the post. The DMK brazenly is defending the killer Neta and blatantly saying that such killings happen every day. The police has arrested 9 accused, including Chinnasamy and his son Raja Pandi. They have been absconding since the day of the attack. Krishnanagari district superintendent claims that there is no political angle in Prabhu's death, adding that the accused DMK Neta and the slain army man were close relatives. This incident unfolded on 8th Feb night when the soldier and his brother Prabhakaran were using a water facility in the area when Chinnasamy allegedly intervened and stopped them from using. Following this, a confrontation occurred. Prabhu, who was severely wounded in the attack, succumbed to his injuries yesterday.
We are currently standing inside the residence of 20-year-old Prabhu, an army jawan who was killed by 9 people on 8th of this month. There was a ruckus over using water for washing clothes. That turned out to be a huge chaos at this location, and this is one of the painful reports that we are doing from this place. That is Prabhu, 20-year-old jawan, and he is being survived by his wife, a 4-year-old baby and a 3-year-old baby. His father, even with a bandage right now, is sitting next to the picture and the Indian national flag of Prabhu over here, demanding justice and asking questions about how could such a thing happen. 9 men, including a DMK councillor called Chinnasamy, had an issue over one of the members of this family washing their clothes next to a syntax stack. That turned into a huge chaos because at that night, 9 men attacked Prabhu and his brother Prabhakaran, who's also over there lying there. He's extremely tired, and they hit them badly with stones and weapons, and they were hospitalized. Unfortunately, Prabhu died 2 days back, and he has left back his family, who are grieving and now asking questions, demanding justice for his death. Ms. Divyan, Pramod Madhav for India Today. ரொம்ப சாரிமா இந்த இது ஆனதுக்கு. இது என்ன சொல்ல விரும்புறீங்க நீங்க?
எங்க வீட்டுக்காரனே போயிட்டான், இதுக்கப்புறம் நான் என்ன சார் சொல்றது? என் 2 குழந்தை அப்பா எங்கன்னா நான் என்ன பதில் சொல்லுவேன்? அவங்களும் அப்படி இருக்கிறாங்க. திடீர்னு ஏதாவது ஆச்சுன்னா எங்க நிலைமை என்ன ஆகும்? என்னால ஒண்ணுமே பேச முடியல. எனக்கு அவ்வளவு கஷ்டமா இருக்குது. இந்த சின்ன வயசுல நான் இப்படி ஆகணுமா? அவங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் கூட மனசாட்சின்றது இருக்காதா? சும்மா வந்த பேச்சுக்கெல்லாம் இவ்வளவு பெரிய தீர்மானம் முடியும் எடுத்துக்கிடும். அவர் இருந்திருந்தா எங்க குடும்பத்துல நீங்க இத்தனை பேர் எங்களை வந்து பாத்துருப்பீங்களா? ஒரு கட்டை இல்லாதனாலதானே இத்தனை பேர் வந்து எங்களை பாக்குறீங்க. இந்த சிச்சுவேஷன் என்னால சத்தியமா தாங்கிக்கவே முடியல. இந்த குழந்தை அப்பான்னா நான் என்ன பதில் சொல்லுவேன்? அப்பா அங்க இருக்காரு பாரு, நான் சொல்ல முடியுமா? அவருக்கு இந்த வயசுல அந்த ரோஜா பூ மாலை தேவையா? அவ்வளவு பெரிய உடம்பு சின்ன நூல் போட்டு வெள்ளை துணி போட்டு கட்டி போட்டாங்களே, நான் எப்படி அதை பார்க்குவேன்?
भाई आया, एक ही बार उसको पीछे मारा था, वो उधर ही गिरने के बाद भी पूरे लोग मार रहे थे उसको। चाकू में यहाँ पे मारा, भाई को भी यहाँ पे मारा, पीछे मारा पूरा। उसने आज नहीं है, मर गया। इनको सजा चाहिए, उनको पूरे को सजा चाहिए,
जरूर
सजा चाहिए उनको, नहीं तो मैं फौज में नहीं आऊंगा, मैं यहीं पे रहूंगा। मेरे को उसको सजा चाहिए, जब तक उसका सजा नहीं मिलेगा तब तक मैं इधर ही रहूंगा। सबको पनिशमेंट चाहिए, सबको सजा चाहिए, सबको मिलना चाहिए, क्यों गलती हमने थोड़ी किया। फौज में 13 साल 14 साल काम किया, आने के बाद 1 महीना आया था, फिर भी ऐसे ही हो रहा, तो फिर क्या है, इंडियन आर्मी में क्या है फिर।
On 14th February evening time, Tripura died. As on today, all 9 accused enrolled in this case had been remanded. Some political parties and some politicians are spreading false messages and rumors, and thereby they are tarnishing the image. It was an assault case between close blood relatives over a petty dispute, and I repeat, it has absolutely no political angle. Rumor mongers and spreaders of false messages will be definitely prosecuted.
इसको जानबूझकर किया है, इन लोग पॉलिटिक लोग जानबूझ के किया है। इसका जो गलत किया है उन लोगों को जरूर सजा मिलना चाहिए, वो डीएमके हो, कांग्रेस हो, या जो भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी हो। ठीक है। क्यों पुलिस इसके लिए बहुत ढीला काम कर रहा है। अभी पहले इंडिया में तमिलनाडु पुलिस नंबर 1 में था, हर एक केस को पकड़ने के लिए, वो क्राइम किया वो आदमी को पकड़ने के लिए हो, लेकिन अभी अंडरग्राउंड हो गया, कोई काम नहीं कर रहे हैं, कमाई के लिए सिर्फ सोच रहा है।
हम तो पहले ही बोला है, नॉर्मली वो एफआईआर बनाया है, एफआईआर में जो अभी एक्ट डाला है उससे अभी तुरंत करने के लिए, गुंडास में अरेस्ट करने के लिए हम जबरदस्त किया है कि पुलिस डीजीपी से।
It is very much politically involved. It is a DMK councillor for the sake of same thing only. It has been for the last 20 months all this stuff happening. And moreoverly, they against whatever the national security of integrity of everything, because it's being they are violating the things. Especially murdering a serving soldier. It is highly condemned, which never happened in the throughout India maybe. Okay.
इमीडिएटली वो एक्शन लेना चाहिए, ये दोबारा नहीं होना चाहिए। द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट टेक इमीडिएट एक्शन अगेंस्ट दिस।
Murder of army man by DMK Neta has now ignited political face-off in the state, even as Chief Minister Stalin has been silent on the issue. DMK has defended the killer Neta. Listen in.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things. If DMK man is involved, we have already taken action against many men who were involved in criminal activities. The same will apply to anybody. Our CM is very strong that the DMK, whoever it is, whether he belongs to DMK or not, if there is a crime committed, the criminal will be punished.
We have seen that last week an army man was attacked and he died due to a severe attack by a DMK councillor and his family. We strongly condemn this, and we cannot, just like that, pass on this just like as an individual issue. It is not an isolated issue because this problem has become only because of the ruling DMK.
Why the DMK, the local body people or the MLA or the minister, it seems that they are above the law. That is what our concern is. The people think that the state government is not taking proper action against those people who are all been committing these heinous crimes. And because of that, overall the situation in the state, as if that others are telling that yes, law and order situation is not in the control of the state government, and the total government machinery is concentrating in Erode by-election.
Starting from abusing governor, starting from abusing women, and going to the extent of killing an army jawan, clearly shows that the police are mute spectators in the hands of DMK leader M.K. Stalin. They are puppets, and they are being used only to avenge vendetta against us AIDMK and leaders. Mr. Stalin, under your regime, Tamil Nadu has to hang its head in shame because we couldn't protect an army jawan under your rule, and you as a head of the state and you as a chief minister don't have time to send out a message to the people of Tamil Nadu or to your own party men.
Pramod Madhav is now joining us from Krishnagiri to get us the very latest. Pramod, it fails me how the DMK cannot condemn in this. Instead, there are statements coming on which are brazening it out, saying that these things happen every day. What is the official stance of the DMK on this?
Well, statements are quite upsetting because on Netas, one side provided different sort of explanation while the police officials are claiming that this is a blood-related issue. But however, the situation is that one Jawan has been brutally beaten to death, and this is what it had occurred. This is the scene of crime, and behind that scene, syntax tag that you see, that's where the issue started. Prabhakar, Prabhu and his mother were over there. They were trying to wash clothes. Chinnasamy had an issue. They tried to sort it out. Prabhakar says that Chinnasamy took a slipper to attack Prabhakar, but the neighbors sorted out and let them go. Later, at this residence, this is Prabhakar's residence, the family is still inside, and there you could see the gate. In that gate, it was Prabhakar's father who was standing over there, Madhayan, and he saw Chinnasamy coming over, scolding him, and he asked Prabhakar and Prabhu to enter the house, don't come out. But Madhayan was attacked by a knife. That's what Prabhakar has told us. And even now you could see Madhayan sitting inside with a bandage to his head. And when Prabhu tried to save him, he was standing at this spot. When one of the personnel, 6 people were holding Prabhakar together, and one person, when Prabhu was standing at this exact location, they beat him on the back and he fell down. Prabhakar says that even after that, the people were trying to beat him. Even after he fell unconscious, he was taken to the hospital. On 8th, he was admitted, and on 14th, he died. This is a story from this area, and they are demanding justice. Police still claim that this is nothing but a petty issue that turned into a murder, but here the family is still demanding justice.
Tamil Nadu BJP President Annamalai also spoke exclusively to us over the chilling murder of army man in Tamil Nadu's Krishnagiri by DMK Neta Chinnasamy. Listen in to what he had to say.
Joining me here on India Today for an exclusive conversation is the BJP Tamil Nadu Chief, K. Annamalai. Annamalai, vanakkam. Thank you for joining us here on India Today. I think what's happened in our state right now has got everyone in shock and obviously everyone extremely angry. First of all, what do you make of the state's response, or some say the lack of it really, in this particular case?
Madam Vanakkam, firstly I hung my head in shame as a Tamilian, as an Indian, that a person who is serving our country, putting his life in the service of others, is bludgeoned to death. And it shows the impunity with which DMK is defending the particular councillor. Especially in Tamil Nadu, it is nothing new, because with respect to DMK's mindset, and the same party has spoken about Dravidistan, the same party has spoken about a separate state. So, by their nature, their respect for men in uniform, the respect for army personnel was never there. And this incident has clearly shown the government itself is also brazenly defending in a way. The incident happened on February 8th. Now, after yesterday's hue and cry, especially from the national media, which brought it to national attention, the local police were forced to arrest that councillor, which is after a good 6-7 days. Now the DMK spokesperson, one after the other, trying to defend their own councillor. This is what the whole India is seeing. But here, more importantly, madam, in this case, the whole village knows that they are serving in the Indian Army, has come on a holiday. It was a very trivial issue. And later the councillor, along with this group of people, he went in, attacked them with rods. He was admitted to a hospital. Even the treatment was not very properly given. Then later the army Jawan passed away. In this case, I find fault with the local police also, because now DMK as a party, we all know how they behave. Now we all know how the government behaves. For the local police, it is their men in uniform. It is like their brother. And they also did not take it very seriously. They were also very casual.
BJP and Congress lock horns over Tipu Sultan with just a few months to go for the high-stake poll battle. Days after Karnataka's education minister urged people to finish off Congress leader Siddaramaiah, just 17th century Mysuru ruler Tipu Sultan was killed. The former Karnataka chief minister has hit back at Bommai government minister, attacking Ashwath Narayan on his statement. He asked him to stop instigating people and get the gun himself. He went on to say that BJP leaders cannot be trusted as they worship the murderer of Mahatma Gandhi. Asaduddin Owaisi also hit back at BJP, throwing an open challenge at the BJP. Owaisi said that he's not scared to take Tipu's name and that BJP is unsuccessful in eradicating corruption from the state. Remember, yesterday BJP Karnataka chief Nalin Katil reiterated and also asked voters to choose between worshipping Ram and Hanuman or Tipu Sultan.
ಇಲ್ಲರ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯರು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುತ್ತರು ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರು ಬಂದ್ಬಿಡ್ತಾರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು 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 ಬೇಕಾ ಸಾವರ್ಕರ್ ಬೇಕಾ ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಕಳಿಸಬೇಕು ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಹಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಈ ರೀತಿ ಕಳಿಸ್ಕೊಡುವಂತದ
ನನ್ನನ್ನ ಹೇಳಿರೋದು ಅವರು ಎಂತ ಅವರು ಮನುಷ್ಯರು ರಾಕ್ಷಸರು ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ನೀವು. ಮಾಜಿ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಅವರನ್ನು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸುಲ್ತಾನ್ ರೀತಿ ಹೊಡೆದು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು, ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹೊಡೆದಾಕಕ್ ಬಿಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಏನ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ದೇನೆ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಯ್ಯ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಸರ್ಕಾರಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದ್ರೆ टिप्पू जागे के सिद्धरामैया बंदागे।
बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा कि हम उनको मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे जो टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहे हैं। मैं टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहा हूं, क्या करोगे तुम? बोलो, मारोगे मुझे, मिटा दोगे मुझे? बोलो कहां पर आऊं कर्नाटक में मारने के लिए? आ जाओ। क्या देश के प्रधानमंत्री उनके प्रदेश के जो बीजेपी के लीडर हैं उनकी जबान से वो सहमत हैं कि टीपू सुल्तान का नाम लेगा हम मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे? अरे भाई, करप्शन का नाम लेना, करप्शन को मिटा नहीं पाए आप। 30% की सरकार आपकी है। ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए, ये तो ओपन कॉल है मर्डर और जेनोसाइड के लिए।
With Congress raising this issue in the Karnataka Assembly, Ashwath Narayan said his ideology is different to that of Siddaramaiah, but he did not speak anything disgraceful against him. Listen in.
I was basically talking about Tipu Sultan and Mr. Siddaramaiah's love for Tipu Sultan. Through a democratic process, the moral or the intention was how politically through the democratic process. In the present context, this is only through democratic process. In that democratic process, we need to end this political party, Congress party. That's all the intention. Nothing to, take anything physically. There's no that kind of thought anywhere to have. We are not in that world.
But finish off Siddaramaiah.
No, Siddaramaiah finish off. It is all Congress party I was talking about. But I mentioned about Siddaramaiah's love and how he adores Tipu Sultan, that aspect I spoke about it. That's all. Nothing more than that. Basically, how people we need to create awareness among the people. How these political parties have been doing appeasement politics, and how they've been misplacing the entire issues. And appeasement is something which should not be tolerated. So that we made it very clear.
You also regretted for your statement on the floor of House.
Yeah, if it is hurt, basically if it has hurt, nothing wrong, I have got nothing individually against Mr. Siddaramaiah ji or anybody, any Congress leader. If it has hurt, I regret. I have expressed the regret, that's all.
Sagai Raj is now joining us from Bengaluru for the very latest. Sagai, I was asking you this earlier as well, whether any of this is resonating with the electorate or not. And you did mention that we'll have to wait and watch for the elections to conclude. But what's the sentiment of the people ahead of the election as this kind of a controversy plays out in Karnataka?
So narrative differs from one party to the another party, and if you notice that BJP, especially state BJP President Nalin Kumar Katil, and now it is Ashwath Narayan, who are continuously talking about Tipu, Savarkar, love jihad. but nothing has been spoken about the achievements of the government. And probably people whoever is watching, they are trying to understand this particular narrative. But if you notice on the other side, the Congress is also trying to hit out at the government and still praising Tipu Sultan, where yesterday while addressing a public gathering, Siddaramaiah went on to say that I still love Tipu Sultan, I still love Shivlal, I still love Basvanna. So this clearly shows that they are trying to showcase that they are a secular party. On the other side, BJP is quite clear about their own narrative of targeting Congress on the lines of Tipu Sultan.
All right, leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining us with the latest on this. Now, there's no end to polarization Nataka in Karnataka as assembly elections draw closer. Communal rhetoric is only getting shriller, and this time Tipu Sultan versus Hanuman Rao has taken center stage. BJP's Nalin Katil claims that the ruling party's poll agenda will be able to attack Tipu Sultan's legacy, spurring a wave of reactions from opposition. Here is a report.
Political drama over Tipu Sultan in Karnataka escalates. State BJP chief Nalin Kumar Katil stokes a fresh row, asks voters to choose either Ram and Hanuman or Tipu Sultan.
ನಾವು ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಕಾರ್ಯ ಮಾಡೋರು, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಮಾಡೋರು. ನಾವು ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನದವರಲ್ಲ, ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನವನ್ನು ಮನೆಗೆ ಕಳಿಸೋರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಲಬುರ್ಗದ ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಆಂಜನೇಯನನ್ನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಭಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವವರನ್ನ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀರೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ?
Katil's statement is a second U-turn in 2 days. An advocate of hardline Hindutva, the BJP leader, had on Tuesday called for Vikas' narrative.
ಕುಮಾರಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಅವರಿಗೆ ಯಾವುದೋ ಸಮುದಾಯಕ್ಕೆ ಬೈಯುವಂಥದ್ದು, ಯಾವುದೋ ಸಿದ್ದರಾಮಣ್ಣನಾಗೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ವಂಶಸ್ಥರು ನಾವು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ಕೊಂಡು ತಿರುಗುವಂಥದ್ದು ಬಿಜೆಪಿಗೆ ಅವಶ್ಯಕತೆಗಳಿಲ್ಲ. ನಾವು ನರೇಂದ್ರ ಮೋದಿಯವರ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳು, ಬೊಮ್ಮಾಯಿಯವರು, ಯಡಿಯೂರಪ್ಪರು ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಾಧನೆಗಳನ್ನು ಜನರ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಟ್ಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತೀವಿ. ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಮಂತ್ರದ ಜೊತೆ ನಾವು ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತೀವಿ. ಈ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡೋಣ. ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯ ಮಂತ್ರ ಆಗಲಿ, ನಾವು ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿ ಕಾರ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮುಂದೆ ಇಡ್ತೀವಿ.
State BJP leaders are backing Katil's controversial remarks.
We are talking about the development also, and whatever the things have been done by the Honorable Prime Minister and his government, and here also Yediyurappa government and Bommai government. We are talking about those development schemes also. तो उसके बारे में भी आपको ध्यान देना चाहिए.
क्या है, राम के बारे में बात करना है तो क्रिमिनल होता है क्या? आप गलती मांग रहा है. हाँ, टिप्पू स्वयं मतांध है, स्वयं क्रिमिनल है. टिप्पू को सर्टिफिकेट देने की जरूरत नहीं है. उन्हें क्रूएल राजा था, उन्हें कब्जा करके कत्ल किया, लाखों लोगों को मार दिया.
The Congress is accusing Katil of attempting to polarize voters on religious lines.
He is a madman. He wanted to cover it. He wanted to take on emotions. We want to take on development.
See, this shows that Mr. Katil, as the president of the state unit of BJP, has nothing to showcase of this double engine sarkar, and hence they are going to use communalization and polarization as this election issue.
Politics over Tipu Sultan continues despite threats by descendants of the 18th century Mysore ruler to file defamation suits.
Congress leaders, BJP wants to divide the leaders. This should be immediately stopped, or else our ancestors, our family members and other elders have thought to file a defamation case to stop all this immediately and not to bring any more Tipu Sultan name for your own polarizations.
Tipu Sultan, known as the Tiger of Mysore, fought the British tooth and nail and died fighting them. But he's also often described as a tyrant who committed atrocities against Hindus in Kodagu and Malabar region of Kerala. More than 200 years after his death, Tipu Sultan's legacy has become a hot political issue ahead of Karnataka Assembly elections this year. Bureau Report, India Today.
No end to controversies day after violence between two communities in Jharkhand's Palamu. 6 people were injured yesterday in the violence that broke out over dispute over the construction of a Toran Gate outside mosque in Palamu's Panki area for Mahashivratri. Asaduddin Owaisi held the RSS directly responsible for Palamu violence, and in an exclusive conversation, he said that Jharkhand Soren government was also to be blamed for the violence. He said that the Jharkhand government had failed to stop the violence. Meanwhile, in Devghar, in the city of Lord Shiva, there's a war on Mahashivratri over Shiva procession. BJP MP Nishikant Dubey alleges that Devghar district administration is trying to stop Shiv Bharat, I beg your pardon, for which he has filed a PIL in Jharkhand High Court. Attacking the Jharkhand government, Nishikant said that the government is anti-Hindu and will also fast unto death if necessary for Shiv Bharat.
दो घर को जला देते हैं, टू व्हीलर को जलाते हैं और फोर व्हीलर को जलाते हैं। ये तो संघ परिवार की बहुत बड़ी साजिश थी। वो कामयाब हो गए और वहां की सरकार नाकाम हो गई। उनको तो चाहिए था कि आपकी ये सब चीजें हो रही हैं, तो सरासर इसकी पूरी जिम्मेदारी वहां की लोकल रूलिंग पार्टी के ऊपर आती है, जीएमएम के ऊपर, जो नाकाम साबित हुई है, रोकने में नाकाम। इससे पहले फायरिंग हुई आपके रांची में, वहां पर लोग मर गए, और यहां पर आपको मालूम कि ये चीजें हो रही हैं, तो आपको रोकना चाहिए था उसको। ये नाकामी है उनकी सरासर। ये
समझ में नहीं आ रहा है आजकल मुस्लिम समाज में मुस्लिम की आबादी बढ़ रही है, ये मेरे लिए चिंता का विषय नहीं है। मुसलमानों की बढ़ती हुई आबादी चिंता का विषय नहीं है। जिन्ना के रास्ते पर चलने वाले जो कट्टरपंथी आ गए हैं, वही ऐसा काम करते हैं। आज तक देश में किसी भी तजिया पर एक पत्थर भी नहीं फेंका गया होगा हिंदुओं के द्वारा। लेकिन
ये जो झारखंड सरकार का हिंदू विरोधी मानसिकता है, वो देवघर में दिखाई दे रहा है। देवघर में मुख्यमंत्री शिव बारात नहीं निकालने देना चाह रहे हैं, जबकि ये शिव की नगरी है। देवघर, यदि शिव है तभी देवघर है। और इसके खिलाफ जो है मैंने माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का दरवाज़ा खटखटाया है, और कल माननीय उच्च न्यायालय का जो भी फैसला आएगा, उम्मीद है कि कुछ आना चाहिए, उसके हिसाब से फिर हम आगे कैसे शिव बारात निकलेगा, उसके बारे में शिव बारात कमेटी के साथ बातचीत करके हम निर्णय लेंगे। ये मुख्यमंत्री के इशारे पर जिला प्रशासन यहाँ काम करे।
Slipping into a very short commercial break, lots more coming up on the other side. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
All successful people worked hard, nothing comes easily.
Sometimes you need to just cross that mental barrier.
Once I come in,
काफी प्रोसेस ओरिएंटेड
stark difference.
मैं जब दोनों मेडल को ले रहा था और मैं बोल रहा था कि दो ही हमारे पास मेडल है इंडिया में और दोनों आज मेरे हाथ में हैं।
The very fact that you're opening the India Today conclave with a session on Olympic sport tells me that we've made progress.
Janhvi Kapoor will reportedly make her Telugu debut in Junior NTR Stara NTR 30, which will be directed by Koratala Shiva. According to reports, the film is all set to go on the floor soon. Janhvi Kapoor will be next seen in Bawal opposite Varun Dhawan, which is touted to be an intense action drama. She also has sports drama titled Mr. and Mrs. Mahi in her kitty. Janhvi Kapoor was last seen in Millie, which was a remake of the Malayalam thriller Helen.
Welcome to Doom's Kitchen. Can I take your order, please?
Whereas Junior NTR's previous release RRR has emerged as a pan-India blockbuster. The film has grabbed many awards, including the Golden Globes, Critics' Choice, and has also been nominated for the Oscars in Best Original Song category. Besides NTR 30, he also has NTR 31 in his kitty.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
How old are you?
You know, I'm just wearing my dead boyfriend's shirt and texting his old number.
Rob, wanted to make sure you got one of these.
I have a phone.
You have a personal phone. This is a work phone.
I miss you so much. There's an aching inside of me. Do you have a question for me?
Yes, Miss Dion. Do you really believe in all these things you sing?
Trailer of the much-anticipated film Love Again is out, and it features our very own Desi girl Priyanka Chopra along with Sam Hugan and Celine Dion.
Know nothing about it.
What?
Love.
Priyanka's husband Nick Jonas also makes a hilarious cameo appearance.
Take it a little slower. Yeah.
They're never gonna hold me down.
The film will showcase the story of Meera Chopra, who is grieving the death of her fiancé by texting love notes to his old number, which now belongs to Rob, who is a journalist, and a romantic connection begins to form.
I'm gonna go see her. These are from a literal stranger. I just need to put a face to these texts.
Do I know you?
The more I get to know her, the better I like her.
Things like this don't just happen. Love is a plan for each and every one of us.
Love Again is the film adaptation of Sophie Kramer's 2009 novel SMS for Rich, translating to Text for You, and will release in theaters on 12th May.
Sure. And I'm Mariah Carey.
Love comes to those who believe it, and this is really me.
Oh my gosh, hi.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news coming in. 8 people attacked a car carrying cricketer Prithvi Shaw for refusal of selfie outside a 5-star hotel in Mumbai. First, the car carrying Prithvi Shaw was attacked with baseball sticks. And then the accused followed the car and threatened of false cases if money was not given to them. According to the complaint, Prithvi Shaw had gone to a 5-star hotel in Santa Cruz for dinner when unidentified accused came there and insisted on a selfie. Shaw obliged 2 people with a selfie, but the same group returned again and asked for selfies with other accused. Shaw refused this time, saying that he has come to eat food with friends and does not want to be disturbed. When they insisted, Prithvi Shaw's friend called the manager of the hotel and complained about that, which led to an altercation. This is horrific. These are visuals coming in from Mumbai. Mustafa is getting us the latest. Mustafa, what really happened there? Can you just explain the sequence of events? Because we're getting some visuals also which were flashing on our screens right now. Who are these accused? What happened? Explain the sequence of events to us.
Well, clearly this is fans' appreciation gone wrong incident of that. It was Prithvi Shaw, the Indian cricketer who was at Mumbai's 5-star hotel yesterday. He was having dinner with his friends. Few people came, asked for selfies. He obliged. But then there were more people coming from the same group, and he said that he is here for a private time with his friends, and he hence refused because they got into an altercation. Those friends informed the hotel manager, who then asked the group to leave the hotel, and there was this anger of insult that they attacked the car of Prithvi Shaw's friend. Prithvi Shaw was seated inside that car when that attack with the baseball stick had taken place, and it didn't stop there. According to FIR, Prithvi Shaw then got into another friend's car and then he started going towards the town area, but he was followed by these people. A woman got down, threatened that she needs money or she'll file false complaint. There is another version of this story which is coming. The woman is being detained. Her lawyers are saying that it was Prithvi Shaw and his friends who had attacked the woman, and they have injury marks also, but the complaint was registered on the side of Prithvi Shaw. So police, Oshiwara police at this point is investigating the entire case, but the video which has come forward is somewhere it's shocking that the Indian cricketer is seen having a tiff with one of the fans, and then a police complaint was registered back.
What is shocking here is that he was attacked with baseball sticks, and is that true? Because for denying a selfie, getting attacked with baseball sticks, very rare to hear about such occurrences as well. The baseball bats, it's very rare to hear about occurrences like that. So, I mean, who is the accused? Who are these women? And of course, they will have to take both the sides into consideration in the investigation to see who's speaking the truth, who's not. But at the moment, do we know the identity and what prompted them to attack him with baseball bats?
Well, yes, there are two versions. As per the police FIR, it was the baseball stick which was used to smash the window of the car in which Prithvi was travelling. And clearly the video footage which we have accessed shows that Prithvi has that stick in hand, that the lady in question, who is the accused in the FIR, is trying to snatch it away from him. So that altercation and the use of sticks is confirmed by the video evidence. But there are different versions to it. The accused are saying that because this stick was being carried by Prithvi Shaw and his friends, they tried to snatch it, and by mistake it hit on the window of the car, and that's how the damage had taken place. What's the truth is something which the police is trying to identify. One of the accused, we are told, is a social media influencer. She's seen in the video also. So the police is trying to verify the versions of both the stories, but the FIR which has been taken is taken on the lady and her friend. Total 8 people who have been booked under this case of assault, and now
because this is a he said she said story for the moment. There is an FIR which has been registered because Prithvi Shaw wanted an FIR to be registered, which has been registered. Now, if the woman is saying she's not at fault, has the woman with her friends or whoever they were, they've also registered an FIR or not?
But what we have been told is that the woman is at the police station. The inquiry is going on. She has clearly said and shared the images of the injuries on her hand. Also, she is also saying and trying to file a complaint against Prithvi Shaw and his friends. The police has taken one FIR at this point in which Prithvi Shaw's friend is the complainant, and these 8 people are accused. Police is saying that they need some time to verify and go through the footage and verify the facts of the story, after which they'll take further action. Back to you.
All right. Thanks so much for getting us the latest as far as the story is concerned. We'll keep tracking this in much detail. Moving on to the other story that we're tracking right now. Hindu temples continue to be on Khalistani radar in Australia. Melbourne's Kali temple is the latest to receive a threat from Khalistanis. The temple priest got a call warning her to stop bhajan and puja at the temple and face consequences. The latest threat comes after a series of attacks at prominent temples in Melbourne. In Jan this year, the Hare Krishna temple and Shiva Vishnu temple were defaced with pro-Khalistani and anti-India slogans. Khalistanis also vandalized Swami Narayan temple in Melbourne, painted anti-Hindu graffiti on its walls, and that's the latest coming in at the moment. Security agencies suspect Pakistan's ISI has stepped up Khalistani activities with an aim to revive terrorism and communal hatred in Punjab. Sources tell India Today that religious leaders, crowded places could be on the target of ISI-backed Khalistani group. Our next report tells you more.
Temples defaced in Canada and Australia. Anti-India graffiti painted on the walls of Swami Narayan temple in Melbourne, Australia. Gauri Shankar Mandir was defaced by Khalistani slogans at Brampton in Canada. Similar graffiti earlier spotted on the walls of Kali Devi temple at Sangrur in Punjab. Over the last 1 year, at least 8 temples have been vandalized this way in India and overseas. Security agencies suspect Pakistan's ISI has stepped up its Khalistani activities with an aim to revive terror and communal hatred in Punjab. An alert issued by central agencies warns that religious leaders, crowded places could be on the target of ISI-backed Khalistani groups. Security sources say Punjab police have been advised to step up vigil along the state borders with Jammu, a route that Pakistan's rogue spy network may use to send consignment of arms, ammunition and explosives into Punjab. The central government is in close coordination with the Punjab government to counter this issue. Union Home Minister Amit Shah said in a recent interview that authorities are keeping a watch.
ये सालों से होता है, हम इस पर गंभीरता से वॉच बनाए रखे हुए हैं। पंजाब सरकार से भी हमारी चर्चाएं होती है, सभी एजेंसियों का कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम इसको पनपने नहीं देंगे।
Dressed up like slain militant leader Jarnail Singh Bhindranwala, flanked by armed guards. Amritpal Singh is a self-styled Khalistan protagonist. He shot to fame in Punjab with his hardline oratory in a matter of months. His theories spin narratives around the Indian Constitution and the RSS.
So सवाल ये है कि ਅਸੀਂ ਬੰਦੀ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜਨਾ ਹੈ ਬਸ਼ਰਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ ਪਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਾਲਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਸਮਝੌਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ।
Backed by the mainstream Akalis, demonstrations have been taking place in Punjab for release of men jailed under anti-terror laws during the Punjab unrest. Violent clashes with police also occurred earlier this month. All this coincides with outlawed pro-Khalistani group seeks for justice's so-called Khalistan referendum in several countries like the UK, Canada, Australia and the US. Central agencies on high alert against potential attempts by Pakistan to foment trouble in Punjab once again. With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
The clock is ticking close to 250 hours since the earthquake of 7.8 magnitude struck Turkey and Syria. Rescue teams have not given up hope as yet. They're still pulling out survivors from under the rubble. Here's a report of miracle rescue of survivors from Turkey.
It's been more than a week, but rescue efforts continue in quake-hit Turkey. From under the rubble in Adıyaman, a 77-year-old woman was rescued 212 hours after a 7.8 magnitude earthquake struck Turkey and Syria. Fatma Gungor had been under the wreckage when the rescue team pulled her out. This 42-year-old woman was rescued 222 hours after being buried in the rubble of a building that collapsed in a devastating earthquake in Kahramanmaraş. After 203 hours, this woman was rescued from the rubble of a building in the southern Turkish city of Hatay. International rescue teams, along with locals, have not given up hope, and they are still on their toes to rescue every life from under the rubble.
We arrived here in Haiti on Saturday, and since then we have not stopped seeing how there are people who are being rescued alive every day. So we think there's still a chance there are people below the rubble, and we should keep looking.
Not only human life, even pets are precious. Like this furry best friend of a family that lost its home in the earthquake. The combined death toll in Turkey and Syria has crossed 41,000. UN authorities have said the focus of the aid effort has now shifted to helping people struggling without shelter or enough food in the bitter cold. But rescuers are still pulling survivors out more than a week after the quake hit. Bureau Report, India Today.
For the rescue workers, it wasn't just a race against time, it was also about communicating and keeping the morale of the other person who's stuck under the debris alive. Here are some miraculous stories of young babies and toddlers being pulled out from the ruins of collapsed buildings.
Amid death, disaster and despair, and race to save lives from under massive piles of rubble, tales of miracle rescue, survival and hope. A 2-month-old baby was rescued from under the rubble in Turkey's Haiti on Saturday. The toddler remained buried under the massive chunks of concrete for 128 hours after the killer quake. After desperate search for survivors, rescue workers traced the baby and painstakingly brought the child out alive. As onlookers clapped, cheered, and shed tears of joy. Over life triumphing over death, the baby was immediately taken to the hospital for medical checks. A 9-year-old boy was pulled out alive from the ruins of a collapsed building in Turkey's Gaziantep nearly a week after the quake. Jubilant rescue workers whisking him away on a stretcher for treatment. Amidst the devastation, rescue teams from India and across the world continue to save as many lives as possible before it's too late. Earlier, a 19-year-old woman was rescued after spending over 120 hours under the rubble in Kahramanmaras. The woman was heard shouting, "I'm alive," when search teams managed to locate her. She was surrounded by rescuers before being taken to hospital on a stretcher. In another miracle rescue, a Spanish team dug out a 50-year-old woman who had been under the rubble of a collapsed building for over 144 hours. Thousands of rescue workers are scouring through flattened neighborhoods despite freezing weather. And tales of survival come as major morale boosters for these saviors. Bureau Report, India Today.
Breaking news just coming in. 8 people attacked car carrying cricketer Prithvi Shaw for refusal of selfie outside a 5-star hotel in Mumbai. First, the car carrying Shaw was attacked with baseball sticks. Then the accused followed the car and threatened if false cases or if the money was not given. According to complaint, Shaw had gone to a 5-star hotel in Santa Cruz for dinner when the unidentified accused came there and insisted on a selfie. And Shaw obliged 2 people with a selfie, but the same group returned again and asked for selfies with other accused. Prithvi Shaw, this time around refusing, he has come to eat food with his friends and he does not want to get disturbed. But they continued to insist Prithvi's friend called the manager of the hotel, complained about them, which led to an altercation. And now there is an FIR that has been registered. You can see on your screens Prithvi Shaw right there in a physical altercation rather with a woman. We don't know the reality of what really transpired because there are two versions of the story, as Mustafa was explaining to us. There have been allegations against the woman and there have been allegations against Prithvi Shaw. How it all began will be a matter of investigation. Probably the hotel can even check the CCTV footage to ascertain what really happened over there in this particular incident, because right now, prima facie, we're getting information that Prithvi Shaw was attacked with baseball bats, and this video has also come out, but it will be a matter of what really happened after the CCTV gets access. The police will have to then conduct a thorough investigation to realize what really happened, what was the motive as well, and why were baseball bats used to attack. Now, the information we have at the moment is that Prithvi Shaw refused to take a selfie outside a five-star hotel in Mumbai. First, there was a car carrying Shaw. It was attacked with both baseball sticks. Then the accused followed the car and threatened of false cases if money was not given. Now, there is a money angle to it as well. Why did the accused want money? Why did the accused threaten of false cases? Mustafa Sheikh is joining us. Mustafa, there are more questions than answers from the prima facie information that is coming in. Why is it that the accused, as alleged, followed the car and as alleged threatened Prithvi Shaw of false cases? If there was no money given, there is a money angle also. Between all of this, where is the hotel CCTV footage to ascertain what really happened over there?
Well, correctly said, because in the hotel, when these people were having an altercation, the friends of Prithvi Shaw had called the hotel manager, and the hotel staff had that asked these accused who have been booked currently to step out of the hotel. From there, actually this entire incident had started when Prithvi Shaw and friends came out of the hotel in the car. That is been alleged in the FIR that with a baseball stick, the window.
All right, I'm getting some information coming in as well. I just want to get you a big twist that is coming in. Ali Kashif Khan, the lawyer of Sana, also known as Sapna Gill, has alleged that Sapna was assaulted by Prithvi Shaw. Big twist coming in right there. Sapna was assaulted by Prithvi is the allegation. Stick is seen in Prithvi's hand. Prithvi's friends assaulted the group first is the allegation, and Sapna is currently at Oshiwara police station, and the police, as alleged by the lawyer, is not allowing her to go for medical tests. So this is Ali Kashif Khan who has said, and I quote, Sapna was assaulted by Prithvi, stick is seen in Prithvi's hand. Prithvi's friend assaulted the group first. Sapna is currently at Oshiwara police station. Police is not allowing her to go for medical tests, unquote. So we're getting a fresh twist that is coming in as far as this story is concerned. One, of course, is the FIR that says that he refused to give out those selfies, after which this entire altercation happened and Prithvi Shaw was the one who was attacked. But now, just moments later, there's another allegation and a fresh fresh twist, I beg your pardon, coming into the plot, where Ali Kashif Khan, who is the lawyer of Sana, who also goes by Sapna Gill, has alleged that Sapna was assaulted by Prithvi and the stick is seen in Prithvi's hand. Prithvi's friends assaulted the group first. Sapna is currently at Oshiwara police station and police is not allowing her to go for medical tests, unquote. But bigger question here, where is the CCTV footage of the hotel? That should really be a determining part to piece this puzzle together of the investigation to ascertain what really happened there, because right now you've got Prithvi Shaw's version and you've got a version coming in from Sapna Gill through the lawyers. So it's a matter of thorough investigation, and Mustafa's also continues to be with us on this broadcast. We'll go back to him in moments from now, but I'm compelled to take a very short commercial break. When we return, another temple in Australia on Khalistani radar. Melbourne's Kali temple priests threaten to stop bhajans or face consequences. Bringing you this story and more in moments from now.
watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
LIC हर पल आपके साथ। बूडा जीन्स कंपनी, प्लैनेट इजी।
tempers on Khalistan radar. From Desh to Videsh, Hindu hate rages. Series of temple attacks in Australia. Ram Mandir defaced in Canada. Pak ISI fueling Khalistan fire. Top focus on 5 Live.
It very much looks like Australia is going the Canada way and becoming a safe haven for anti-India elements, including Khalistani terrorists. What else is one to infer from the fact that Australia is still to ban Khalistani groups and to crack down in an effective way on those who deface temples and abuse India sitting there in Australia? I'm Shiv Arur. We're going to ask the hard questions on the new flare-up of Khalistani violence off India's shores. I'm Shiv, this is 5 Live. These are the headlines. DMK remains brazen after party councillor beats soldier to death. Says these things happen everywhere.
This is happening everywhere. This is happening everywhere. Yesterday in Uttar Pradesh there was a clash and a mother and daughter died. So everywhere it's happening. These are all small things.
Amidst day 3 of Income Tax Department search at BBC offices in India, Vice President Jagdeep Dhankar alleges BBC attempt to run down India's growth story, calls it a doctored narrative. Rahul Gandhi replies to the privilege notice against him from Parliament, says sources tell India Today that the Congress MP has submitted details of his allegations on the Adani affair. Tipu Sultan tussle continues as Siddaramaiah hits out at the BJP, calls Karnataka Mantri a demon for his thrash Siddaramaiah remark. Cricketer Prithvi Shaw's car allegedly attacked by 8 people for refusing a selfie. Accused claims Shaw's group attacked them first. An absolute spate of attacks by so-called Khalistani elements in different parts of the world, specifically Canada and Australia. A priest threatened, temples defaced, abusive graffiti, threat calls, and all manner of intimidation by so-called Khalistani groups. An outfit and a movement that has been trying its level best to revive itself. It made a lot of attempts in the last few years, but now they've simply resorted to threats and intimidation and the defacing of Indian temples in Canada and in Australia, which leads us to the question, is Australia becoming a new safe haven for terrorists, for anti-India elements and these so-called Khalistani losers? Here on 5 Live, I'm here to tell you that Hindu temples continue to be on the Khalistani radar, now specifically and increasingly in Australia. Melbourne's Kali temple is the latest to receive a threat from these so-called Khalistani losers. The temple priest got a call warning her to stop bhajans and puja at the temple or face consequences. The latest threat comes after a series of attacks at prominent temples in Melbourne. In January this year, the Hare Krishna temple and Shiva Vishnu temple were defaced with pro-Khalistani and anti-India slogans. Khalistani losers also vandalized the Swaminarayan temple in Melbourne and painted anti-Hindu graffiti on its walls. This is the situation in different parts of Australia in just the last few days. The Khalistani movement has been a non-starter ever since the beginning. Blood has been spilt in its name, but no one is anywhere close to realizing that dream of Khalistan, because it is a dead dream which will never be realized, and nobody really believes in it apart from a few hundred losers who live in Canada and now also in Australia, all of them funded by the ISI. Security agencies suspect that the ISI has stepped up its frustrated pro-Khalistani activities with an aim to reviving terrorism and communal hatred in Punjab. Sources tell India Today that religious leaders' crowded places could be on target of the ISI-backed Khalistani groups. Our next report tells you more.
Temples defaced in Canada and Australia. Anti-India graffiti painted on the walls of Swami Narayan Temple in Melbourne, Australia. Gauri Shankar Mandir was defaced by Khalistani slogans at Brampton in Canada. Similar graffiti earlier spotted on the walls of Kali Devi Temple at Sangrur in Punjab. Over the last 1 year, at least 8 temples have been vandalized this way in India and overseas. Security agencies suspect Pakistan's ISI has stepped up its Khalistani activities with an aim to revive terror and communal hatred in Punjab. An alert issued by central agencies warns that religious leaders' crowded places could be on the target of ISI-backed Khalistani groups. Security sources say Punjab police have been advised to step up vigil along the state borders with Jammu, a route that Pakistan's rogue spy network may use to send consignment of arms, ammunition and explosives into Punjab. The central government is in close coordination with the Punjab government to counter this issue. Union Home Minister Amit Shah said in a recent interview that authorities are keeping a watch.
ये सालों से होता है, हम इस पर गंभीरता से वॉच बनाए रखे हुए हैं। पंजाब सरकार से भी हमारी चर्चाएं होती है, सभी एजेंसियों का कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है। मुझे विश्वास है कि हम इसको पनपने नहीं देंगे।
Dressed up like slain militant leader Jarnail Singh Bhindranwala, flanked by armed guards. Amritpal Singh is a self-styled Khalistan protagonist. He shot to fame in Punjab with his hardline oratory in a matter of months. His theories spin narratives around the Indian Constitution and the RSS.
So सवाल ये है कि ਅਸੀਂ ਬੰਦੀ ਸਿੰਘਾਂ ਦਾ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਲੜਨਾ ਹੈ ਬਸ਼ਰਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਸ਼ੱਕ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਬਾਹਰ ਹੋਣੇ ਚਾਹੀਦੇ ਨੇ ਪਰ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਖਾਲਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਜ਼ਾਦੀ ਦੇ ਸੰਘਰਸ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਸਮਝੌਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਨਾ
Backed by the mainstream Akalis, demonstrations have been taking place in Punjab for release of men jailed under anti-terror laws during the Punjab unrest. Violent clashes with police also occurred earlier this month. All this coincides with outlawed pro-Khalistani group seeks for justice's so-called Khalistan referendum in several countries like the UK, Canada, Australia and the US. Central agencies on high alert against potential attempts by Pakistan to foment trouble in Punjab once again. With Manjeet Sehgal in Chandigarh, Bureau Report, India Today.
Now, our viewers must be wondering about me calling these Khalistani people losers because they are ultimately losers because they've never gained anything. They haven't gained Khalistan. They haven't come anywhere close to gaining it. But that doesn't mean these people are useless because they have caused a lot of harm. They have their actions have resulted in the loss of life. Their actions have resulted in fear and loathing among entire communities of people in different parts of the world. And therefore, these people may be losers, but they very much are terrorists, and we will brand them as terrorists. Khalistanis are terrorists. Let's make no bones about that here on India Today. Let me now list for you where the attacks by these losers have been happening, including right here in Punjab. June the 19th, 2022, Kali Devi temple was painted with pro-Khalistan slogans. April 29th, 2022, Kali temple was vandalized with swords. This all happened in Punjab. Now let's fly from Punjab to Australia, where many of these losers have taken refuge. January 23rd, 2023, this year, ISKCON temple defaced with pro-Khalistan slogans in Melbourne. January 17th this year, a Sri Shiva and Vishnu temple was also painted with anti-India graffiti and slogans. And on January 12th this year, the Swaminarayan temple was painted with anti-India graffiti. So 3 occasions of temple attacks in Australia by Khalistani losers in January this year. Now let's take you to Canada, which is basically the world's capital of Khalistani terror. January 30th, 2023, Gauri Shankar Mandir was attacked and defaced. July 13th, last year, Gandhi's statue was vandalized in a Vishnu temple. And there are many others. I've only listed the major ones right now because there are many smaller attacks that have taken place as well, which are under investigation. Joining me live now on this big story as we continue to ask the big questions and track where things are at. Neeraj Goel, Chairperson, Members Committee of the Kali Mata Mandir in Melbourne. Jitarth is editor of Australia Today in Melbourne, and Sarah L. Gates is a scholar joining us from Sydney. Thank you all for joining me on this discussion. I'd like to start with, with our guest from the Kali Mata Mandir, the guest who's joining us from the Kali Mata Mandir, whose name is Neeraj Goel. Neeraj, the temple that you are part of, you're chairperson of the members committee there. Can you tell us what happened? How do people feel about these attacks? These are, intimidatory tactics. Has there been any violence? What kind of threats have you been facing?
Look, it has come as a shocking incidents and episodes, what we have seen across Melbourne happening on 3 temples. We have seen, we started with the Swaminarayan temple owned by BAPS, Gujarat-based charitable organization. The second episode of attack or religious vilification occurred on a Shiva Vishnu temple in Carrum Downs, and the third one happened recently on ISKCON temple in St Kilda, suburb of Melbourne. Now, all 3 news came as a shock to entire Sanatan community because the Sanatan community has got about 680,000 plus individuals living across Australia, and we are a peaceful, law-abiding citizens of this country. And the history says that we have always lived in peace and brotherhood with our Sikh brothers.
Yes.
But when we saw this news coming up, Khalistan, anti-India, anti-Hindu slogans, and Bhindranwala being portrayed as a martyr, it came as a shock. And there is a sense of fear amongst the entire Sanatan community as a result. And the latest of those, threats came to the president of Kali Mata Mandir, Shri Bhavna Gupta ji, where she was told by someone from an unknown number in Punjabi, telling her we are actually organizing a religious event where Shri Kanhaiya Mittal will be actually traveling to Melbourne on 4th of March. And she got a call from unknown number telling her to actually not organize this event on 4th of March, just delay that by 6 months. Otherwise, you will have to face consequences. The guy actually spoke in Punjabi, and look, she was quite scared to even give the interview earlier this evening. But look, that's the case at the moment. So these guys have stooped to such a level that they are openly giving threats to the Sanatan temples to actually avoid hosting evenings of bhajans or hosting these big events. And Kanhaiya Mittal, as you might know, is a very popular bhajan singer in India, and he's got a worldwide following as well. So having him here, obviously, I don't know what the other people are looking at this event, but purely for a Sanatan community, it's a proud moment to have him in Melbourne, seeing all those bhajans that we love. We see him on TV, and seeing him live in person would be really, for some people, it will be a dream come true, because we have Bhavna ji has confirmed that people are flying from interstate to just see him live in person.
Jitarth, this is clearly not a one-off thing. There's a spate of such attacks that have taken place. God forbid they should get more violent than they already are. But, threats of violence have been issued, and the effects of it are, clearly being seen, as Neeraj ji just told us. Is Australia, in your view, going the Canada way? As far as Khalistanis is concerned?
I don't think Australia can go Canada way in terms of what is the Khalistan propaganda or the violence. Today in Australian Parliament, Home Affairs Minister Claire O'Neill clearly said to us that foreign interference is one of the most important threat which Australia is facing. And from multiple actors, may that be Iran, may that be China, or private actors who work or who propagate on behalf of other authorities. So that is Australia's concern and their understanding. However, let's go on the second layer of which is state government or the council or the state police. Do they have understanding of this? I would say no. Are they working to address the Khalistani issue? I would say no. So there is a mismatch between the federal understanding and the local understanding. That's why these Khalistani goons are able to run amok in heart of Melbourne on Federation Square.
But what I fail to understand, Jitarth, is it's not like India hasn't possibly communicated to Australia about this. It's not like Australia can pretend to be naive about the Khalistan issue and Khalistani terrorism pointed against India. Why haven't they acted against it?
See, I must tell you, the federal part of the government is very willing to act on it. And they are doing few things. I'm not saying that they are doing everything. They're doing few things. However, the Victorian government and Victorian police is kind of reluctant. Why they are reluctant? There is a very important question why they are reluctant, and answer is very simple. That these Khalistani people have kind of moved into the system here. They provide muscle power, they provide the money power to the local politicians, and these politicians are kind of reluctant to talk about them.
So you're saying it's because of local political compulsions are stopping local governments from acting against certain communities. Sarah, how do you see this? Is this a federal local issue? Has India somehow failed to communicate the seriousness of this? Is there a reluctance in Australia to act against Khalistanis like there has been in Canada for many, many years to such an extent that Khalistanis, have become a very, in many ways, a sort of outsized, community there in that country?
I can tell you from my liaising with the police and my conversations with the security hotline when I've reported some content online to the authorities, I can tell you that each time I speak with them, I have to explain to them the context of what I'm providing to them, and I have to outline what the risks and threats are and what has already happened in Australia. I even spoke to one local Victorian police officer who was a liaison, and he started telling me, do you know how many Sikhs there are in India? And I said, yes. And I said, but do you know how many Sikhs are in the Punjab? Because these groups are actually a different demographic proportion to what they're claiming to our local police. So they're making it look like they're a tiny minority that's being oppressed by Hindus, but in fact they've got quite a lot of power in the Punjab region. So it's not what they're saying. And the police person, I said to them, do you know how many terror attacks Khalistanis have committed? So have you gone to the global terror database and seen there are 800 plus terror attacks listed there from Sikh extremists and Khalistanis? And I said, if you look, you'll find a minuscule amount that's been accused of Hindus, minuscule. And so he said to me that there were Hindu extremists in India. So this is the level of conversation with a community liaison officer at the Victorian Police. They don't understand what's going on, and for some reason they seem to feel that Hindu extremists are threatening the safety of Sikhs in
And
India.
that basically affirms the success of the propaganda of Khalistani extremists, because the very basis, the cornerstone of Khalistani propaganda has been that they have been oppressed by India, they've been oppressed by Hindus. Nothing could be further than the truth. While I have our viewers' attention, let me make it very clear, and this is not an emotional thing to say, but Khalistanis are not Sikhs. Sikhs are Indians. They're part of India. They're equal Indian citizens. They are, absolutely equal in every respect to every other religion in this country. Khalistanis are anti-India terrorists. They are people who have been separatists. They've chosen to live abroad, and they conduct themselves in a way that tries to harm India, whether it is from Australia or from Canada. And that's why all of these questions come about. Neeraj, you wanted to add something to that?
Yes, I want to add something. Look, on the day of attack on 29th of January in the heart of Melbourne CBD, some of the guys, the Khalistani activists, they were carrying actually swords. Now, under the guise of so-called religious weapons, when the police was questioned by the Indians who were carrying the Indian national flag, that how come these guys are actually carrying swords, the police guys actually told them that these are actually religious weapons.
Yeah.
Now, this is very funny, honestly speaking, because the Victorian police have got guidelines about especially about the Sikh religious kirpan, which is known as in Punjabi kirpan.
Yes.
And I think the maximum length of that kirpan can be about 7.5 to 8 centimeters, and it can't be blunted, so it can't be actually sharp to be used as a knife. And it has to be covered under the piece of clothing and should be worn under the, your top, which you call as kurta in Punjabi.
Yes.
So, but carrying a full-fledged, a sword in the public and then attacking others with sword, as you can see from the videos that might be circulating in the media, how can police even say that's a religious weapon when you guys, your authorities, have actually released a 2-page document or multiple-page document, which I can share with you guys as well. You can clearly see that document clearly outlines what a religious.
This actually does go to the heart of the matter, and
Yes.
what Sarah actually tells us is alarming. I don't think any police force in this modern day and age can claim to be ignorant or claim to be buying into what is preposterous propaganda. India is a democracy. India is the world's largest democracy. All religions live peacefully here in India, including Sikhs, who have a large number of population. So there is no question of any kind of oppression against Sikhs. That is absolutely ridiculous Khalistani propaganda.
Add more. Look, I think back in 2013 or 2012 also, I attended when they had their Balidan. There was when the Panj Pyara, Guru Gobind Singh Ji's, sons were actually, sent behind the wall, and that was the Divas, Shahidi Divas, actually.
No, I get it, Neeraj. I want to ask a couple of questions. I just want to ask a few questions. These are not loaded questions, but they need to be asked because at some point we need to find a solution. India and Australia are both democracies. Both are countries that have very, very close relations. Both countries have their citizens living in the other country. There's a large Indian population living in Australia and vice versa. So these are the questions that one needs to ask. Is Australia becoming, ignorantly or knowingly a safe haven for Khalistani terrorists like Canada? Does Australia endorse these so-called Khalistanis? Isn't Australia providing a safe haven to Khalistanis by, looking in the other direction? Why isn't Australia banning Khalistani organizations that openly operate out of Australia? Does the country value its relationship with India? It's a question that really needs to be asked. Think about it. And does India need to play hardball with Australia? Is that other question. I want to go across now to India Today's Manjeet Sehgal, and I'd like to thank all of our guests who are joining us from Australia here on 5 Live. Manjeet, the Pakistan ISI, as usual, looks to be up to its old tricks. It has seen a pattern of, intimidatory tactics taking place in different parts of the world, and they've now decided to commit more resources to trying and fueling this so-called Khalistani tension in Punjab.
Yes, indeed, Shiv. In fact, Indian security agencies have exposed the two-pronged strategy of ISI's K2 desk, which has two things in its mind. One, to revive terrorism in Punjab, and second, to create a hatred between the communities, be it the Sikhs or be it the Hindus. Remember, at least 9 attacks on Hindu temples have been reported during the past year. 2 in Punjab, 4 in Canada, and 3 in Australia. So this is a strategy of the ISI to create hatred and to revive terrorism in Punjab. But remember, the latest incident is reported in Canada on 30th of February when the anti-social elements or these Khalistani elements tried to deface our Lord Rama temple on 30th of February. But as far as the Khalistani elements, Shiv, in India and in Punjab particularly is concerned, they are getting donations from various countries. Remember, a false propaganda is being spread about the Indian government, the Indian constitution, and even some religions from these 8 countries, including the Canada, the Australia, be it the Italy or any other country. But the Indian government is also trying to counter it. Even the Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann has also categorically told the Khalistani elements that the government is keeping an eye on all the developments and will not let these elements spoil the hard-earned peace in Punjab.
Okay, Manjeet, thanks very much for getting us that exclusive report. I also want to update our viewers about the modus operandi used by Pakistan's ISI to try and foment more tensions using these so-called Khalistani outfits that operate, obviously like cowards, they only operate abroad. The ISI's K2 desk, that's what it's called. Kashmir and Khalistan operates as one desk, tells you everything you need to know about Pakistan. It basically enlists Canada-based gangsters to order attacks here in India. It doesn't require any infiltration of terrorists because they basically hire local goons. The Canada gangsters pick up the phone, they hire killers in Punjab to conduct these particular attacks like you've seen in Punjab. And it keeps Punjab on the boil basically with minimum investment, basically hiring local goons who will do anything for a buck. Terrorists, gangsters, drug smugglers have a nexus, and that nexus is used for logistics of weapons and other things. So it's drug money, ISI money, and gangsters operating in India and in Canada who are part of this entire mess. Now, the pattern of violence, the pattern of intimidation has become way too much to simply ignore. From Canada to Punjab, to Australia and certain other countries as well where things are still under investigation. This is no longer just a one-off, it is a pattern, and Pakistan is attempting its very best to make sure that this becomes the norm. Well, let me just remind all of our viewers that Khalistan has been mentioned just twice in Union Home Ministry annual reports since 2015. India does not see them as a threat. They've have outsized ambitions, they've got outsized, grandiose visions of what their abilities are, but what they really are a bunch of YouTubers eating lunchboxes in Brampton in Canada and Melbourne in Australia. They mean nothing else to India, and India will show them their place if need be. That's the question that Australia and Canada also need to ask. We're taking a very quick break. On the other side here on 5 Live, we're shifting focus from Khalistanis to Karnataka, where Tipu Sultan has become the protagonist for the upcoming election. And I'm just wondering, don't these guys have anything better to politicize?
जैसे सबसे तेज आपकी टैगलाइन है, तो इसी तरह से सबसे तेज हमारी सरकार की लाइफलाइन है.
Leader must have a vision.
We will continue to work with the developing and the developed world for win-win solutions.
Nature had of course willed the survival of the fittest.
हम आतंकवाद के खिलाफ जीरो टॉलरेंस की पॉलिसी को अपनाए हुए हैं.
1 साल के अंदर राहुल कन्वर की कार जो होगी वो इलेक्ट्रिक की होगी.
There is a confrontation of competing visions.
Bonnie Kapoor took to social media to announce that the biography on his late wife and actress Sridevi is in the works and will release later this year. Speaking about the same, he called his late wife a force of nature. Titled as The Life of a Legend, the book will feature the key aspects of Sridevi's life and career. It will be published by Westland Books. The actor had passed away in 2018, leaving a void in the industry. And on her 5th death anniversary, her popular film English Winglish is set to release in China. The drama marked Sridevi's comeback to films after a long hiatus of 15 years.
English tuition? I can come in?
You may not. You need to ask, may I come in?
English Winglish had gone on to become India's official entry to the Academy Awards in the Best Foreign Language Film category for 2013. The story of the film revolved around a housewife who decided to take up English lessons in the US after being mocked by her husband and daughter.
She was born to make laddu.
I, Shashi, from the India.
No, Sashi, not from the India, from India.
Why India, not the India? Why America, the United States of America?
In her illustrious filmic career, Sridevi had acted in as many as 300 films.
Viewer, there's just 2 months to go for the big election in Karnataka. Imagine it's already been 5 years, but the BJP and the Congress are still talking about the same damn things. They're once again engaged in a war of words over, well, you guessed it, Tipu Sultan. Who else? Take a look at this next report and you'll feel like this time machine hasn't moved even 1 single inch. They were talking about it in 2018 and they're talking about it in 2023. Nothing appears to have changed. The narrative is the same, the priorities are the same, and the netas are the same.
The political showdown over 17th century Mysuru ruler Tipu Sultan rages on. Days after Karnataka Minister Ashwath Narayan urged people to finish off Congress leader Siddaramaiah, just like Tipu Sultan was assassinated, the former chief minister hit back, challenging the BJP leader to pick the gun himself. Calling BJP worshippers of Mahatma Gandhi's murderers, Siddaramaiah compared Ashwath Narayan to a demon.
ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡ ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಉರಿಗೌಡ ನಂಜೇಗೌಡರು ಏನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಹಂಗೆ ಇವ್ರನ್ನ ಹೊಡೆದಾಕ್ಬೇಕು
ಇದರಿಂದ ಪೋಲರೈಸೇಷನ್ ಆಫ್ ವೋಟ್ಸ್ ಮಾಡಕ್ಕೆ ಹೊರಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಯಾಕಂತಂದ್ರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಸೋಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಇದಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದೆ ಪಾಪ ಹತಾಶರಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಈ ಚುನಾವಣೆಯಲ್ಲಿ 100ಕ್ಕೆ 100 ಸೋಲ್ತೀವಿ ಅಂತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಹತಾಶರಾಗಿ ಈ ರೀತಿಯಾದಂಥ ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ.
The Congress raked up the minister's statement in the assembly where Ashwath Narayan seemed to back down.
Talking about Tipu Sultan and Mr. Siddaramaiah's love for Tipu Sultan. Through a democratic process, the moral or the intention was, how politically through the democratic process, in the present context, this is only through democratic process. In that democratic process, we need to end this political party, Congress party. That's all the intention. Nothing to, take anything physically. There's no that kind of thought anywhere to have. We are not in that world.
Ashwath Narayan's statement on Tipu Sultan came after state BJP chief Nalin Katil asked voters to choose between worshipping Ram and Hanuman over Tipu Sultan.
ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಲಬುರ್ಗದ ಜನತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಕೇಳ್ತಾರೆ, ನೀವು ಆಂಜನೇಯನನ್ನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪೂಜೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ, ಟಿಪ್ಪುವಿನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೀರಾ? ಆದರೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಭಜನೆಯನ್ನ ಮಾಡುವವರನ್ನ ಕಾಡಿಗೆ ಓಡಿಸ್ತೀರೋ ಇಲ್ವೋ? ಸಂಕಲ್ಪವನ್ನ ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಜ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಸಂತಾನ ಬೇಕಾ, ರಾಮ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಭಕ್ತರು ಬೇಕಾ, ಆಂಜನೇಯನ ಪುಣ್ಯ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸವಾಲಾಗ್ತೇನೆ. ಈ ನೆಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಟಿಪ್ಪು ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಉಳಿಬಾರ್ದು, ರಾಮನ ಭಜನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥವ್ರು ಹನುಮಂತರ ಆಚರಣೆ ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ.
The opposition leaders have lashed out at the Saffron camp for raising Tipu Sultan as an election issue time and again.
What Ashwath Narayan and Nalin Kumar Katil are saying is words of a man and a party scared by an absolute and total rout in the upcoming election after 50 or 60 days in Karnataka. It also shows their mental bankruptcy.
बीजेपी के अध्यक्ष ने कहा कि हम उनको मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे जो टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहे हैं. मैं टीपू सुल्तान का नाम ले रहा हूं, क्या करोगे तुम? बोलो, मारोगे मुझे, मिटा दोगे मुझे? बोलो कहां पर आऊं कर्नाटक में मारने के लिए? आ जाओ. क्या देश के प्रधानमंत्री उनके प्रदेश के जो बीजेपी के लीडर हैं उनकी जबान से वो सहमत हैं कि टीपू सुल्तान का नाम लेगा हम मिटा देंगे, मार देंगे? अरे भाई, करप्शन का नाम लेना, करप्शन को मिटा नहीं पाए आप. 30% की सरकार आपकी है. ये तो ओपन कॉल है वायलेंस के लिए, ये तो ओपन कॉल है मर्डर और जेनोसाइड के लिए.
With just a few months for the high-stakes electoral battle, will the Tipu Rao tornado discourse trump on other election issues?
Congress supporters have registered a complaint against Minister Ashwath Narayan at Malleshwaram police station. But on the floor of House, the minister has regretted for a statement if the statement hurts the sentiments of Siddaramaiah. But he has also justified, stating that he never tried to attack Siddaramaiah personally, but he was trying to attack the ideological difference with him. With video journalist Madhu Sagairaj reporting for India Today, Bengaluru.
And I just wanted to, put the spotlight on the fact that our netas have a narrative priority which has sustained for so many years, over a decade in Karnataka, for the time that I've been covering elections there, and nothing seems to change. Just take a look at what they talk about and what they don't talk about. I just wanted to give you a few examples here. What they do talk about is Tipu Sultan. What they don't talk about is the traffic nightmare in Bengaluru and other places. What they do talk about is Savarkar. What they don't talk about is citizen deaths thanks to potholes in Bengaluru. What they do talk about is hijab. What they don't talk about is ruined infrastructure in city after city, especially in Bengaluru. What they do talk about is Ganesh Chaturthi and Eid at Eidgah Maidan. What they don't talk about are corruption allegations, and both make allegations against each other. What they do talk about is the Belagavi issue, which has been an issue festering for years and years. What they don't talk about is illegal construction taking place in the city of Bengaluru. What they do talk about is halal meat. What they don't talk about is the visible and steady urban decay that's getting worse with each passing day in the city of Bengaluru. Why is it that every headline coming out of Karnataka has to do with Tippu, Hanuman, Savarkar, communal issues, polarizing issues? Is there nothing else to talk about? And what about the people of Bengaluru? Are they going to be happy with the tallest leaders of the state simply indulging in talk about demons and Tippu Sultan and Veer Savarkar? Doesn't a progressive state like Karnataka deserve a better narrative going forward, especially into a crucial election? Joining me live from Bengaluru this evening, Captain Ganesh Karnik, spokesperson of the Karnataka BJP, and M. Lakshmana is a spokesperson of the Karnataka Congress. Also with me live is political analyst Syed Asad Abbas, and we'll be joined very shortly by a descendant of Tippu Sultan himself. Ganesh Karnik, Captain Karnik, coming to you first. Ashwath Narayan, a seasoned leader, usually has very moderate views. One doesn't see him, flying off the handle and indulging in any vituperative attacks. Even he has gone into, flown down the river of this whole Tippu Sultan narrative and saying all kinds of very violent things. He should be finished off like how Tippu Sultan was finished off. I mean, it's a little alarming. One attributes such attacks and such words with one set of leaders in Karnataka. It is shocking to see someone like an Ashwath Narayan do the same. albeit the fact that he has apologized.
Good evening to you and all my co-panelists, and thanks for inviting me on this debate. See, Tipu has been unnecessarily brought into the limelight by the earlier Congress government in Karnataka ordering Tipu Jayanti. Since then, Tipu has been a burning issue in Karnataka state. What happened after that because of the Tipu Jayanti, the kind of mayhem, Kuttappa's murder, and a lot of things have happened. Now, since Mr. Ashwath Narayan has already withdrawn his statement and he said in a fit of a moment during a public discourse, he mentioned certain things which he did not mean. So I will not debate on that. But who is Tipu Sultan? Tipu Sultan in Karnataka reminds people of Karnataka the deceit by which Hyder Ali took over the benevolent Odair dynasty. When you talk of Tipu, it reminds of the cruel Ayangari Brahmins in Melukote. When you talk of Tipu, it reminds of tens of thousands of Kodavas being massacred in Kodagu. It talks of, there is a place called Nether Kere. Nether means the blood. A lake filled with blood near Mangalore, where thousands of Christians were killed. And when you talk of Tipu, it reminds us of the cruelty of the Matantar, of the destruction of temples in this state. So when this happened and people are even today remembering Tipu for his cruelty, if a former chief minister keeps on breaking up with the issue, somebody has to give answer.
Okay.
So on our own, we are not taking it up.
Okay, so you're saying that the Tipu narrative has actually been triggered by the Congress itself, which has used Tipu as an instrument of appeasement. Mr. Lakshmana, how will you answer that? The BJP says we would rather not talk about Tipu. It's the Congress that constantly brings up Tipu by celebrating Tipu Jayanti, and by doing so, you are insulting the history of Karnataka, says the BJP. How would you respond to that?
Now it is baseless allegations and blatant lies which is being spreaded by BJP spokespersons, BJP leaders in Karnataka. Now, as you have explained very neatly and correctly and factuals, you have given in your opening remark. These people, they do not have any other issues. In case if they have any developmental activities issues, let them bring before the public, because we are hardly another 45 days are left out here for next assembly election. How a senior leader who himself claimed that he was earlier deputy chief minister of Karnataka, now he is having four important portfolios all day, and this Dr. Ashwath Narayan can give open call to its own workers that you go and kill Siddaramaiah like how Tipu was killed. Is it not shame on the part of this BJP people? Where is the law and order? Where is the law and order here in Karnataka? What is that Basuraj Bommai is doing? What is the Araga Dhanendra is doing? I'm not understanding. Can they come and kill the Siddaramaiah? Can it possible for them to kill Siddaramaiah? Let them come and kill. We are ready. Tomorrow we are going to have an intensive program all over Karnataka. We want to come out to the streets saying that, you kill us, you kill me also. With that, program, tomorrow onwards we are going to launch. I want to ask this BJP spokesperson, who raised, what is the issue now? What is the issue? Corruption issue. Corruption, they have looted exchequer's money here in Karnataka to the extent core. So to cover up that, they do not have any issues. Now, even and then, they keep bringing this bloody all nuisance issues.
Okay. Captain Karnik, quick response, then I'll go to the other two guests.
Some language, I don't think...
please temper the language, everyone. Yes.
I don't think I should comment on that. See, this 40% commission and corruption issue has been doing rounds for the past about 8-10 months without any substantiated, proof for that. And the person, the Contractors Association president himself is under custody. He was under custody. He has come out on bail. So I will not comment on that. So it is not that we have taken it up. You played a small, kind of a video clip of OIC. Do you remember what OIC's brother said? And what happened to that? These are the people who support them. Tipu Sultan was a dead issue because they decided to start the Tipu Jayanti in Karnataka, and then Kuttappa was murdered. So he says, come up.
Okay.
And on time and again, see, they have been talking about, Mahatma Gandhi's murder. Have they stopped talking about Mahatma Gandhi's murder? Every now and then they take it up. Supreme Court has given a clear verdict. Why don't they shut up and keep quiet about it? They can
Now,
take it up.
Okay.
who is raising this issue,
So-
sir?
Who
Who is
not
raising
talking?
this issue?
Your own
You
Sidramaya
are
talks
making-
about it again and again.
Who is raising
Sidramaya
this
is
issue? It's an
absolutely
issue
shameless.
which is being raised
He's
by
raising
your
it.
people, you people. All the time, you talk about
Okay.
Tipu, you talk
Let me step in here. Let me step in here. So the BJP.
Mahatma Gandhi's
no, why
murder.
are
One second. Let me come in here. The BJP basically blames the Congress's Siddaramaiah for having started this entire Tipu narrative in Karnataka. The Congress says it's the BJP which is using Tipu as a diversion because it has nothing left to talk about and it's trying to cover up for corruption. That's basically a summary of the allegations. Also with us live, Syed, I'm going to come to you in just a moment, but I want to get a word in from Mansoor Ali Tipu, who's a descendant of Tipu Sultan as well. Mansoor Ali Tipu, how do you feel about this tutu meme between the BJP and Congress over your ancestor Tipu Sultan? Do you take a side in this entire fight?
100%. We are fed up of all these things. Why our ancestors' name is again and again taken for your own political benefits? You should fight for what you have done to the people, what you have given the development. Enough people is given this development. He was a pilot to the rocket. He is given a very good secular kingdom. He has donated lands to the temples. He is given equivalent to the Dalits who have been the blouse tax and other things. And after sacrificing his own life to this land, motherland, India, fighting for the freedom against the British, and today you bring him in a political scenario and try to show him a tyrant or a villain. One political party tries to show he's a hero and not concerned who's doing what. I want this topic to be immediately stopped here. Fight on your own basis. What Mr. Siddaramaiah has done to the people, let them fight. What Mr. Amit Shah or Katil has done, what Mr. Bommai has done, let them fight for their cause. Only to polarize Muslim vote and attract Muslims. Why are you trying to bring Tipu Sultan as a subject for your own political gain?
No,
this from 12 years.
I take what you're saying, Mansoor. See, the thing is, this is a very ironic situation here in India today. The descendant of Tipu Sultan. The descendant of Tipu Sultan says, please stop taking my ancestor's name. Fight on your own merit, fight on your own issues. You don't need to use my ancestor to, take pot shots at each other. Syed, it brings me down to the question I actually started with. Aren't there better things, more substantive things to talk about? I am not going to disrespect history. At the end of the day, Tipu Sultan has a contentious history. It is an emotive issue in Karnataka. I will take all sides when I say, yes, there are aggrieved parties as far as the Tipu Sultan regime is concerned. But surely in the 21st century, 2023, Karnataka, one of India's most progressive states, it's about time the BJP and the Congress, sort of exorcised the ghost of Tipu Sultan and got on with the real issues of the day.
Absolutely, Shiv.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, you were here.
I'm coming to the point.
For India's most
Mansoor, coming to you in a moment. That question was for Syed. Coming to you, Mansoor, in a moment. Syed.
All right. Shiv, I couldn't agree with you more on this front. I think, better than all of us panelists, you've articulated this point. In fact, just before start of your show, what did I see? Tipu is not a topic for us, sir. We are citizens of this country and we are wonderful Kannadigas of Bangalore, Karnataka. Traffic is an issue. Education is an issue. Jobs are an issue. This petty politics of a Tipu versus Savarkar or Tipu versus Hanuman plays well for the BJP and the Congress. Today, we need to understand that is not an issue. Today, a metro construction, what we saw, death of a mother and a small infant child, that is an issue, sir. Decongestion of roads is an issue, sir. Floods across Whitefield in Bangalore city, that is an issue. Better planning, infrastructure, better roads, education, hospital, farmer issues of rural Karnataka, that is an issue. I think it is high time that the Congress and the BJP understand this petty politics of Tipu or of Savarkar is not going to help you. A true reason for people like us to come out and vote in the next 2 months will be issues which are interest, issues of priority for the people of Karnataka. This petty politics is not going to help neither the BJP or the Congress. So therefore, I truly think these respective politicians need to watch your show today and understand the issues which matter to us. Today, for me to travel from here to my office or any of the event or engagement takes about an hour or two. It is literally the time from Bengaluru to Mysuru.
Captain, okay, you've articulated what I feel as well. Captain Karnik, because it is a complicated issue. At the end of the day, Indian politics is noisy. It takes up all emotive issues. History is very much part of the narrative that takes place, through election season as well. My only contention is it cannot be the dominant narrative. There are only about 45 days to go, Captain Karnik, with this retraction and apology from Dr. Ashwath Narayan, who is a very reasonable, moderate man. I know him personally as well. One wonders whether this will be the end of this whole Tipu fight. Will it be, or is it going to continue to be one of the big topics of contention going forward, sir?
Prime Minister came. The foundation stone was laid by him and the helicopter facility was inaugurated by him. 48,000 crore rupees investment.
Yeah.
We are not talking about it. You also take up Tipu issue again and again. So it is
we covered that, sir. We always cover the infrastructure and other issues of Bengaluru. The only channel to do so.
No, I am not complaining. You also prioritize. In fact, when somebody asked me today, I called her. I told Madhu, why are you taking it up again and again? Why do you want to give it a wide publicity?
Sir,
don't do it.
A former chief minister, sir, a former chief minister and a former deputy chief minister are saying these things in public, sir. How does one ignore that?
He has apologized, he has withdrawn the statement. Still you want to argue, we don't have any problem. It is Tipu versus...
That is shooting the messenger, Captain Karnik, with respect.
Tipu versus Madhukari Naik. It is Tipu versus Wanake Obawa. It is Tipu versus Kempe Gowda. So it is for us to decide. We have priorities. It is not that you only talk about Tipu.
I take your point. I take your point. In fact, right here on this show in the past, I have talked about, the media's own priorities as far as these stories are concerned. But surely as elected representatives, a former chief minister and a former deputy chief minister, there have to be better, better topics to discuss and certainly to fight about.
He has already withdrawn the statement.
We've reported that. We've reported that, which is why I'm wondering whether that can be a signal moment for this issue being, buried and not becoming part of the dominant narrative. Mr. Lakshmana, final word from you. Final word, and if I have time, I'll get Mansoor in as well.